the line. And that ball moving away from the left-handed Brian. He's been equal to that delivery. Not pushing, but just keeping her hands close to the body. Has been so far impressive start by Alex French. Bowling from this northern inner commentator's end. And ball again outside the off stump. Brian, they are a little bit drawn into this one as it looked well up, but again we've seen significant swing, significant movement.
Yeah, the wicket does have a decent carry. You can see most of the deliveries going to the keeper just about the chest height. And getting some decent little movement away from the batter.
Yeah, and that's the end of the first over. Good one. West Indies batting first. It's one wide bowling in the first over. They are one without loss.
Yeah, good start there by French, using the conditions well. There is that bounce that he seems to be getting. The pace is pretty good with the overcast, slightly overcast conditions. You expect that the ball would move around a little bit. We've seen that. And so it's just for them to settle in now into a decent line and length that will challenge the West Indian batters.
Yeah, England will be encouraged by the conditions. It probably is conditions that they are used to. We have seen in that first over, ball really moving. So Jay Singh, and he's going to pick it up from the southern end. And he will bowl to Fontaine. Wide delivery. Again, more movements. Ball pitching wide and going and further away. And batsman not called upon to play at that delivery. I think one of the challenge, Clyde, would be to control the amount of swing that the bowlers are getting.
Yeah, they need to really try to get a good start and just allow the conditions to work for them.
Once again, another wide delivery. And the batsman not called upon to play. Singh won't be too happy with first two deliveries. Really good condition for swing bowling. There's just one slip. And again, a point and cover. Mid-off. So both bowlers playing the same feel. Ball lifting.
Now this is what you want. You want to just get in just outside that off stump and draw the batsman so that he's tempted just to move towards the line of the ball. Fontaine really hasn't had, the sort of game that we know that he could have. And so he will be looking to get off here. And so you want to draw him into just maybe playing a false shot.
Played nicely just to the right of the cover fielder. So picks up his first run off the bat. 4 without loss. Wouldn't you be tempted to probably maybe put in another slip or even with the goalie put him a little finer with the amount of movements that the bowlers are getting?
Yeah, definitely you want to keep the pressure on and just go on the attack a little bit. Put in the extra slip, maybe even a gully, or maybe a floating foot slip somewhere within that region because of the sort of movement that you're seeing.
Singh goes around the wicket to the left-handed Brian. Ball coming again into the bat. Consistent with the movements. leaving the right hand and coming into the left hander. This is very clear that seemed to favor the ball swinging away from the batsman.
Yeah, it will be good here if he can just get one to maybe straighten and go the other way. I think that would pose a lot of challenge to Bain. Brian, rather. That one's still coming back in, but maybe just wants to get it to that about 5th, 6th stump and allow it to, if he's going to move in, allow him to come after it and look to beat him through the gate.
Yeah, I agree with you. Want to have him pushing outside the off stump. And with the movement that he's getting, you know, the slips could come into play. Don't want to bowl too straight. Lots of space on the leg side. Again, turn down to backward square. Ball again, it's too straight, and they come back for a second. Really good run in there. And batsman picking up 2 in the process. But good positive running.
Yeah, you can see Brian, he was quick out the blocks, and this is what you say to your youngsters. Run the first one hard, and then you look to assess so that the second one becomes very easy. And we've seen a good example of it there.
Yeah, West Indies under 19 using a different pair opening this game. For the first time we have seen both of these players opening together. So there's no Carter, there's no Francis at the top of the order. Once again, the ball coming in. Just having Brian in a little difficulty, but played it out. And that completes Singh's first over. And it's 6, West Indies 6 without loss.
Yeah, much better start there. He started pretty wide, Singh with 2 wides, but he was able to just come back and get that ball to shape into the left-hander especially, and away from the right-hander. And so it tells you that once he's able to pitch on a good enough length and draw that batsman, there's an opportunity for him to get an edge and bring those slips that, well, the one slip that we've seen into play.
So this third game is played on a different wicket. This wicket is, I think this is third game being played on this particular wicket.
Yeah, this one just seems to be the pacier of the two. Bowlers tend to get a lot more carry and a bit more pace coming through. What we do know is that if you bang it in short, it really doesn't go through as quickly. You need to hit that length, that good length. That's when you really see the best of this wicket.
Yeah, this seemed to be the better strip. Alex French. A beautiful delivery again, pitch and left the right-handed Fontaine. He did well. He didn't push at it. Really on good length. Ball moving away from Fontaine.
Yeah, French just settling into his work. Started his first over with 1 wide, and that was the only run to come off. So he does seem to be in good rhythm, French.
And this one cutting in, loud appeal. Probably maybe too much movement. Ball going the other way, and Fontaine seen a little bit of difficulty. Probably the bounce, and yeah, would have taken it past the leg stump. Good decision by the umpire.
Yeah, that was a good delivery, really. The first 2 deliveries pitched outside the off stump, left him, and this one just came back at him and striking him on the pad, but just doing a little too much.
This one down the leg side, again, movement. White signal. I think the England bowlers would relish this sort of condition to bowl in. I think with all the matches that we have seen, this probably would be the one where we probably seen, you know, the most of movements.
And many times, apart from the pitch, sometimes the ball that you get. And so as a fast bowler, you always have to select a ball that you think.
Shot hit down to backward square. There's a fielder down there. So he just a single. One of the few, one can say, loose deliveries, short, and Fontaine is quickly in control. And just rolled the wrist nicely as he plays it down to backward square.
Yeah, when you're selecting your ball, Rafael, generally the umpires would bring it and the skipper may just call the opening bowlers to say, hey, you need to choose a ball. You don't know what you're going to get because some tend to move more than some.
Another good delivery, leaving the left-hander. Yeah, it's always interesting. You know, bowlers are called upon to choose, and then they have to decide, you know, which of the ball they're going to choose. Again, you look at it and you look at the shape. I think that's you want to look at the shape of the ball, make sure it line up nicely, because you do tend to have balls sometimes a little bit, you know, not in the sort of shape that you probably would want. So I think that's one of the things that they look at outside the off stump. Again, driving loosely is Brian, made no contact, and that completes another over from French. Yeah, it's just 2 versus 3. 8 without lot, West Indies.
Yeah, good start there for England. West Indies just a bit cautious, just having a look. The ball is swinging, and so you want to make sure that you know you get a full assessment of what happens before you get on the attack. And I think this pair, they're doing well in terms of assessing the conditions.
Oh, yeah, it will be important that this pair weather the storm here with the consistent movement of the delivery. So they would want to come through this period. Clean ball leaving, moving away from the Fontaine. And they would probably just need to get a little bit closer to the batter. Force them to play more. I think this is what the bowlers would want to do. Clean ball just wide of the off stump.
Yeah, they really settling in nicely. Sing.
Push on the outside. West Indies 8 without loss. We end over number 4. Singh so far just conceded 5 runs. Ball into a pack offside field. Just 3 fielders on the leg side. Short fine leg. A mid-on shot. And backward square. Just about 3/4 way to the boundary. Pitched up and driven really firmly to that short mid-on. Fontaine, we haven't seen the best of Fontaine. He was outstanding in the winners on the 19 tournament earlier this year. Yet to see the best of him. And he would want to open the button here today.
Yeah, Fontaine, we know, has the potential. He certainly just needs to concentrate. He had a good opening stand with Francis in the match number 4, I make it. But from then, we haven't really seen him push on and do the things that we know that he can do.
He'll be looking for a big one. But have to weather the storm here. I think the bowlers are enjoying the conditions. Ball comes off the edge and goes to in that third man region. They will come back for 2. Again, this is one of the leaves that was up to him, looking to play on the onside. And with the ball angling away from him, taking the outside edge and going down to the third man. So 2 more to Fontaine.
Yeah, it would be important for Fontaine to stay out there and really put down a good score.
Yeah, beautiful delivery, and this is the length that you want to bowl. Fontaine playing all around this delivery, has pitched on a really good length and came forward there and probably looking to maybe push it a little straighter at mid-on, and that ball just moving away from the bat, taken by the keeper. Really good delivery. That completes Singh's second over. 10 without loss.
Yeah, Singh getting some really good movement from the conditions, beating Fontaine, who looked to play. I think he really didn't get the foot out, you know, to try and counteract that swing. He played from the crease, and that one just turned him inside out.
So now we see the second slip is now in place for Alex Finch. Outside the off stump, no shot offered. Yes. So it's now 2 slips, just 2 players on the leg side, which is a backward square and the mid on. So the focus is really the off stump. Important that French driven just past the cover, and just a single. As Brian just stroked this one, didn't really go full blooded, but just push it to cover. I think being concerned of the amount of swing, so being very careful. So we pick up another single.
Yeah, well, that was really good fielding. I think the fact that the fielder went down quickly, got up, turn and threw, that really put them off. They thought about the second, but excellent bit of fielding in the outfield.
So there's 1 slip for Fontaine. And push back to the bowler. See outside, just beginning to, sun just beginning to come out. A bit of cloud overhead. England would want to make full use of this condition. West Indies would want to get past this period without losing a wicket. Ball is played to cover.
It will be important that they get through this period and look to get the run rate up a bit. Noticeably, without Zachary Carter, the start just seems to be a lot slower. These two, you know, they tend to occupy the crease, which is not a bad ploy, but you need to get, you know, a good foundation in terms of the runs in the power play.
Short delivery, and this is going to go down to the boundary for 4. Fontaine, they're looking to pull, and this one probably came out really quicker than he expected, and came off the bat, went over the keeper, or between the keeper and the first slip, over the keeper head, and went down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, really, I would make it a half-hearted attempt at the pull. Really wasn't in good position. And as you rightly said, with the bounce, it just seemed to have rushed him a bit. And he only succeeded in getting the edge over the keeper's head.
15 without loss. Over number 5. Pitch up, good length. Push to the short cover. That completes another French over. West Indies 15 without loss.
Yeah, again, as we say, the run rate just creeping up slightly. As the batters tend to get settled, we just may see a bit more intent from them, but so far they've weathered the storm. The fact that the ball is moving quite appreciably, and they've done well to counteract it. It means from here on in, 5 overs gone, you want to see off the new ball, make sure you take the lacquer off, and the batters coming in, or even yourself, can push on and get some runs under your belt.
Driven, dunked the mid off. Singh into his third over. Brian looking more and more confident as he stroked this ball rather firmly. Just one slip employed. For Singh, who continues around the wicket to the left-hander. Let's go down the leg side. Another extra.
Here you can see him just trying to really hone in on the stumps, but he has to take into consideration the amount of swing that he's getting. So he may just want to start just about that off stump, maybe foot stump, and allow that ball to push through and get back in at Brian.
Yeah, just seem to be bowling a bit straight. We haven't seen much go outside the off stump coming back in. I think that's the area you don't want to bowl now. He goes over the wicket.
This is a good move.
Good delivery. This one actually left the left-hander, so this one went the other way.
Yeah, this is a good move with the fact that he was getting so much movement back in. You come over the wicket here now. It means that you're going to push the ball across with the natural body angle, and then as you get the swing, it can bring it back into the batter. So the opportunity maybe to get him LBW or maybe bowl through the gate becomes even better.
Let's see what happens here. Driven nicely down to long off. This is going to go down to the boundary for 4. Really good shot. Over pitch delivery. And Brian should really come forward and drive it smoothly. And went down to the boundary for 4.
I love it. I love it. Look at how he got across. He really, the hands through the ball, not much movement from him, but he trusts the bounce of the wicket. And he was able to just play through the line of the ball. Head was close enough. Still may want to tighten up, you know, and get the foot moving a bit more. But trust me, the hands through the ball was really nice.
So he moved to 7 with that boundary, Brian. Kane looking for the drive ball, going away. No ball signal there. Gregory Bruffy.
I'm wondering if he heard the no ball call, because that shot just seemed to be a bit naughty there.
But I think what happened in the first delivery before he drove really nicely, and it was almost on the same length, but just a little bit wider. So he went for the shot. Free hit. There can be no adjustment to the field. Wow. Good short delivery, probably a little bit slower. And Brian looking to pull. And probably only into the shot, made no contact. Good thinking there by Jay Singh.
Yeah, let's look at it here again. Slower ball. Slower ball bumper. You can see him just holding the ball, turning the hand slightly. And so he got a loopy bumper. That's good thinking.
And push on the offside. They go through for a single. I think the fielder was really on the back foot, not expecting them to take the run, but good running.
Yeah, they need to be careful here. They've now started, you know, really building on this partnership. So you have to be clear. The good thing for them here is that the ball was far enough away from the fielder that they were able to complete.
So Jay Singh, short delivery and hit over mid-on, and that's going to go down to the boundary for 4. Short delivery, and Fontaine, they pull in, and just going over the mid-on fielder who was fairly short, and Fontaine picking up another boundary.
Yeah, really good hands through the ball, Fontaine, and purposefully he didn't try to roll the wrist and keep it down. He wanted to go aerial and to clear that man at mid-on right there, and was successful, bringing up a much-needed boundary, getting a bit of impetus into the innings. The run rate now begins to climb, and this is what you want when you have the ball moving around. You know, it's swinging, it's early days. You want to weather that storm. You want to make sure that you don't give an opportunity, and so this pair, they seem set to push on.
So 26 without loss, 6 overs completed. I think each of the batter picking up a boundary last over, which will give them some confidence. Brian, he has 8 from 20 deliveries. Fontaine, 12 from 17. We all already had some 6 extras.
Yeah, the extras just seem always to be a bit high. 6 overs, 6 extras. Really not the sort of reading that you want.
French maintained the 2 slips. Look a bit closer. Pitched up and driven down to mid-off, just deep. Give the batsman the opportunity to come through for a single. But again, you can see Brian being really cautious here, not looking to hit it too hard, but more timing.
Yeah, much better single. As you said, it's just a matter of settling in. You don't want to go hell for leather, but you want to build that in and push it around, use the timing, use the pace of the bowler, as Brian just did. And just begin to get things moving.
Yeah, both batters just seem to be a bit more comfortable. The ball push recover. West Indies already won the series. Would really want to bat well and sort of score that will be really challenging to England. Ball keeping low, looking to play on the onside. The appeal went up. Umpires on move. They go through for, let's see. There's no signal from the umpire. Probably seem to get some bat onto that one.
Yeah, really good shout from the English on the 19s. But umpire now signaling leg by.
Just late in that signal. But a strong appeal by the England players. Game ball pushing into the covers, and they come through for a single. Again, the field had just been on the back foot a bit, and this pair coming through for another single. That has been one of the features running between the wicket in this inning so far.
Yeah, they've done that very well. And now you're seeing them being able to just drop the ball and, you know, rotate the strike. With the odd boundary coming, it certainly will help to get that run rate maybe up above 5, 5.5. And if they can sustain that, that would be a good score for them.
Here at the end of, that's the end of French over. West Indies 29 without loss after 7 overs.
Yeah, that's good start for the pair of Fontaine and Brian. They've done well in terms of keeping out the English bowlers who really, in my view, did not use the condition to the best of their ability. One expected them to stay tighter onto the off stump and maybe even try to pitch the ball up a bit more, because we're seeing considerable swing.
Yeah, you're right. They didn't seem to use the condition as they should. I think too many deliveries were allowed to go outside the off stump. Batsman wasn't forced to play. That's 29. Conditions still good for seam bowling, swing bowling. But we are seeing a change from that southern end. The spinner Farhan Ahmed.
Yeah, well, we saw him open the bowling a couple times, but opting to give the pieces a try. In Singh and French opening the bowling, trying to use the little atmospheric condition, but it's not really worked.
The left-handed Brian, short cover and also a slip. One can call those two fielders attacking fielders close to the wicket. And this again ball turning away. Brian looking for the big drive. Just seemingly in the arc. The ball turned away from him, made no contact. Ahmed would be encouraged. First delivery.
Yeah, I like the approach here. Just I pitched that one outside the off stump, turning away. This one was much straighter and not as much turn. So you had to really lunge onto that front foot to try and keep it from cannon into the pad.
Driven down to long on. Just a little movements there from Brian. He played this one confidently down to the long on fielder.
Yeah, well played, good confidence in terms of getting down the wicket and trying to play it before it really gets the opportunity to turn. So Brian has that confidence that he can, you know, go down the track, and that's good.
It's always good when you can see young players using the feet. That is a feature of a really good batting. And when you're nimble on the feet and able to move. Right-handed Fontaine. Please that to short third man. Backward point has some running to do. So we've seen Clyde slip employed for Brian as Fontaine comes into strike. The slip moves away.
Yeah, just using the fact that he's turning the ball across the left-hander, trying to ensure that you attack with the slip. Still have that man at a short
Ball
cover.
played to mid-wicket. Again, a really good run in there. You know, the ball played just short of the fielder at long on. And the fielder really at mid-wicket was squarish. I had to do some running, but really, again, very good running. Batsman were able to come up for 2.
Well placed, well run by this pair. That's one of the features that we've seen from them this morning that has been really positive. The fact that they're able to run between the wicket, turn the 1s into 2s, and really that's a good highlight.
33 without loss. Ahmed in his first over. So again, push on the onside and quickly off. Picking up another single. Good strategy employed there. As another over come to an end. 34 without loss, and we had 8 completed overs.
Yeah, really good, intelligent cricket. Brian just looking to use the pace of the bowler, drop the ball, that it does not get too quickly to the fielder, and picking up an easy single. The bowler having to run. Had he not, that certainly would have been 2 runs.
Oh, the sun just beginning to break through. Outside, just looking a bit clearer, a bit brighter.
Yeah, the weather really not as the weather we had for the 6th ODI to start. I think the 6th ODI was the clearest start that we've had.
Yeah, even though we had a couple of periods where there's a bit of drizzle, but I think it was probably the hottest day, the brightest day we had for the tournament.
One, as we continue to see with the outfield the way it is, even if there is rain, it tends to dry quickly. So the little overnight showers that we had really not affecting the outfield.
So Lucans picked up the attack from this northern end. First delivery down the leg side, not collected by the keeper. And let's see there. They only run 1. White signal.
Yeah, that was pretty poor running there. I think there was 2 in that. And just seemed to have jogged the first one and not really run.
Yeah, I think this is one occasion where we didn't see the aggressive running. Maybe thinking that already another one would have been added. So it's 2 runs. Push to cover.
But I like the start from this pair. They really seemed focused, seemed purposeful, putting on 36 so far. And it's been 36 runs where they put away the bad balls, they defended the good ones, they rotated the strike and really dropped the ball into the gaps. So a good attractive start.
Yeah, firstly being placed for hands. Ball played to cover. And a pitch that really seems to be playing very well. Will give the batters confidence. They need not to worry about the bounce, what happens, delivery. This is sort of one-day wicket that you'd want to play on. Really, really good one. Pitched up, driven down to cover. Just slight misfeel and they come through for a single. Again, that's a nature of the running. Just a little bubble by the mid-off fielder in Ahmed. The batsman quickly spotted. Come through for a single. Both batters on 14, 37 without loss.
Yeah, these two seem to be good sprinters. They're rather quick between the wickets. Seeing them in the outfield, they're pretty sharp. So they have good communication.
Play down to long on, and they would look for 2 here. Really, with the easy. No, they're coming back for 3, and that's really good running. As that ball was played slowly down to long on, and they were able to come back for 3.
Yeah, really well placed, well weighted. Didn't try to overhit this one, Brian, but what he did well was to place it. The man there at wide long on had a very long way to run in order to retrieve this one, and so he was just able to convert that into 3 good looking runs. The partnership reaching 41 has been a really good one.
Well played by Fontaine. Slow delivery. And Fontaine picked it up early. And push it out on the onside in front of him. Yeah, been a good start. Despite the conditions, West Indies 40 without loss. Just 1 delivery to complete over number 9. That short delivery, and Fontaine, they looking to pull, but really realize the bounce pulled out of the shot, and that completes another over. West Indies batting first, 40 without loss.
Yeah, run rate of 4.4. With this pair, really have done well in terms of what you want your batters at this level, and maybe even at the senior level, to do, where you go in with the intention to remain out there, be positive, rotate the strike, get the odd boundaries. Different teams employ different scenarios. Some teams, for example, you have a Zachary Carter that you expect a fast start, but here you're just asking them to start, take their time, weather whatever the condition is, and then hopefully you can progress during the middle overs.
So Ahmed in his 2nd over. And is choking this one back. Just bounce in the hands of Ahmed and going over his head. So enough time to pick up a single.
Yeah, that one got back to him pretty quickly. And really did well to get his hands up there. It was firmly hit back.
West Indies will be pleased with the opening stand, the start that they had.
Yeah, certainly a lot to be pleased with. The batting has been positive, the running has been positive. Batters really showing that they have, a bit of the technical competence. You still early days, but you look at 1 or 2 of the shots that were played, and you expect them to just tighten the technique, bring the left foot across, really try to get close to the deliveries and so on.
Ahmed, ball struck to that shot mid-on. Yeah, I think they would have done well. They put away the bad balls, and some of the shots we have seen this morning were really good shots. We see that straight drive on drive, and they really played some good shot. The pull shot from Fontaine, so they really put away the bad balls. But that's kind of weathered the storm in that with the ball moving so much, still they was able to, to keep it out, play when it's necessary, and as such, I think now they feel is now getting a little brighter. I think we are seeing the confidence. And hope both batters are playing. Again, looking to to push on there. That seemed to let's wait on that decision. I know it comes off the leg by. So again, Fontino's coming forward on ball, taking him on the pad, and the appeal went up.
Yeah, really surviving there, Fontaine. But just seemed to think that it would have gone past the stump. He's getting a bit of turn, Ahmed.
Yeah, maybe. Buffett probably would have felt that would have turned past the leg stump. This one is cut down to third man. It's going to go down to the boundary for 4. Well played by Brand, coming back and steering it fine. Just past a backward point and picking up another boundary.
Yeah, good shot there. He really was in control, and I think that's what was important. He knew the slip was in place, so he had to evade the slip. And the man there at third man was short, and so he had to be precise in terms of getting it into the gap. And he did so very, very well.
So 10 overs completed. West Indies winning the toss and batting first. They are 46 without loss, with Brian on 22 and Fontaine on 14.
Yeah, really good going there by the West Indies. A run rate of just 4.6. And really, without the hard-hitting Carter, I think this pair has really done well. This one is clipped nicely. It's going to be the fielder. It gets into the ropes now. So 4 runs to Fontaine. Badly lined delivery on the line of the leg stump. And it was well put away to bring up 4 runs to Fontaine. And he will be happy with this boundary.
Good morning, Clyde.
Good morning, Stevenson. Good to have you.
Nice to be here. It's always a distinct pleasure. Good start by the West Indies under 19.
And 50 comes up for the West Indies with that boundary. What a good time to come in to the com box when the young West Indies under 19s have registered 50 without the loss of a wicket.
Yeah, they've played very well, really well. Nicely calculated partnership. And what I really admire about it, the fact that they've run so very well between the wickets. They've looked for one, they've turned 2s into 3s, and at times 1 into 2s, and they've gone for the sharp singles. This is good batting, good cricket. They play with great skill and great maturity.
Short delivery by Hans, just walked into the leg side. Really, they seem in good command of the skill set out there. Fontaine and Brian. Means now that they're settled. One expects and hopes that for their sake, for the series' sake, that they can push on and maybe one of them getting a big score.
Yes, both of them should look and think about getting a good score here today and to keep pushing the claim for a West Indies selection.
Well guided down to third man. Pick up 1. But certainly you want to make the selector's job as hard as possible.
Sure,
you
right.
don't want them to have too much of an easy job.
Yeah, I know you may have heard me talk quite a lot about Fontaine, and I'm not just pushing here for selection or anything like that, but I think he's such a good player. I don't think we've seen the best of him in this series, but he's a player, if really decide to put his head down and back, can score quickly and score quite a bit.
Yeah, he does have that aggressive nature in him, but at times he has that ability, you know, just to soak up the pressure and really build and graph his innings. And it's just a matter of maybe combining the aggression with the patience, and he will make a fine opening batter.
Yes, absolutely. He's got good temperament And by nature, he's a confident player. I love the way also that Brian has played it, because he's played with soft hands when he is in defense. That's good.
Well played again by Brian. He really is showing a bit of confidence now. He's looking to be a bit more expansive. Norm, maybe in the early rounds as the ball was moving around, he would have tried to just play that one straight, but look at that shot as he got in and rolled the wrist around it.
Yeah, he's a nice touch player too. He has elegance. There's no question about it. He's a stylistic player. And he's got good eye-hand coordination. These are players, if given the opportunity and given the mentorship, because they've got natural ability, that they can go far indeed.
Well, 11 overs gone, 54 without loss. And you're a Dominican, will be happy for Fontaine and you'll be urging him on. Ahmed continues. He's going to be bowling to Brian. Brian, 24 not out from 34 deliveries, so a good pacing to his innings.
It'll be interesting to check the stats, but I think Ahmed may have bowled more overs than all of the other bowlers for England. Might well be.
Yeah, we'll certainly check out that stat. Look at the number of overs that he's bowled. But he's bowled well.
Bowled well.
A lot of guile. I know at times he was very penetrative. At times he was well kept out.
Yeah, you want to say that he is what you might call the perfect all-rounder.
And you see it there.
What category would you put him, bowling or batting all-rounder?
I think he favors the bowling aspect. And so I will put him as a bowling all-rounder.
But he's a good player. He's a good batter, isn't he?
Certainly is a good batter. Has good temperament, again, can hit the ball powerfully. And does have a good cricketing brain, as we would say. I love this. Good communication between the pair. You saw it, just the nod from Fontaine. Just to remind Brian, yeah, man, I can make this.
And the other thing you may notice about both players, and we can pick this up in the next delivery coming up, they are both looking to back up. From the non-striker's end, either of them, they're looking to back up, and that gives them that little momentum. So if there's going to be a sharp, short single, they already got the momentum in their backing up. Makes it easier for the single.
Yeah, again, the basics of the game that you want to teach to your youngsters.
Yes, look at Fontaine. He's already on the move. Look at him. He's on the move. He has made a few exploratory steps. So in case there is any remote possibility of a single, he's ready to go for it. That little extra momentum of backing up can determine the loss of a wicket via run out or not.
Yeah, these inches do count. Extra steps just to make sure that you're ready.
Yes, look at where the non-striker is. He's made sure that he cannot be run out. Can't be man-carded, but he's on the move. Those are little things that are really critically important in cricket, and youngsters should take note of that. I'll get a chance to see that desire to back up. There he goes, already on the move. See, got a single.
And that's how important it is to back up the wicket as another Ahmed over comes to an end. But certainly this pair, I just love the way that they have weighted the balls in terms of it getting to the fielders, playing with the soft hands, you know, just trying to find the gaps. And this is very skillful batting.
Yeah, another aspect about batting and partnership is camaraderie. That's so vitally important. And often people don't think it's important. They're players that you bat with, and there is a mysterious system of communication between both of you. This is not just on the field of play, but also outside of the field of play, where you develop camaraderie, good sense of communication, you know each other.
Hands with a shot delivery there to Fontaine, who took evasive action. Really may not have read the length well, Fontaine. It just seemed to pass over the stump.
Yeah, I remember the days playing cricket at sub-regional level, youth level, and even as a schoolboy, my favorite partner was always Anthony Dixon. And we almost knew what the other was thinking. We hardly had to call to suggest a single because we had batted so often over the years that we knew exactly when to take off for a single. I don't think we ever had a single run out during our batting experience.
And that's trust in your partner.
Yes.
Hands to Fontaine. This one seemed to come off the pad and also hit the bat. Luckily for him, it was in no man's land.
Yeah, you think about Gordon Greenwich and Des Haynes, who batted for so many years, dating back to 1978 until around 1990, 91, thereabout, formed a formidable opening pair for the West Indies. And they would just nod at each other, look at each other, and they knew exactly where the singles and the twos were.
Again, good.
Very good cricket.
Good running, really, really good running between the pair. And you was just talking about it, and you look at it, just the nod from one, and the other is ready to go.
Yes, and that puts the fielders under pressure. And now when that happens, you may notice the fielders coming a little closer in. And this is when now you could decide to be a little bit more attacking and thread the needle.
Now maybe use the aerial route.
That's right, or use the aerial route. But quite noticeably, while the inner players were just hanging there on the edge of the circle, they're no longer doing that. They've closed in to make that single a much more challenging effort.
So 58 without loss, West Indies. We're in over number 13. Luke hands to Fontaine. Short delivery, and he pounces on that. That's gone. That's 4 runs. Put away with authority by Fontaine. Into the gap, no man move.
Now, that was a glorious shot, scintillating. And if you look at this carefully, it was not a bad delivery. Certainly wasn't a bad delivery. It was just about waist height, on or about the off stump. But it was onto the back foot so quickly, picked up the line and length well, and pulled it in front of the square. Oh, Lord, that was a lovely shot. It really was majestic. Yielded him 4.
Yeah, Fontaine out there for some 61 minutes. Certainly seen it and seen it well, and was able to put that one away with some authority. And this is what you want from the batters. They put away the bad balls and make sure you get a score that counts.
Yes. Maybe on another day he might have been just trying to go onto the back foot and push in front of him. Oh, he was onto the back foot so quickly. Lovely, really lovely. Great timing.
So 13 overs completed, 62 without loss. Brian, he's on 26. Fontaine, he's on 24 from 41. They've been out there for 62 minutes.
I just love this pair. The fact that they're communicating so well, and the other aspect of it is the fact that the running between the wickets have been so good, and then there is a left and right combination attached to it. Perfect foil for good partnership.
Yeah, a lot going for them here. It's been a really good batting display from the pair. As openers, you want them to set a tone. Started slowly and have just been able to build, you know, some momentum into the innings. Sweep shot comes out by Brian. That will go into the fence just about now. And so 4 more good, attractive runs, really aware of what is happening around him.
Well, it also confirms that he has a good array of shots. We've seen him seeking to pull. He has driven pretty well. And to see him getting down on the knees and sweeping that down to fine leg, it does tell you that, hey, this young guy can play shots right around the ground.
Yeah, really good to see. They move on to 66 without loss. Bit of pressure on the English bowlers here now. They will be thinking of a breakthrough. And where will it come from? That's the question. The way this pair have been batting doesn't seem possible anytime soon. Okay, nicely pushed out. Good delivery from Ahmed. May have just caught him on the crease, but again, the hand-eye coordination from Brian seemed to have kept that one out.
Yes, they both have timed the ball beautifully this morning. It's a little bit of arse here and there, little scare here and there, especially earlier in the innings. But by and large, they've timed the ball beautifully.
This one just tucked off the toes into the leg side, picking up the easy single. So Brian moves on to 31, and looking settled and confident is Brian. Brings Fontaine into strike. He's on 24, and he'll be looking to get a lot more. Ahmed from the river end, the end that he just seems to favor. We'll be hoping for a breakthrough here. Again, the appeal goes in. The umpire not in agreement. Fontaine just wants to be careful here with Ahmed. Yeah, just seemed to be getting quite appreciable turn there by Brathwaite, judging that it would have turned past the leg stump. So Ahmed, as he settles in, is this usual approach, crouches down, gets into this hop, then runs through the crease. A feature of his bowling would have been his control. He really controls that ball nicely. Has a good array in terms of the slower ones, the one that comes back into the left-hander, the one that leaves the left-hander. Really a good prospect for the future.
Yes, absolutely. He's a fine player and one that cannot be accused of not giving 100% all the time. Right through the day's play, you can see him not just marshalling his forces, but as an individual cricketer, seeking to do his best. He's never short of giving it his all when he's bowling. You could see that in his body language, and when he's outside there batting, he gives it his best. I would like to see him maybe pay a little bit more attention to his batting, though, because I think that he can develop into a really good, genuine all-rounder.
Yes, I quite agree with you. He does have the potential to go on to become one of the greats, maybe a Ben Stoke. Can talk about Andrew Flintoff. That's Ralphie Albert.
Yeah, and it's about time that we see a good all-rounder, one who can bat and one who's a spinner. Over the years, if you look carefully, you would notice that some of the great all-rounders have been fast bowlers rather than spinners. Imran Khan from Pakistan, the New Zealand all-rounder. Richard Hadley, fast bowler. Jack Callis from South Africa, also a fast bowler. So all of these players, fast bowlers, and pretty good batsmen too. It'd be nice to see a spinner who can come there and bowl and also command the batting.
Yeah, it will be. You think about the likes of Ravindra Jadeja. I think he is someone that is really staking his claim as a spinning all-rounder. Really a wonderful fielder, good in terms of his batting ability and bowling ability.
He is a fine cricketer, and a cricketer that England would like to have around for a long time. Alas, I must say that he can't go on forever. But yes, outstanding player over the years and just seems to be getting better and better as he gets older.
Albert bowling to Brian, and there you have it. The feature of this innings so far, the running between the wickets between this pair.
Yeah, they've really run between the wickets very well and with a lot of conviction. They're young. They shouldn't be tired out there now at all. They're quite young and energetic.
But short, and again putting the fielder under a bit of pressure. He had to rush in, get into a good throwing position, which allowed them to cross for the single. This return was sharp, but they were sharper.
Yeah, Jadeja, as we've just said, he's 36. Probably could spend another couple of years playing for India.
Brian hitting straight, lovely shot, good hands through the ball, and that's 4 more to him. And so he's looking really set here for something big, something good is going to happen for Brian today.
No, that's a lovely shot, really lovely. I'll tell you why it was so special. You had the long on and the long off. Long off was not right back on the boundary, just about halfway there. And he decided to go straight. So there was not a chance for long on, not a chance for the mid-off, which was extended. And he did it so easily. I say he's a touch player. He's classy. I love it. Really love it. The timing was superb.
Yeah, superb shot. Really outstanding batting as over number 15 completed there by Ralphie Albert. And moving the total on to 76 without loss. And so we continue to see it's a good start by this pair.
Yeah, they can, with going like this, can bring them over 250. Good batting, really good batting by these two.
Oh, Ahmed continues. Again, communication between the pair.
A little late start this time. Late start by Fontaine. And you've got to remember, because he's taking the strike. So, whereas Brian is backing up, he has to kick start. But managed to get there.
Yeah, they're really sharp between the wickets. And I think this is the feature. They've put the fielders under pressure. Though the single was just a bit questioned.
Yes.
But the fact that they were committed to it, I mean, I think that made the difference.
Yeah, it was risky. In life, you got to take some risk here and there. Not terrible risk, but survival risk.
And Ahmed brings the breakthrough, and Tariq Brian goes. And again, I say, Ahmed just has that ability to get batters to play. Look at it here.
Caught behind.
Really not committed to the shot as he ought to.
No, it hit the stumps, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Yeah, it hit the stumps. Oh, so he was bold. Maybe just on the back foot and seeking to play cheekily down to third man, but missed it.
Yeah,
I think it was too close.
Needed to be forward to that delivery. And he started the movement. You can see it.
Yes.
And opting to go back, which was not the right decision there.
You should have continued on the front foot.
Should have continued on the front foot. I think he was really covering it nicely.
My, oh my, young man, you're already there almost to the pitch of it and then moved away to open the face of the bat to glide it. That's too cheeky, too chancy. West Indies, they've lost the first wicket 77 for 1.
Yeah, good breakthrough for England here. Ahmed, he will be happy picking up and leading from the front, picking up that breakthrough, picking up that wicket. And I could imagine him saying to his boys, guys, we have an opportunity here. Let's see how we can roll over 2 more before they get settled.
Yeah, he's got such great confidence in his bowling, that's Ahmed, and will keep trying and trying and trying, and will seldom go wicketless because of his stick-to-itiveness and his desire for success. That's important. That desire for success allows you to do much more than the ordinary, to go beyond the boundary, to go beyond the usual. And those are some of the virtues that people must have in life, not just sportsmen, but if you want to succeed in anything, make your mind up that you've got to dig deep and put the extra work in.
Yeah, I quite agree with you. That's a principle that we would always, it doesn't matter where you are, you would always abide by that principle. Put the work in, you get the results.
Yes. We hear so much about good work ethic. That's so important.
Yeah, really. And a breakthrough that one did not expect. But England will be happy with the fact that they've gotten the breakthrough at this point. Just 15 overs gone. It's quite early days still.
Yeah, West Indies got another 35 overs to bat. No hurry, really, with a pretty good run rate, maybe just under 5. No, just over 5. 5.02. Good platform to work on, to build on. How important it is for the establishment of good foundations. Generally, good foundations tend to work for you. And again, in all facets of life. Not suggesting that things onwards, Clyde, can't happen. Yes, but when you have a good foundation, the chances of doing well and being successful is heightened.
And that's not just a saying here, but I think it's something proven. And so Telokani coming in has the foundation.
Yes, and a good one.
He wants to take from here and begin. Will the running be the same? Let's see.
Yeah, it's an interesting point you've just made, Clyde. Will the running be the same? Now, you had a pair who was really synchronizing. They got their act together and they batted beautifully. Here is another player in. Can we find the same synergy, the same coordination, the same batting fraternity as was seen before the dismissal?
Yeah, he will take some time, Telokani, to get himself in. And he does have time. It's only over number 16 being bowled. But he doesn't want to get Fontaine too comfortable at the end and not rotating. Again, choosing the back foot option there, where I think maybe he may just want to be coming forward.
Yeah, and I like the fact, too, that the skipper has opted to bring those fielders in and not have them boundary riding. It's a new player. Look, there is a short mid-wicket right on the drive. Good move. I would have made him even a little straighter.
Yeah, bringing in the cover. And even closer also, sending the cover point just back onto the boundary slightly. I like this move.
And look at those guys. They're all crouching and moving in as the bowler is coming in. Yeah, good stuff. Good cricket.
Yeah, that's good, positive cricket there from England, recognizing that they have the breakthrough. They want to begin to put some pressure here now and see how they can maybe pull out 2 more just to even the balance of things a bit.
Yeah, this is the final match in this series. After 6 matches, this is the 7th. It's been a very good, keenly contested series.
It certainly has been really keenly contested. There's lots of ebbs and flows.
Yeah, England would want to have other things in mind here, and meaning they've gotten a wicket and they want to now just try to ensure that the runs are seized up.
Fontaine looking to be expansive. Can only get it there to the man at extra cover.
Yeah, important periods in the game when the tide would change a bit. Here is where maybe where the runs are not flowing as easily as earlier on, and these two can feel a bit pressured.
Yeah, just looking. Oh, and he's out. He's gotten the wicket. He's gotten the breakthrough. And this is what we were just saying. The pressure of the situation. New batter coming in, looking to want to get the rotation going. Direct hit.
Yeah, he could only blame himself, really, for that. It was not going to be a single, and meandered up the pitch for maybe about 4 or 5 yards. Fielder came in very quickly, hurled the return to the non-striker's end, and Telokani has to go. But very good piece of fielding indeed, but we did say what a bit of pressure can do.
Yes, certainly just eager to get onto the strike there, Telokani. And really not a single in that one. I think it went to the fielder just a little too quickly. Fontaine recognizing that did not respond.
Couldn't respond. It certainly wasn't a single. And again, I thought the pressure with so many dot balls bowled in, but again, they've got to assess things and realize that it really shouldn't be much of a bother. Good platform, just a little change of tactics may have brought them through. Just be a bit patient, get your eye in, don't try to rush anything. But that was not the case. The West Indies, they've no lost 2.
Yeah, England will be happy here. A bit of pressure being applied, and they've etched out a really good tactical move. I would make it. Bring the fielder in. We spoke about it. They just crouched in slightly until the misjudgment came.
Yeah, so successful over for England via the run-out route. And the captain of the West Indies on the 19 has come out, Joshua Dawn. And will we see a special today? Will today be his day again?
Yeah, registering the first century of the tournament in match 6.
First and only one. So
First
far.
and only. But certainly, he showed that, he has the ability for big runs. And just converting that century, I know he really would have felt proud, to know that his efforts and all that he did was able to just come together nicely, and he got that triple figure.
Yeah, he scored rather heavily over the last few months. Did get a 90-odd against Sri Lanka. And in this series, have scored, a couple of half centuries and 100. So, quite frankly, he must be pretty proud and very happy with his form. He's a good player, really good player.
So Ahmed is going to continue. Really did some good work to get around it. Did Ahmed, saving the single.
Who is my favorite cricketer there? The England on the 19. He's bowling.
Ahmed does have 100 experience, yeah? This one is nicely stroked, but well fielded. Good cricket all round.
I like the fact that he gives it so much. That's what I like about him. He is thinking, he's leading from the front, bowling his heart out, always willing to give it 100%. Yeah, I must like cricketers like those.
Yeah, again, we speak of the work ethic. Really good from him.
Yeah, you can see him from morn till dawn, giving it his best.
Certainly giving it his best as Dawn gets off strike. So he's won. Brings Fontaine, who has been there for some 82 minutes, into strike. He wants to continue here, Fontaine. Will not want to give away his wicket. Will not want to get out at this stage.
No, he's come too far for that. Weathered storms already for the morning. The storms won't last forever.
Getting this one off the edge.
Now that's the thing. You know, in life as a whole, Clyde, you will face storms, vicissitudes, ups and downs, tough times, rough times, deplorable conditions. The issue is that how willing are you to ride out those situations, combat them, battle. They don't last forever.
This one is swept forward a square. Man out there, so they will just pick up one. But yeah, you ought to know that these situations don't last forever. And there's always a silver lining behind the dark clouds.
Yeah, we do know about hurricanes and storms in the region, from Beryl to Gilbert to Ivan, but they're going to pass. They will pass.
Melissa recently.
Yeah, she's been wicked. Dangerous hurricane she was.
Dawn just punches out to the sweeper cover on the offside. Yeah.
Well, the hurricane season it's over.
It's over, but coming over really a bit more quiet than maybe anticipated. Melissa was destructive, but I think since after Melissa, things just quietened down. And so a lot of persons will be happy that the season is over.
Yeah, when you live in these parts, June to December can be the nervous months, from hurricanes to flash floodings, torrential downpours. Whatever part of the globe you live, there is always some sort of challenge that you'd have to face.
Albert continues, bowls to Dawn, who placing it into the gap, and they're looking for two. Fielder doing well, holds the return in rather quickly. I think that would have convinced them that they should not attempt the second.
Yeah, that might be so. I thought, though, that they didn't do like Brian and Fontaine did, which was go for that first run quickly. There may have been a chance for a second because he had to cover about 30 yards to his left.
Yeah, certainly not the commitment that we saw in the early runnings.
Dawn is a very unruffled kind of individual. Handles pressure situation very well. Those are the kind of players, I dare say, you want to have on your team, not those who panic, those who are short of nerves.
Yeah, I quite agree with you, as Fontaine just strokes this one down to long off, picking up the easy single. But I quite agree with you, and you want to have players who can read the game, assess the situation well enough, calculate in terms of how they're going to respond to the situation.
Yes. Calls for intelligence. And you've got to, they will get an overthrow here. And you've got to be men of steel rather than men of straw.
Yeah, Don certainly has shown that he's a man of steel in this series. Really weathered some good English conditions. As Fontaine just whips this one. Yeah, Don has weathered a lot at times, coming in when the situation is that you've lost quick wickets, early wickets, but he's been able to just steady the ship, take the bull by the horn, as we would say, and lead the charge in terms of repairing the damage and still helping to push on.
Yeah, so that's very important.
So over number 19 comes to an end. West Indies on the 19, 84 for 2. Fontaine, he's still there on 31. Dawn, who has just come in, he's on 4. And they will be looking just to repair the slight crack that appeared.
Yeah, but it's a good start by the West Indies, unfortunately, with that run out. Khani will be so upset with himself. Can only blame himself, I would think.
As Ahmed continues into his 7th over. 7, he's picked up 1 for 22 so far. Got the breakthrough, got the wicket of Brian.
Yeah, he has bowled really well indeed. Bowled with great deal of optimism and purpose.
This one is short, and Fontaine quickly onto the back foot. Yeah, the run in here not as convincing. I think Dawn just seemed to be trotting there. One would say, had it been Brian, he could surely would have seen him sprint down to the non-striker's end or the striker's end and looking to come back.
Yeah, it's not quite his personality, you see. We probably will talk about that a little bit more.
Good delivery from Ahmed.
Yeah, always seemed to be unruffled. Never seemed to be too perturbed about anything. So you would not see him like a Brian who's darting all over the place. He tends to be cool and calculative and is determined to do things on the merit. That seems to be Joshua Dawn. Don't expect him to behave like Brian at all.
Late decision to try to cut that one. Ahmed seems to be in a good spot here.
Yeah, you look at the difference too. Maybe when a Smith comes from Australia, comes into battle, he's fidgeting and fiddling and he's pacing up and down. There are other players who don't do that. That seem to be nervous energies, and it may not be. The other players who just want to be as quiet and as nonchalant as possible. Oh, another wicket has gone.
Yes, Don being bowled comprehensively by Ahmed. We continue to see he's just in that zone and has been really working hard to pull this game back. Let's look at it here. Opting to go to the back foot again. And he just has that ability to cause the players to want to retreat onto the back foot when they should be forward.
And that's because of his length. No, he should have been onto the front foot, negating whatever turn they might be attached to it. Elected to go onto the back foot, and the ball had a little bit of turn attached to it, sneaked through between bat and pad. That was a magnificent delivery, but poorly played by Don.
Yeah, really. Don not working in the approved manner. One expected him to be forward to that delivery, meeting it much earlier. And so Ahmed strikes, and he's certainly up to the task. Picking up his second wicket, Farhan Ahmed. And he's leading by the front.
And don't forget, Brian also was bowled when he should have been onto the front foot. He elected to go onto the back foot. And there is that thin line when a bowler is bowling so very well and opting to go onto the back foot when you should be on the front. That can bring about your demise. Your judgment got to be good.
And certainly Ahmed has been pitching in some good areas, asking a lot of questions of these batters, and you saw the misjudgment right there.
Yeah, there's some players who favor the back foot, and that's fine. Viv Richards was a front foot player, always out onto the front foot, but he was able to make the adjustment so very quickly to rock onto the back foot.
I did enjoy looking at Ramnaraj Sawan play spin. He was always looking to get out there, get that front foot out in front as early, and at times as short as he was able to get back quickly into the crease when he needed to. As over number 20 is completed, the West Indies 86 for 3, and just would have met into a bit of a stumble off the bowling of Farhan Ahmed, who has done really well. 7 overs, 2 for 24 so far.
Yeah, well, he has bowled. Ahmed, talking about players who prefer to be on the back foot or the front foot. So Gary Sobers obviously was a good back foot player, hit the ball hard off the back foot. But it still remains how well you're able to judge the length of the ball. Fontaine and Apple. Apple, of course, from Guyana. Apple, who has become the second youngest player, I think, to represent Guyana. That's barring Ramnarisawan. Looking to sweep down to fine leg. Let's see what the umpire would say for this. Yes, it's just gone up on the right leg and tapped the left leg. It's confirmed that it's a left leg by. Good morning, Refill.
Yeah, good morning, Stevenson.
Yeah, interesting final battle here at the National Stadium. Albert into his fourth. First over was a bit expensive, but he's come back very well. So many players coming up from Ghana, going on to represent the West Indies over the years. Apple obviously want to be one of those, not just at this level, but higher. Appeal for caught behind, not given out. So the West Indies know they've got 3 setbacks and they just seem to be struggling a bit here. England have put the pressure on. Hit over the top. It should go all the way. Yes, it's done. Just gone for 6. Apple got right under that one and lifted it high and handsome. And it went over long off for 6. Nicely timed. And though there were 2 fielders seeking to converge, it went all the way.
Yeah, good shot by Apple. Over pitch delivery. And he stepped into it and really hit it sweetly over long off. And traveled a good distance. But that would give him some confidence. He seemed to be struggling a bit. We see him in this over looking to hit the short delivery through the offside. Missed. That's really this competitive nature of this series continues.
Yes.
With England really pulling back.
Yeah, they've come back rather strongly. Here is the danger man in Ahmed, 2 for 24. Looking to sweep Fontaine. He's got to be careful about that because there is a deep square leg, there is a fine leg and a backward square. Fine leg and backward square, they're short in. So he would want to clear them, but it's going to be a bit risky. And if he hits it in front of square, then there is the deep square for the slog sweep. So it's got to bear that in mind. Advancing, dancing down the track, put on his dancing shoes, push the ball up to short extra cover. Good battle here, really good battle, exciting battle. Now between Ahmed and Fontaine, set at 32 of 64. He's played well.
Yeah, under a bit of pressure as we see the cover fielder come closer to the wicket.
A bit of start and stop stuttering. Apple just stuttered a bit at the non-strikers end. They came through for the single. It's always going to be one though. There's nothing risky or chancy about that. We had quite a lot of rain last night, Raphael. Did it rain in your area of the woods?
Not much by side, as you know. Where I live probably is, we get this, is where we probably would have the scarcest rain.
Yes.
Down my side, so there wasn't much as far as I know.
Well, where I was, quite frankly, it rained torrentially last night in the Munjaloo area. Peeled off the edge. Won't go all the way, but they should come back for the second, going down to third man. And in the end, they got 2 comfortable runs.
Yeah, Apple a little bit fortunate getting this one off there. Look a little bit loose there as you look at the drive. And the off spinner turning away from the left hand and taking the outside edge and running down to that vacant third man region. He picked up 2.
Yeah, but we did talk about how well the drainage pattern is. Hits that one inside. Oh, that's a fine shot. That's a wonderful shot. Gone over extra cover. 4 runs, couple of bounces over the boundary line. It was pitched up and just opened the face slightly. Now there is a long off, a little on the wide side, and he picked that direction very well. Hit it to the right of the long on fielder, inside long off fielder, beg your pardon, inside out, and went for 4. Fine shot.
Yeah, that was well played. Give himself room and picked up that gap. There's a long off, and then there's a cover fielder, fairly square. So there's a big gap between the square cover and long off. And he gave himself room and opened himself a bit and hit it over that short cover. Safe shot. Picked up another boundary.
The 100 coming up. It's now 101 for 3.
West Indies 101 for 22 overs, and we'll want to consolidate from here. I thought they had a very good start, putting up 77 for the first wicket. And bowling condition, which could have seen them lose wickets very early. Balls seaming both ways. And the opening pair did well to weather that storm. I thought that they played skillfully. And there was a degree of positiveness even in the play.
Albert brings 14 forward and drives the ball up to mid-off. And this partnership is important. They've put on 16, but this partnership will have to restore respectability after 3 wickets have gone down rather quickly. But you could see the intent on Fontaine. It's like he wants a big score today. Concentration has been high quality.
Yeah, and it's a player that is more on the attacking side. But you could see that he's digging in. You could see that he's really trying to get himself into bat for long. And it would be important for him. He haven't done as well as I know that he can do, and probably himself probably will be disappointed with his performance in this series. So he will be looking for a big one. He's 33 from 68. Slowed down quite a bit, but we'll want to really go on.
Yeah, will want a half century. That'll be important for him, for his psyche, for his own confidence. And the platform is built for him to do that. 33, still 17 away from that. Well, make that 16. Ball pushed up to long on for a single. Yeah, but we did talk about the ability of this ground to dry up so very quickly. The water retention capacity is rather minimal because the drainage is so good. Good soil texture.
You really would think that we haven't had rain here for weeks. You look at this venue as the 23rd over is completed. You look at this venue, you look at the facility, and there's no hint of wetness anywhere around to indicate that there has been rain lately. When you look outside, as we come into the pavilion this morning, as we come into the venue, and you see the amount of water outside. But you've seen something totally different.
Yes.
On the field here.
Somebody remarked to me this morning that, well, there won't be any play before an hour or 2. And I said, no, they're going to have a on-time start. And well, I was right about that one, knowing the ground here so well, being on this spot for so many years. Change of bowling from the far end. was chasing. So let's see whether we can get the bowling analysis of Ahmed. He's bowled 8 overs. He's picked up 2 for 31.
So we see Singh, they just started with a no ball. Has been probably his second no ball that he would have bowled.
Yeah, cardinal error. Chance for a free hit here. See what he will make of this one, Fontaine. Well bowled, well bowled. It was full and wide. And Fontaine just smacking the bat into the pad as if to say, ooh, I made a meal of that one.
So in this series, West Indies already winning this series, have led, now leading 4-2. But really, the closeness and the competitiveness of all the matches.
Well, he has pulled that down to the long off area and they'll get 2. He advanced on the track, that's Fontaine. Shortest delivery. Bit uncharacteristic, really. Played it as if the previous delivery was a no ball.
Yeah, he sort of used his feet a bit and he was not there. It was shortish in length, so he had to hit it on the up. He was able to get it past mid-off and picked up 2, but I don't think it's the sort of shot that you wanted to play delivery.
Wide delivery signal by umpire Greg Braffett. Pitch far outside the off stump.
Yeah, just making a point, despite West Indies were 1-4 and 4-2, but it has been a really competitiveness from both teams. One team is up at one time and then the next team come back. As we see West Indies getting off to a very good start, 77 and quickly losing 3 wickets, and England pulling back. And now West Indies will have to sort of dig deep and sort of consolidate the position they know.
In the air, and that is pulled down to forward square. The ball dropping to backward square, beg your pardon. Dropping before getting to the fielder down there at deep backward square. And the batsman had time to cross. That was just looking to pick up the fielder down there. Was it Lumsden? Might well be. So, Jay Singh, none for 23 so far. Into his second spell. Third man brought up just outside the circle. Turned up, pushed up on the offside and gets a single quite comfortable. So Apple has gone to 15. He's batted well so far. He's been pretty positive for his 15, included a lovely shot for 6. And the West Indies doing a bit of repair job now. 108 for 3. I really hope that this contest is going to be a very combative and competitive one. Maybe have an exciting finish later on this afternoon. Yeah,
we'd actually see it in almost all the games. One team just pulling away, just coming to the end. And it's shaping to be that sort of game. As I said before, first 10 overs, first few overs, really West Indies would have played well to take the advantage. And England making it now a little bit tighter, just pulling back, just about even. Oh, we are 108 for 3 after 24 overs. So the scoring rate has just dropped a bit. Current 4.5, and the projected score just about 225. They would really want to step up. What is important is that this pair set sort of foundation, and it's not been difficult, getting easier and easier.
Yeah, then if they continue to score at 4.5 for the next 10 overs, that'll be fine, which means that you've still got another 15 or so overs, 15, 16 overs to accelerate. But there's no real great need for thinking about scoring over 5 or 6 at this point. It's about ensuring that you don't have any further dismissals while you keep rotating the strike, turning it over. 4.5 per over can go a long way. Driven up to cover by Apple. Looks a good player, is Apple.
Yeah, it looks also attacking player. We saw him hit that beautiful shot over long of a 6. Then using it inside out, hitting over extra cover. So he does seem to be a player of some good ability.
Yeah, Fontaine has steadied the innings very much. He's been playing an important role, and he has to understand, Raphael, how important the role is. Being set, he's there from the beginning of the innings, and he must understand that this is a very important innings, not just for him, but for the team as a whole.
Yeah, he now has a good start. He's there for a long time. 78 deliveries, and wouldn't want to give it away now, but would want to bat as long as possible. First is to get to that 50, and then probably look to get another 50. It will be good to see him get into the entry 3 digits.
Yeah, I can't afford to be bored. Yeah, those are little things that you've got to tell your youngsters as the over comes to an end. 25 gone, it's a halfway stage, 109 for 3. Those are things that you've got to tell your youngsters, that the runs are not coming, but that's no reason for you to give your hand away. Understand that there are those patches in your innings, those periods when the runs don't flow, but you still have to play on merit and keep your wicket intact. Don't get bored or frustrated. And that's the period that he's in now. On 37, the runs are not flowing, but he's got to be careful not to become careless and frustrated. Good delivery. Jay Singh just teasing. Apple outside the off stump. Good.
Yeah, not getting in line there. Just pushing the bat out at that delivery. Was a good length, and they seemed to leave the left-hander a bit. But you could see him just playing sideways and not looking to get behind the delivery.
Yeah, it's really lovely sunshine now. Turns it neatly down to fine leg. We'll get a single. Yeah, did get some bat onto that one, as confirmed by the lack of signal by the umpire. Got inside the line of a shortish delivery. Turned it down to fine leg for a single. At this point, it's so important to just play for angles, sometimes with soft hands. Hit the odd bad deliveries to the boundary. Wide signal by umpire Greg Brathwaite down the leg side.
And Singh just, I think, guilty of maybe trying to do too much. As you could see him running in the and really trying to bang that ball down, go down the leg side. This is fifth wide he has bowled. He's into his 5th over. none for 26. So he has 5 wides and 2 no balls. He will really want to cut down on the amount of extras. $111 for 3 in 26 over. 26th over. West Indies will want to bat at the end of 40 overs. They'll want to have wickets in hand. So for the last 10 overs, you know, they can really push, they can really attack.
Yeah, I think this is where the maturity of these youngsters are going to be called into action, whether they could assess the situation well and realize that at this point, the halfway point, the maintenance of wicket is so very important. The 113 for 3. Don't leave anything for chance. This partnership, which was some 28, they need to continue with that. Keep rotating the strike. Keep turning over the score. And bring it very deep into the ocean, figuratively speaking. And then when it comes down to crunch time, maybe your last 10, your last 15, if you've got, let's say, 4 wickets intact, then you begin to really strike the ball. The death over is going to be important, of course, for both teams. This is going to be a quick single. It's going to be difficult. Ooh, had he struck that, I wonder whether he would have been out. But gosh, it was a sharp single. The throw was coming in from extra cover. The fielder came in there very quickly, hurled the return at the non-striker's end. That would have been a close one.
Yeah, I think Apple would have been short.
Yeah.
Push into that short cover there and really taking off for that single, which really looked dangerous. And it showed non-striker then just missing the stump. And yeah, would have been out.
Ooh, and would have been out by a large margin. And he imagined that he did take off quickly after hitting the ball. Now, that assessment was poor.
So we have seen that even the England fielders are now closer in the circle, but really a good way inside the circle, just trying to cut down the singles.
Good tactics, good ploy. I think we've seen element of maturity and observation there, strategies employed by both teams. It's been cat and mouse-ish. There was Apple looking to hit that over the top. Wasn't well balanced for that shot though. You could see his unbalanced nature after completing it, which means that he didn't really got to the pitch of it, didn't get to the pitch of it, sorry. 115 for 3. This time he turns neatly down to forward square and picks up his 20th runs. 20th run, sorry, it's 116 for 3, these two. Partnership going well, 31 so far. Well, all of that has been going on. Ralphie Albert has bowled well, rather economically. He hasn't picked up a wicket. It's none for 22. Into his 7th. And doing a good job for his captain here. Really good job. Keeping it tight. Wicketless, yes, but he's been tight, rather frugal in the last 6 or so overs that he's bowled. People like before gone. Just when we were saying how important this partnership is, Fontaine goes leg before to Albert, and the West Indies lost another. Let's look at it, going to sweep.
Yeah, really good decision, and that's what pressure does. We saw Albert in that over, really keeping it tight, and you could see that the batsmen were really trying to make room for to get after him. We saw earlier in that over Apple just Fever looking to give himself room, seemingly going on leg stump and just open himself a bit to hit over cover. And this one pointing, looking to sweep. Fontaine looking to sweep, missed and was hit in front. And West Indies losing their 4th wicket. And England again just hitting back strongly.
Yes. Well, gone for 39. And he really won't be happy with that. Jonathan Van Lang has come to replace him. But we were talking about how important this innings was for him to stay there and get to a landmark half century and then push on. But it was not to be like that. You can see him going back to the dressing room rather disconsolately, as if to say, gosh, I worked so hard, but still wasn't able to get the sort of score that I wanted. So England on top here, 116 for 4.
Yeah, I thought that he found difficulty in turning the ball over in terms of scoring. And you can see that he was struggling there. Just looking to ease the pressure. That would have caused him to play the sort of shot that he played. But definitely wasn't scoring as quickly as he should have been doing, and had difficulty in turning the strike over, picking up the ones and so forth. And under those sort of pressure, you would attempt some big shots.
Here's a no over. Luke Hans brought back into the attack. 3 overs, none for 18 before this. England would be very, very happy with their performance over the last, I would think over the last 45 or so minutes.
Yeah, from 77 without loss, 116 for 4. They will feel that they would have done well. Just to go back to Fontaine, he actually batted for 2 hours, 120 minutes, and faced 85 deliveries. And then he had 60 dot balls in that 85 deliveries he faced.
Yes, that's too many. Just wonders, like he'd gone into a bit of a rut. But it's all a learning experience for these young players. Wide signal by the umpire as Hans strayed too far outside the off stump. But it's all part of the learning experience. So when you go back inside, it's about maybe a few minutes later, have a little talk with the coach. Coach will say to you, this is what I observe about your batting. Or whoever is dealing with the stats, Van Lang gets his first run, just pushed out to a short extra cover. And talk, and that's where your coach plays a very important position, very important role, observing from outside and telling particularly youngsters what they could have done better, should have done better. And the way forward, even with apparent weakness.
Well, you were making a point early on, I think, which is an important one, in that as your innings, there are periods, there are stages in the inning that one need to understand. There are times that could be tough, could be tight.
That's going to go down close to the boundary and held just inside. We'll come back for the second.
Well, that short lifting delivery. This one just seemed to kick from somewhere and went over the keeper head and went down to the boundary. Really good feeling on the boundary, but this is one of the delivery that really behave not in a way that we have seen. It really bounced. Keeper jumping, couldn't get a hand to it.
Jay Singh had to really tumble over, disturbing our outside microphone there for a while. This time is pulled in front of square, and that's going to go all the way. Hit that right in front of square. Hit it early enough. And target that forward square area vacant. And it went down to the boundary for 4. That was a really lovely shot by Apple. He's gone to the quarter century mark.
Yeah, short delivery, a hit down to that mid-wicket area. There's no feeler there. Even though it seemed as though it rushed him a bit, but he had enough bat onto it. And went a few bounces and went over the ropes for 4.
Well, that one was struck with disdain, pitched up. And boy, he just launched into a savage hit over long off. That was a marvelous shot for 6. This youngster got talent.
Yeah, tremendous shot. Again, giving himself room and really swinging lustily and hit it a long way over long off and picking up his second 6. But really seemed to favor that drive. Anything outside the off stump, he's prepared to go after it. And he really got good bat onto this one and hit it well over wide long off.
Oh, that was an absolutely amazing shot. Pitched up, and he threw the kitchen sink at it. He really hit it well, with confidence, really. Hit the middle of the bat, and it went all the way for 6. And it was of contrasting direction. The previous one that he pulled in front of square, this one he hit over wideish long off. Great shot. Lovely shot. Shots like these will want me to stay around for a longer time, Refill.
Yes, a really good shot. Really good shot. You didn't see it coming. Really.
No.
It was not really a bad delivery, but I think he had the room and he really swung.
Single by Van Long. Push down to the cover area.
We have seen in the previous game West Indies losing 2 cricket, being 6 for 2. And then we saw the batters change their approach. Francis really started to be attacking, and that actually took away the advantage from England, and they was able to push on. Maybe we are seeing probably the same thing here. They have just lost a few wickets, 130 for 4, and we are seeing the attacking nature of Apple, and that could probably just change things a bit back into West Indies' favor.
Falconer gets inside the line, the catch taken, gone. Well, it was a short delivery. Falconer decided to drop it short, went inside the line, Apple, and looking to hit that maybe over backward square. Didn't really clubber that very well. He was up on one leg, and that seemed to get a little high on him. So Apple goes for an enterprising 31, and the West Indies, they've lost another wicket. It's now 130 for 5.
Wasn't in control of that delivery, shortish, and sort of rushed him a bit. So he had to play that shot really not in the right position. Just clipped it off the body and went straight down to backward square, who took a simple catch. And England once more struck. Just when we spoke about, you know, the fact that changing the method to the aggressive approach sometimes could take the pressure off. And we have seen, as we have spoken about that, the wicket falling. But a good delivery ball by Falconer there. I think it was quick, and it really rushed him. So he just had to try to get the ball off him, and maybe trying to clip it down to that forward square leg position. Fielder was placed right there and took a simple catch.
Yes, I'm sure that they would have loved to see the back of Apple. They saw it, as that was a well-bowled delivery. Tested him. Realized that he loves to play a shot, and brought about his demise. Well, Falconer has come on and has picked up a wicket in his second delivery.
Well, I think it's the first time we have seen Falconer.
Yeah, we haven't seen him bowl before. Huh? If my memory serves me well. Miller comes out to join Van Lang. That was a good delivery, you see.
Yeah, it really rushed him. And I think, and he played that shot, I think he was more looking even to get out of the way, because the ball came quickly to his body. And
might have surprised him, right? Over number 29 in progress, bowled by Caleb Falconer. Picked up a wicket with his second delivery. He'll be happy about that. Ahmed, his captain, would be happy too. So two relatively new batsmen at the crease, both on one. Van Lang one will be taking strike. Miller on one. They've got a repair job to do here, and with a lot of overs to go, still another 19. Sorry, not 19, that should be 31.
yeah, in the 29, just about 21 overs remaining.
Did I say 31? I'm sorry,
a
Raphael.
lot of overs.
Sorry, listeners. I'm glad it's not Clyde that was here, which he would have chided me immediately. The teacher.
Oh, we have seen Van Lang play some good innings in this series. He didn't get off in the last game, but I think he has 250s so far, score of 80. So there's still some batting. Miller also played well, I think, in the last game. So West Indies do have batting. This pair still are able to give them the sort of score that will be very competitive.
Yeah, this is where they're really needed. Delivery confirmed to be a wide by Falcon outside the off stump, drifting too far. And Miller didn't even have to play at it, just watch it sail by with no interest whatsoever. So there's a shot, his third man backward point, sweeper extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep forward square. They go through for a quick single, they get it, ball pushed up to mid-off, which is slightly extended. So the over comes to an end, and after 29, the West Indies on the 19, 134 for 5. England would be very pleased with the last hour or so. Have pushed the West Indies back, and these two would have a great responsibility to shoulder in Milan Van Lang.
Yeah, good over by Falconer. His first over, being successful picking up the important wicket of Apple. He had 1 for 5 in his first over, And really an important wicket for England. West Indies go down to 134 for 5 and really would have come back strongly. West Indies having scored 77 for the opening stand. So England would have really come back strong. As ball played down to backward square. Luke Hans in his 5th over and none for 31 so far. Van Lang comes in to strike. This pair would be really important and would have to play well if West Indies is going to get up to maybe a 250 or 260 score. I think would be required. Short hit down to mid wicket, which is vacant, and goes down to the boundary. One bounce, short delivery by Hans, and Van Dang had all the time in the world and hit it down to that mid wicket area for 4.
Yeah, really not the sort of length that you want to be bowling on this track. It certainly has evened out, and so shortish deliveries like these tend to just stand and ask to be hit, and Van Lang putting it away with authority.
Conditions bright, sunny, so West Indies would want to push on. The mid-wicket, that mid-wicket fielder is pushed down, and he probably go just about 3/4 way to the boundary, or maybe just about 10 meters from the boundary. Third man push back, ball hits on the pad. A load of peel there. Van Dang in a little bit of pain there. This one really rushed onto him. It seemed to be slanting down the leg side.
Yeah, hands coming through there. It's a decent line, length. Just had him in a bit of a tangle there for a moment. A lot has happened in that delivery. But Van Lang survives.
So Hans, bit on the expensive side, none for 35. And a short delivery goes into the air and goes down to third man. And once again, Van Lang was beaten by pace there, looking to pull. Came off the edge and goes on to third man and pick up a single.
Yeah, really not able to control this one. Short delivery, and he did well not to get it to the third man, who was a bit squarer. So had it been a little bit finer, it might have been a different reading. Luckily for him, he was square.
Alex French on the third man boundary. Miller picks up a single there, has played to the deep cover. West Indies 141 for 5.
Yeah, it represents a pretty good score in the context of where we are, the number of overs that have been bowled and what is to come. If they can double this, you get a 280 on the board. We know that the last 10 overs, most teams tend to try to up the scoring rate. And once this pair, Van Lang and Miller, is there, you certainly can expect some fireworks.
So the third man is pulled up in the circle. And long leg being pushed back to long leg. As the over comes to an end. Hans is done for 37 in 5 overs. West Indies 141 for 5. We had 30 overs completed.
Yeah, good rate for the bowling team in terms of the number of overs that they've gotten through. 30 overs. Again, getting some good, decent breakthroughs. Really, at the start, you saw that the opening partnership really put them under some pressure in terms of they were scoring the odd boundaries, they were picking up the singles, turning ones into twos, twos into threes. So they were really under some pressure. But Ahmed, with that knack and that ability to just keep things tight, keep things in focus, was able to get two very important wickets and breaking more or less the back of the West Indian batting so far.
Yeah, and we have to give the opening pair a lot of credit. You're not missing any cricket. As the fielders are refreshing themselves. No, you have to give the opening pair a lot of credit. The opening start that England had, we see the amount of movement the bowlers will get in. This is the kind of period where you want to expect that you want to lose wickets. Ball going to take edge and the slip's going to come into play and so forth. But they did well to weather that storm. I think what was good about it is that they played only when they have to play. And that was a good feature of their batting. They also ran between the wicket well, so there was some aggression. And also they were able to put away the bad deliveries, not being afraid to play positively when the ball is being there to put away. They did that. I think those are some areas of the open stand. I think that really we can commend. And when it really got into an easier stage with 77 on the board and outside getting a lot brighter, sun begin to come out, the offspin of Ahmed came, and he would have bowled, even though he would have bowled his first 4 overs before he took a wicket, but you can see that it was a change in method, tightening the score a little bit, and we saw him picking up the first wicket, the batsman looking to play on the back foot, and then all picking up the big wicket of Don. So I thought that the opening pair would have done their job, and now England coming back strongly and picking up these 5 wickets, probably with the for addition of I make it some 64 runs, really would have pulled things back.
Yeah, they certainly did pull things back. The run rate has been healthy. It's going at just 4.7, just around 4.7. So it says that if they continue, they should be putting on a pretty decent total.
Falconer continues, ball hit to covers, and seen Falconer for the first time, medium pace.
It does have enough pace to get the odd short one to lift, and we saw him getting one just on the body of Apple, who picked out the man at the backward square.
So conditions are really beautiful. Sun shining brightly. Another wide delivery, and umpires being called into action. Falconer, I think, looking to see what sort of pace he could get from the wicket. I guess being encouraged by that short, quick delivery that he bowled to Apple, and straining length, almost outside of the wicket. Again, push your cover. Van Lang. He would want a big one, as we know the power that he possesses.
Yeah, certainly does hit the ball very far, Jonathan Van Lang.
Just seemingly looking to change his bat there. It's going to the square leg umpire, and probably there's something you would have seen, probably a break in the bottom of the bat. So just a I'll hold up in play. 143 for 5. We are in the 31st over.
Yeah, just going on the issue of Van Lang, and if he remains there, he has had some 3 half centuries in the series so far, and with these half centuries, it has been innings similar to this where they lost a couple of key wickets at periods where they didn't want to, but he was able to stay with Don, stay with his partner in Bell, and you know they were able to graft good innings that helped to restructure and bring the initial outcome to something that is respectable.
A short delivery hit down to mid wicket, and the ambulance. Well, you're right. Anytime he comes into the bat, West Indies just seem to be in a spot of bother, and he would have played well, with the exception of the last inning. He would have played well. One remembers, I think there were 2 occasions that they scored over 100 in partnership with Don. He's having a high score of 80, so he would have played well in the series.
Yeah, he certainly batted well, started on a really good note. The first 2 ODIs, 52 and 57 not out. And had a bad third one, he only got 1. But he came back strongly with a very good and attractive 80, filled with lots of hard-hitting shots.
Yeah, he has been one of the mainstay for the West Indies batting together with Don. They would have held the middle really well. 144, Falconer. He looking to drive. Miller looking to hit play down to point. He's on 5, Matthew Miller.
England have done a good job here in just keeping the scoreboard, you know, not ticking over too quickly.
Hitting down to mid-wicket, long on, wide long on for 4. Miller giving him the charge there and swinging it down to a wide long on. The fielder just had to jog back with a good shot. Really get a good bat onto this one. Picking it up from outside the off stump and picking up a welcome boundary.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's a really extraordinary shot, because he came down and he was away from the line of the ball, but he was still able to get his hands through the ball to get it to wide along on. I mean, that's really good wrist work, if you put it that way, from him to get it from that wide outside the off stump to mid-wicket.
Yeah, had the room and really swung, and you could see the pressure would create those sort of shots when you're under pressure and you're not scoring, and this is what happened in that particular shot. At 448, 31 overs completed. As the captain Ahmed, who was already bowled 8 overs, 2 for 31, ball driven to short cover. So Ahmed with two overs remaining. We'll be looking to break this important partnership.
Yeah, I like this move here. Try to get one of these 2 batters.
Partnership stands at 18. Play to mid-wicket. They are coming back for 2, yes, and they will get 2 easily. Ball played just past the short mid-wicket. So the fielder had to come off the boundary.
Yeah, this was really good running from the pair. Made sure that the ball passed the diving effort of the fielder there at short mid-wicket, and still they had the presence of mind to make sure that they assess how quick it got to the fielder coming from the boundary.
150, 31.2 overs. Taking on the pad there, again looking to turn it on the leg side. Van Lang on 10. He has been there for 12 deliveries. Hit 4 so far. Yeah, good delivery by Ahmed. So
Yeah.
West Indies would really be happy to have to add at least another 100 to the score of 150.
Yeah, and the fact that they may not have Ahmed to deal with just may mean that as they come to the back end, they may just be able to score at a faster rate, which would push them past that 250 mark.
Yeah, I agree. They'll be happy to see Ahmed complete his spell. He's into his 9th over. 2 for 33 so far. This one is pulled. A good stop, and they could. Well, he just got back there, but good feeling by the mid-wicket fielder there. And really, they're looking for a single there and really had to rush back.
Yeah, a bit of miscommunication there. Start, stop, wait, no. In the end, they were able to both make their grounds, but for a while there, you thought they would have been stranded in the middle, where you could have thrown to either end and pull out the run out, but they survive and they're able to get the innings continued.
32 overs completed. 150 for 5. Falconer. So just a short third man, a point. A cover fielder on the boundary, extra cover and a mid-off. The leg side is deeply set. Still a long leg. Right back on the boundary. There's a backward square fielder. And there's also a mid-wicket.
We spoke quite a lot about the West Indies team and their more all-round ability. And it's good to see that the likes of Falconer can still have the ball in hand. We know him to be a good, steady batter. But he too can take the ball and can come in and put some really good overs in. And bowling at a decent line and length, and just looking to build pressure.
Yeah, and it's always good when you can have probably one of your top batters being able to bowl. It helps strengthen the team, and it's good to see that Falconer can do that. The West Indies could boast about Don, Van Lang, some of the top batters are being able to bowl. Ball hit down to mid-on. No time in there. Van Lang looking for the big shot. Ball went bouncing down to mid-on. Alex French in that position. Yeah, it helped make your team a lot more balanced.
Yeah, and it's good. It's good that at least, you have the options when necessary, that even if you may have your 5 frontline bowlers, but you can still chip in, with a couple other bowlers who could emulate, what the main bowlers would have done. Falconer here doing pretty well. 3 overs, 14. Not a bad going so far.
Again, stroke down to French, pass a mid-on fielder, and they're going to come back for 2 here. Yes, good timing by Miller there. And French having to run back just to the left of French, who had to turn and run back to a long on area. 154.
Yeah, that's good placement, good timing, not looking to overhit.
Again, another wide, and Falcon has bowled a few wides in his bowling spell so far. That's his third wide.
Yeah, certainly he has. The reader just tends to go off slightly. The good thing that I've seen from his wides is that it's on the off stump. Yeah, it's on the off stump, and he's asking the batters to come after him. He's trying to use the wide Yorker, wide full delivery, or they're just asking them to, you know, maybe play away from the body, which, I mean, is a good ploy.
Yeah, he has been fairly consistent in terms of the line that he bowls. Off stump, wide of the off stump, not straying too much. And it's good when you could consistently bowl one line. And we have seen him do that. He has completed 3 overs, 1 for 18. 156. This pair so far put on 26. West Indies losing their 5th wicket at 130. So Ahmed, and now in his 10th and final over.
Yeah, he will hope to pick up one here.
Yeah, West Indies want to see him off. So it'll be interesting to see the approach. Miller's approach to Ahmed in his last over. Again, sweep shot down to mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's good to see that the batters are not afraid to sweep the deliveries. That one has got outside the line of the ball, outside the off stump, and was able to just sweep it around to forward square.
Yeah, playing with the tide, the off spinner. And that ball went right through. Let's see, we'll see the signal there. Goes down behind the keeper. Seemingly coming off the bat. As Van Lang came forward and just went between the legs of the keeper. So that's 2 more runs to Van Lang.
Yeah, Van Lang inching up slowly. 13 from 17. Does hit the ball pretty powerfully, Van Lang.
Oh, you saw some good innings from him in the series. I think the 57 score was really an attacking inning. Hit the ball well. Cover fielder is now pushed back. Okay. Straight to that cover fielder that was pushed back there. We picked up a single. $160 for 5. And really good condition. I would think that the fielders would feel very comfortable in that sort of condition.
Yeah, they will be comfortable. Sun is out there.
Ahmed, final delivery of a spell. Just push through that short middle. So that ends off his spell, Ahmed 10 overs, 2 for 37. Once again, he continued to do well bowling for England.
Yes, and certainly has really contributed well to his team. May have loved to pick up 2 more wickets, but nonetheless, the wickets that he has picked up were very important wickets. He kept it as tight as he could. 10 overs, 37, 2 wickets. Had some 35 dot balls. And only 3 fours taken off his bowling. So it tells you that he had really good control in terms of where he was pitching and what he was doing with the ball.
Yeah, had a good series. Picked up wickets in almost all the games. Probably will try to give you the tally of wickets Ahmed had in the series.
Yeah, certainly has done what we would describe as yeoman service for his team.
Albert comes back. So far, bowled 7 overs, 1 for 22. Ball stroked to mid-off. Again, continue to keep it fairly tightly. Now this one is hit in the air. Noah Fielder is going to get under this one. It takes the catch. And Van Long goes. Really looking to hit this one somewhere over cover. Not getting to the pitch. And the leg spinner spinning away from him. And taking edge. And Joe Moores coming in there and take a really easy catch. And another important breakthrough there for England.
Yeah, you can see that Van Lang really wasn't in control of that shot. The one hand came off the bat. Certainly trying to maybe overhit this one. I don't think the shot, you needed to play that shot at this time. You're still in consolidation mode. You want to take responsibility to bring, that game as closely down to the 45th maybe over, and then you can look for shots like these.
Yeah, one would think that with the amount of overs remaining, it wasn't warranted. There he was looking to clear the infield, and that's an important blue struck by England.
You have to give credit to Albert. He was not afraid to throw it up there and certainly drew the fall shot. And so another breakthrough, another setback for the West Indies. A new batter has to come out and they must take some time to acclimatize to what is happening. And so it means that another opportunity for England to add some pressure to the situation.
Give a credit to Ralphie Albert. He have not given much away, has been bowling good line, good length, making it difficult for the batsmen. So Morton, again this one, a quicker delivery, he looking to cut and was actually through him. Keeper just picking the bails. Short delivery, hit down the cover. They're going to come back for 2.
Yeah.
Morton is off the mark.
Well pleased there by Morton. Had to get it past that fielder at that short cover and the extra cover, and he did very well to pierce the gap.
lot of feel. The batsman coming forward here, taking on the pad outside the off stump, probably just clip the pad. That completes another over by Albert. West Indies 162 for 6. And we had some 35 overs completed.
Yeah, 35 overs. It means that you have another 15 overs to go. And so certainly you want to make sure that you capitalize on these overs. 162 should represent a good position, a launching pad from which, you know, they can launch. Though they've lost, they had it in Van Lang, Joshua Don is gone. But we've seen Morton already in the series. We've seen Miller pick up a half century. So they have the power to do so. They just need to be sensible about it.
Yeah, it's a critical time, though, at 162 for 6. I think they'll be having maybe, they're thinking about 250, going off to a late start there was Miller. Just seemed to be indecisive as to whether the single should have been taken or not. Morton was interested. He was a bit of a delayed start by Miller. Extras healthy, 22. England have not done very well with extras in the series. 14 wides today. Pulls, caught down at the backward square. Morton got a short one, looking to hug that over the deep backward square area. And fielder position right there. And so he's gone. Caught by Joe Moore's station down there. He's gone for 2. The West Indies have lost another 1. They're losing their way here now. It's 163 for 7.
A really good setup. There just seems to be this notion that they know that Morton loves to pull the cricket ball, and that man was placed precisely there. He got a really good connection. It went to him rather quickly, but straight directly to the man in the outfield.
Yes. England would be very pleased with their performance as Morton goes back dejectedly, disconsolately. And the West Indies having such a wonderful start this morning, and I think fans were looking forward for a score maybe above the 250 mark with the sort of opening stands that they got. That looks rather dismal now. Racha comes in to replace Morton, who's just been dismissed for 2.
Yeah, Morton giving it away there. I think a lot needed, rested on his shoulders rather. Just wanted to take a bit of responsibility to bring, you know, the overs to maybe about a 30, 40, 45, thereabout. And then you can look for shots like these.
Still 14.4 overs remaining. That's a healthy amount, isn't it?
It certainly is a lot of overs. And a lot can happen in these overs.
Adrian Racha faces up, first delivery. That he looks to turn down the leg side. There's a appeal for caught behind. Well, the umpire hasn't signaled a wide. Ball taken down the leg side. We'd like to see that again, though.
Yeah, just may have seemed to hit the strapping.
Perhaps.
On the pad.
Well, that's the only reason why it would not have been called a wide.
you look at his trapping, it does seem to be out.
This time it's turned down to fine leg by Raja, who now gets his first run off the mark. You've got to be so meticulous about everything, Clyde, in this game of cricket. Don't leave anything for chance.
Yeah, you certainly have to, because when you think about cricket, it is a game of control. And you really want to maintain control in whatever area or aspect that you're in.
Miller takes strike. Big boom in. And another wicket has gone. Well, this is more trouble for the West Indies. Miller's just being dismissed. And they're beginning to go back to the pavilion very quickly. Bowled by Alex Green. He'll be looking for the big booming drive and comprehensively beaten and bowled.
Yeah, again, a double strike in this over. Really not what the West Indies wanted. You can see Miller there, ball pitched up, and he was looking to go after it and go hard. Really not in control, and we were just speaking about being in control. The bat way away from the body, and using the hands and trying to get that one into the offside, bringing up his downfall.
Wow, so West Indies now, they're in real trouble at 164 for 8. And Green has picked up his first wicket for 12 of 4.4 overs.
Yeah, that's really good returns for
Alex French, sorry.
Yeah, doing well. He started pretty decently this morning. Had a couple decent overs. Was guilty of maybe not pitching it in the right areas where it was swinging. But now he's in, and you can see that he's having a good game.
Yes, I think all of the England players can say that they're having a pretty good game this morning. Things have gone their way. 2 wickets. 2 wickets and over.
Yeah, and still has another delivery.
It's Micah McKenzie takes strike. Can he negate any success with this ball? He has. Over comes to an end. Successful one there, 2 for French. And at the end of over number 36, with some 14 to go, the West Indies under 19 sadly poised at 164 for 8.
Yeah, they will be disappointed to be in this position after the sort of start that they had. The batters doing really well to give them a good launch pad from which they should have propelled the innings, but it just never happened.
Yeah, there's nothing demonic out there at all. Good wicket, can play your shots on. Conditions, picture perfect for good authentic cricket. But they've really ruled their chances here. Most of these players would be very unhappy with their dismissal.
Yeah, quite frankly, they should be unhappy. Situation didn't really call for them to be playing the way and in the manner that they did.
Well, I think we have to understand the context of what I just said, unhappy with their dismissal, because very few times there are individuals who are happy with their dismissal.
Yeah, even if they were scored quite heavily, based on the mode of dismissal, you're just not happy.
There was one time in my playing career that I was happy when I was dismissed. One occasion. That is hit over the mid-off fielder and has gone to the boundary for 4. Well, he got to the pitch of that one, Rasha, and lifted it. Seeing that the middle fielder was in, knew that he could have gone over and did that. Are you interested in that dismissal where I was happy?
I certainly am interested.
Well ball, well played. I heard Raphael chuckled to my left, and I suspect that he knows what I'm talking about. I was a schoolboy then. I mean, a 17-year-old schoolboy playing at the Tantine Recreation Ground. Off the back foot, ball peels off the outer edge. Will be a long chase here to third man. They will come back for the second. They do so quite comfortably. 2 important run there for Raja, who's now gone on to 5. Well, it was a match, the Grenada Boys Secondary School against Fontenoy in the First Division Championship. And there was a gentleman by the name of Ray Griffith bowling from the GBSS school end on a very quick Tantine turf. And boy, he plucked my middle stump out of the ground. And I kid you not, I didn't see it. And I thought, well, if I couldn't see this one, because he was bowling so quickly, driving up to extra cover, why would I want to remain there to face an over of Ray Griffith? I just didn't see it. It was just genuinely fast. You know, and you're a 16, 17-year-old kid facing up Grenada's fastest bowler at the time. I was happy to be dismissed. Only time in my playing experience that happened. The over comes to an end, and it's now 170 for 8, 36 overs gone.
Yeah, I thought as much. I expected that it would have been some fast bowler running in at you. The ploy here, I expected it to be short, and maybe into the body you were peppered, and so you decided, nah, you're not going to take anymore, but you're going to go.
Oh no, I faced one ball. My middle stump was violently plucked out of the ground, catapulted maybe about 10 yards back. I'm not exaggerating. I heard where leather met wood. Didn't see it. That day, one Anthony Dixon was one of the brightest prospect and was the captain, was struck in the rib, had a fractured rib, spat blood, went to the hospital, struck by the same Ray Griffith. I'll tell you the rest of the story. Was attended to at the general hospital and was commanded to go home and rest. Came back to the ground without the headmaster's awareness and went back to bat. Scored 52 and tore into Ray Griffith, hitting him 3 consecutive 4s through extra cover. It was an absolutely marvelous sight. Very combative. And that evening, quite ironically, he won the Calypso Championship, sung at the school. The event was at the school. And he was a mighty beef and won the Calypso Championship. And there were some critics who felt that the championship was given to him more in sympathy rather than performance. Because while he was singing, he was holding on to the fractured rib cage, and sang and won the Calypso final that year at the Grenada Boys Secondary School. What a day it was at the office for him.
Well, in these times, things like this could happen. Great determination, showing his ability to fight through the pain and the struggle.
Yes, great character he was.
But in times now, you dare not, because I'm suspecting that he would have been still a young boy.
Oh yeah, we were.
Yeah, so you do that now, Child Protection Authority will come at you.
Oh, it was so competitive in those days. Driving well. That's a fine shot here by Mackenzie. It's going to cook close to the boundary. We pull back. They will come back for the third. No, decided against it. The return comes into the bowler's end. They get 2.
Yeah, just get into the hospital alone. When you get there, the number of questions that you'll have to answer as to that broken rib. I mean, he will not be allowed by any stretch of imagination to go back out there.
Yeah, and when he was struck with the short rising ball, was leaning onto the front foot. I remember that ball thundered into the rib cage, fell forward, fell onto the ground, fractured rib. Ali de Bellot, who was the captain of Fontenoy, had the ball in his hand, and the rest of his players were telling him, hey, run him out, run him out. And a wonderful show of sportsmanship. Ali de Bellot decided that would not be done. I would remember that. Good sportsmanship. Driving up to extra cover and gets a single. So these two would have to do a bit of repair job. While I'm on this, I'll just say a quick hello to listeners who are in North America. In fact, did have several calls from individuals and text messages living in that part of the globe, listening to the broadcast. Hello to Harold Paisady, former schoolmate and distant cousin also, former cricket commentator and football commentator and netball commentator. Gifted gentleman, still is.
Yeah, did a fine job with the Calypso and the Queen shows.
Oh yes, he did. Harold, hi Harold. He's a good singer. You know that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. That's a pretty good voice, Harold Paisady. Cut down to just forward of point. Single. So partnership was 10. They will need to triple that to bring the total up to the 200 mark. Over number 39 in progress.
And they certainly want to get the total over the 200 mark. Anything over 200, you'll say that it's a bonus. Means that you have to come out with the sort of purpose to defend it.
Mackenzie takes strike. And should get 2 here. Struck down to a wideish mid-off. They come back for the second run. Good running.
Yeah, good positive intent. You can see that they did run the first one hard enough. They didn't really need to look to find out where the ball was because it was within their view. And so it made for good decision making in terms of coming for the second.
Yeah, and there was a call for 2 rather early. One of the things that many of the players do these days, they shout 2-2. And sometimes it's not intended, but it's all part of the psychology of the game where there's a call for 2, put pressure on the fielder. Fielder may just take his eyes off, and that's when 2 would realistically come in. But it's something that batsmen have been doing quite a lot these days, shouting 2 even when it may not really be 2. but trying to put pressure on the fielders. White signal down the leg side. So England will be very pleased with their day's work so far.
Yeah, they will be pleased. Ahmed will be satisfied that what he has started, the other bowlers have come in and backed him up, and they really got a good bowling display in. They need here is just to close it off, not allow the West Indies to get much more from here.
Ratcher's played pretty well for 9.
Does seem to have some batting pedigree.
Yes. And it's a great opportunity for the lower half who often don't get an opportunity to display their batting, but they've got it now. The stage is set for you to show a good rear guard action, to show what batting capabilities you have.
Yeah, it will be an opportune time just to again put into the mind of the coaching staff, the selectors, hey, you have to consider that I can be an asset to this team.
Yeah, a lot of these lower order take a lot of pride in their batting these days. Everybody fancies themselves now as batters.
Yeah, quite frankly, you have to when you look at many of the better teams going around now. You see that there's that dedication towards batting, and especially batting in the lower order. Gone are the days when you have rabbits.
You don't hear about them again. Tugged down to mid-on. Yeah, a lot of things have changed. The language has changed over the years. Some things are no more. You don't hear rabbit again. I think it might be deemed derogatory. You hear lower order. It's a shame, though, that these expressions should leave the arcane language of cricket.
Yeah, certainly the vocabulary changes.
Yes.
Have been supporting a more even, balanced, calm situation.
Well, how would you have described a Courtney Walsh, for example, driven down back past the bowler? This is going to be a long chase. It's going to end up just inside. And it has gone all the way, in fact, wasn't able to pull it back, got 4. Maybe not looking to drive it exactly there, but the intent was good. But these are 4 valuable runs struck there, who's gone into double figures by Racha. And it was pitched up, welcome boundary.
Yeah, good choice of shot there from Racha, playing it nice and straight, getting it down to the boundary for 4. And certainly playing within the range. You're playing the V, as they would tell you.
Yes.
And you're picking up 4 good-looking runs. He just simply stroked it. It didn't seem like he tried to overhit, but he played it really nicely through the line.
So would you have described Courtney Walsh, for example, as a rabbit or not, or Danny Morrison?
Well, you know, it's sort of hard to understand because at the youth level, I was told that Courtney Walsh was an opening batter. So I would not be able to understand, you know, the fact that, so I can't say that he's a rabbit.
I didn't know him really as an opening batsman. When I played during that period that he played, youth cricket, he was pretty sharp. He was quick. But never have known him. Maybe that might be the case, but it had to be much. It had to be much earlier. maybe as a 14-year-old kid, perhaps, but certainly not when he was 18 and 19.
No, I think by then he would have decided his fate and saw the potential to be the one delivering the deliveries that would put men flat.
Yeah, there was a period when Danny Morrison had the most ducks as a test match cricketer. Then that was overhauled by Courtney Walsh.
And Courtney, with a string of ducks, really had to dig deep to make sure that he got off the mark.
Stylishly pushed out to extra cover. So Mackenzie would want to show how good a batsman he is.
Yeah, will want to make sure that he remains out there, wants to keep his team in the hunt, not allow them to be bowled out.
Quick call for the single. Played it stylishly off the back foot, out to cover, and gets a single. Well played.
Yeah, this pair looking good so far, puts on some 18 runs. They're looking to find the gap, looking to rotate the strike. A feature that we've seen at the start of the West Indies innings. We're seeing it here again.
They need to get past the 200 mark. That's important.
Yeah, psychologically you want to get past the 200. You really want to get out before that. Neither do you want to be bowled out with loads of overs remaining. You want to bat as long as possible. Gives you every opportunity to get runs on the board.
So Mutar Muralitharan is the individual with the most ducks in international cricket. Pushed up on the offside by Racha there. And Courtney Walsh follows him. And interestingly, of course, Sana Jasaria, who played so many matches for Sri Lanka, is up there too. That's ironic, along with McGrath, fast bowler from Australia.
I could understand Malitaran, I could understand Courtney Walsh, I could understand McGrath, but I can't understand Jaisari.
Yes, but he came out for Sri Lanka so often over the years. Such an outstanding player, good aggressive player. He was. Stats always have some very interesting things.
Yeah, really. For someone you know, known around the world as a ball beater.
Outside the off stump by Singh and looking to cut Mackenzie, who is on 6, partnership with 19. They're invaluable 19 runs. But I think they've got to understand the value of this partnership. And it's not about how fast you can score now. It's about ensuring those next 9 overs that you don't lose a wicket. Glides the ball down to third man. Mackenzie and gets a comfortable single as Luke Hans having to run across there to his left. Covered about 20 yards to his left and got a single.
Yeah, it's important for them, you know, really just to stay out there, bat as long as they can. The runs will come once you're in the middle. Be sensible. As we've seen there, the edge taken, they got off the strike. So the rotation will be there. But importantly, the 200 mark, I think this is where you want to make sure you remind the youngsters, hey, let's get over 200.
That's important. It is a psychological difference. Well played, Racha. When you get 184 all out, it's, yes, it's 16 short of 200. But an opponent, or your opponent, going after a victory target of 200, let's say 200, in contrast to 196. The gap looks so far, although it's only four runs difference.
Yes, it does. Something about that's 100, 200, and 300. You know, there's just something psychological, as you said. You want to always give yourself that chance to, you know, just put in the back of the mind of your opponents, hey, I got to score, you know, this score here. And it somehow puts a bit of pressure.
Yes. These two would have to know that as youngsters, that it's important to get up to that 200 mark and then look for bonuses. But they don't want to be dismissed for under 200. Clipped down to long leg and gets a single. Mackenzie, who has played pretty well so far. Ralphie having to go across to his left. Ball not threatening the boundary. Very important period this, the back end of the innings, where West Indies don't have many wickets, only 2 remaining, so it's important that they stay. And they're doing the right thing, that is seeking to get singles and twos where possible. That one was turned up on the onside and resulted in a single. So both batters showing responsibility here. And with a partnership so far of 23, they will be happy with that, but they can't be satisfied.
Yes, they will be happy, as we continue to say. The pitch is playing well. As we look at the trickle of spectators, we did have you know, a couple of persons coming in and having a view of the games. We'll want to say hello to Jamaican friends that are here looking at the game. But certainly you want to use the conditions. It's good batting wicket. Nothing, as we said, no demons in it. All you need to do is play sensibly. Try to negate whatever the opponent will throw at you. And so you can have that total that could just help to, you know, put in the back of their minds, it's not going to be an easy walkthrough. So they want to get to the 200 mark.
Very important. And they're inching closer. Single turned down to long leg. Comfortably played by Racha, who was batted very well for 16. Brings Mackenzie into strike. Luke Hans, a bit expensive. Going for above 6 runs and over. It's none for 39. To bring some measure of pride, he would like to take up a scalp here. it's nice to see that there is batting pretty deep. Most of these players can hold their own.
Yeah.
Not like Courtney.
And that's a feature I think that we've spoken of quite a lot. The fact that we've seen good all-round ability from a lot of these players.
We're talking about Courtney. Don't forget, he did save the West Indies. Allowed Brian Lara to bring the match home. Brian Lara got 100 against Australia, and a good attack, Gillespie. There was also McGrath, and he came in there. He looked at times like a cow on ice, but quite frankly, he did the job that the West Indies wanted to be done. Nice drive, but wouldn't yield a single, pushed up to mid-on. Played that so easily, Racha, comfortably. You seem to be growing in confidence.
Certainly, he looks comfortable. Batting out there, just doesn't look phased at all. The one remembers Courtney, and when he's batting, you as the viewer, you're phased. The stylish left alone that he had.
Oh, yes. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I mean, if I can see 2 overs of that, I would be happy. I would feel rather fulfilled. It's so interesting. And nobody did it like Courtney Walsh. Hands. Driving out to extra cover. Comfortably, stylishly there, Racha.
Yeah, he looks, Ratcha, like as if he's just having a net. Just looking to stroke it. Not really worried about anything.
I'm sure, Clyde, that you're happy to see that the lights are installed here at the National Cricket Stadium.
Yes, certainly I am happy. It's good to see that, we can have this infrastructure completed.
Yeah, it's across there to the western area. I don't know if our camera person might just pick it up, but it's really lovely to see you. Maybe when all the lights are installed, we may have a big match here to celebrate the occasion. But I think one has been completed already, and that one to the western area is being installed now.
Yeah, it's something that has been spoken of for quite a while.
Yeah, there we go. So this is a good shot we're getting here, viewers. And of course the crane is there doing the laborious work, and the workers are there doing the laborious task of getting the lights up here at the National Cricket Stadium. Well done by our cameraman. And our technical team has done such a great job throughout the series.
Yeah, TNR Communications.
Yeah, they
continue to set the standards.
Not low standards at all, pretty high ones too. Here is Singh. And looking to cut that maybe. Didn't get close enough to the ball.
Yeah, I think this is when he doesn't look himself. He tried to really overhit that one. I think if he went to try and place it maybe in the gap that is there, maybe he would have gotten a better connection or gotten connection.
My eyes lit up a bit. Said, hey, here's a short one. I'm going to cut that. Didn't make contact. Russia.
One expects that is the line that they're going to continue to bowl. You look at the expanse that is in front of him.
Yeah, wants to target that. But of course, the bowler would have other things in mind. He's not pitching it up for the drive. That last delivery was short, angling down the leg side, wide signaled by the umpire. But the intent is to just bring back the length a bit. He's not going to make it drivable. Or if he does so, he's going to do that sagaciously. Short ones and then push the odd one up. Let's see what he's going to do with this one. Yeah, this one was pitched up. A lot of great thinking has to go into your bowling. Whatever you're doing, it's important to be thinking, and much of which has to be done on your own, Clyde, not always waiting for the observation and the instruction from coaches. But what can you as a person do to work on your game and to develop your game to be the best version of yourself?
Yeah, as much as cricket is a team sport, it does rely on the individual performances.
Yes, it's so important. And if you want to learn, if you have a passion for learning and a desire for success, you can do well. It all depends on the quality energy, quality time, the dedication, the passion, enthusiasm, and drive that you have for the sport, whatever sport you're involved in. Those are main ingredients that will pummel you and push you on, propel you to success. Wide delivery signal by the umpire, Brathwaite, down the leg side. How much do you want it?
Yeah, it's all about your determination, your ability to, really use that mind and access that mind and allow the body to line up with what the mind is thinking, and it really does take a lot for our athletes, and not just cricket.
Well bowled, really well bowled. And this is not about blowing one's trumpet. It's not always good when you use yourself as an illustration, but very early, once my playing days were over, always wanted to get into the commentary booth and to do commentary, because I'd listened to the great outstanding commentators of the past and present then. Never thought I would have gone into the commentary booth with many of them. There's an appeal for leg before, not give it out, as Mackenzie was struck on the thigh area, favored it a bit. It might have been a bit painful for him. The appeal, not with any great sense of conviction. 44 was gone. West Indies 193 for 8.
Yeah, certainly. I could say like you, I never really thought I would have ended up in the commentary box. And to be sitting by you, I know of listening, radio and listening to the television coverage, and hearing the descriptions and the way you would bring out, the action as it takes place, the vocabulary will always intrigue me.
Oh, it was always a great joy, passion, hardly dull moments. You did commentary with a smile, you enjoyed it. And bringing it to the people, especially in Radio Land, who are not able to see it, but they're in the garden, somewhere about in the workplace, and they've got the small transistor radios tucked down to long leg for a single. And there are people who want to know what's going on, and you've got to bring this game to them wherever they are, and you've got to be their eyes. You've got to create the image and create the picture. And that's why radio commentary was, to me, such a great skill and such a great art, and still is. And you had to be highly descriptive. You didn't have the TV to augment your commentary. You've got to paint the picture and paint it quite skillfully. Luke Hands played with soft hands. Mackenzie down to third man, who picks it up with just on the move and dispatch the ball. 195 for 8.
5 away from the 200 mark.
Pulling this one, tugging it rather down to long on, and gets a single. Ratcher, who's gone to 19. But the journey was always exciting and so rewarding and so fulfilling to be the booth, not just to describe what's going on there, but also look at the journey of many players who started in their youthful days and went on to be outstanding cricketers. All of those things bring so much pleasure and warmth and make you so fulfilled. Oh, that's a lovely shot. A shot that will yield him two. Used the wrist on it very well, Mackenzie. Whipped it off the pad. Gosh, that looked like a number 3 batsman. He got 2.
Yeah, certainly looked brilliant there, Mackenzie. Using a bit of skill just to maneuver it into the gap. Bring up 2 more runs to his total.
Yeah, it looked like a number 3 player there. Lovely shot. Hands again. Driving. Probably hit that too hard because it went so quickly to mid-off.
Yeah, I think he was really looking to pierce the gap there. I'm not getting the direction that he wanted, but certainly had the power.
Partnership was 34. Precious runs, really precious.
Yeah, I think they did well keeping the scoreboard ticking over, keeping the run rate just above 4.
45 overs gone. 198 for 8 with Ratchet. 20 will be taking strike. And Mackenzie 12.
So again, just 5 overs remaining for them to negotiate. This pair has done very well in terms of just keeping their heads, making sure that they play on merit, and they have not really done anything out of character. And so this next 5 overs, we may expect to see them become a little more expansive, maybe express themselves just a bit more, just to ensure that the 200 mark is reached. As one.
So 198 for 8. Not the kind of total the West Indies wanted. They obviously would have been looking for 250. That looks out of scope now. Probably will settle for 220. If they get there, they'll be happy with that. But with some 4.5 overs to go, England would be very happy with this performance.
I agree with you there. They will be happy. When you look at the total here, save and accept the rain shortened version, I think this total is really on the par and not characteristic of what we've had throughout this series. We've had some really good scores over 200, and on a day when, you know, the weather doesn't play a part, one should expect West Indies to have gotten to a larger total.
Yeah, I certainly agrees with you, particularly coming off the start that they had. One would have expected them to really, and with no pressure, having won the series already, one would have expected that they will really come out and free themselves a bit. And I thought that they had the sort of start to do so. So credit to England. They would have, pulled back and has done well.
So it's Singh continuing from the river end. Just losing rhythm there. Deciding to stop and restart.
Well, Clyde, sometimes small scores just create quite a lot of excitement. We have seen it happen over and over. But as you said, it's a good pitch. There's nothing to worry about. It plays well. And certainly you wouldn't find that the bowlers get the amount of swing that probably the English bowlers got based on the conditions. So it's really good condition. The next half of this match really going to be crucial in terms of what happens. But we sit and we look at it, we would think that England will be batting in much better conditions. And a score just under 200, we would think that they need much more than that.
Yeah, certainly they will be batting in really good conditions, more batter-friendly conditions, I would put it. The moisture from the morning, England would have used it. They may not have used it to the best, but they used it, they did. And they were still able to come back in the middle overs, even if they didn't use the initial overs, but they came back in the middle overs and did a very fine job. And so Ahmed was the main architect, picking up some key wickets. I think the first wicket, the breakthrough he got. And so he's done a good work and been backed up by his bowlers. Singh. This one just stroked nicely. Over coming to an end. So 4 overs remain. 198 for 8.
Well, this is a good partnership developed here by these two in Racha and Mackenzie. 34 very important runs. And they would want to bring this home and bring it home from the context of not allowing another wicket to fall. 198 for 8, and they both have looked very good. Never done anything really rash. They've kept their head very well, and they've played wisely and maturely too. So they would want to remain there for the next 4 overs. That's very important. 34, maybe bring this up to a 50-run partnership.
This one in the air, it's in the gap, it's going to plug. And they get through for only 1. Really not hit with the sort of power that he may want, Mackenzie. And moves his total up to 13. Still out there. He's battling on. 13 from 27 deliveries.
So just one short of that magical 200 runs, which constitute a really psychological landmark for the West Indies. All teams would want to know that they get up to that 200 mark. It's so much psychologically different from, let's say, 190. So it's just a 10 runs difference between the two totals. But the old-fashioned runs on the board.
Again, just deceiving the batter there, Lucans.
It was a slow ball too, wasn't it?
It was a slower delivery.
And there was Raja a bit early into the shot. Didn't go all the way up to mid-off.
Yeah, not making the sort of connection that he wanted. Again, ball peeling off the outside edge. It's going to run close to the boundary and runs over the ropes now. So 4 more runs to Racha. And importantly, what has happened is that the West Indies, they have gone past the 200 mark, which we were speaking about. And it's going to be psychologically a good place to be for them.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how they come, as they say, but how effective it is. And that's not where he wanted to place that ball with it. Ball took the outside edge, and from the time it beat the third man fielder in the circle, it was going to go all the way for 4.
This time it's stroked firmly down to the man at long on. Comes around. Picks up another single here, Racha. So he's moving on. He's moved to 25.
It's been a very good, important knock by him. And one, if the West Indies win this, he would feel very proud about, knowing that he made a very great contribution to a success story. But of course, it's still early days.
Very early days, but certainly will give them some confidence to come out to bowl. Not taking on the pad, and the finger goes. So Mackenzie has been put out LBW. Ball just coming back in again, possibly a slower delivery. Really well disguised by Hans, and so Hans gets the breakthrough. The partnership of 40 has been broken.
Well, he wouldn't feel too bad about this. I think when he looked down and he saw that he was plumb in front, he goes back to the dressing room, but feeling some measure of satisfaction that a partnership, a very important partnership of almost half a century, have been compiled by these two, and seeing the West Indies over the 200 mark, that he could feel very well about. But England, they've done such an outstanding job here of restricting the West Indies. They're into over number 47 and restricting the West Indies to 204 for 9. It's been a great spirited performance when considering that the West Indies got off to such a great start.
Yeah, really good character shown from the Englishmen. They have fought diligently, they fought hard to ensure that they can restrict the West Indies scoring, that they can pick up wickets in good succession, just to keep that grip, that hold on the game. And so you have to commend the effort. The series, though it has been won by the West Indies, they're still fighting.
Yes, and that's the whole idea, really, to go down fighting. And the West Indies won the series from the previous match, but it's a good, the stats would look better if you go back home 5 to let's say 2 than 6 to 1.
Hans.
But they'll want to go back at 4 to 3.
They will want to go back at 4 to 3, certainly. The new batter in James, he comes out and Hans completes his over. And so the 47th over has been completed. Let's see who is going to come into the attack. Will Singh continue? Has 2 overs remaining, Singh. Just looking at the number there, it's going to be French. So French being brought back into the attack.
Yeah, England could be must be very happy by their work today. They played well, didn't panic when West Indies got off to such a good start, kept the pressure on, meticulous about field placing. I think they've done very well indeed.
Yes, I do believe they have done well. And this young man with the ball, Alex French, has to be credited for his persistence. It has to be credited for his ability to really keep some control. 7 overs, 19 runs, picking up 2 wickets. Really, that's the sort of performance that says to you that, hey, we have kept a good stranglehold on the West Indies batting. We've done a good job when you look at the economy, certainly French has bowled well. This one is just flicked to the man there at backward square, and they complete a single. 205 on the board. 1 wicket remain. More importantly, you have 2.3 overs remaining in which the batters need to negotiate.
Yeah, they would want to bat out the remaining ball deliveries in West Indies inning. 205 for 9, which means that England would have picked up those 9 wickets for 128 runs.
Yes, certainly. They have really worked hard to pick up these 9 wickets.
Has been all-around bowling performances, but again, I think some of the shots that was played, would have contributed West Indies in this position.
Neatly behind this one, James. I quite agree with you there that some of the shots really, while it was there to be put away, they didn't put it away. And, put it straight to the fielder. That is not the requirement. They need to work on the gap finding. French continues. Bowling really nicely, good line and length, and really just having the batter defending. There's not much that he can do, James, with the ball being pitched in that area. And you really don't want to be backing away or trying anything expansive, because there's a focus on trying to complete, not allow the English to bowl you out.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be dismissed before the 50 overs. And we can see that both batters, James in particular, is really trying to defend, trying to keep him out. But again, another good over bowled by Alex French. He finishes another over, 8 overs, picked up 2 for 20. West Indies 205 for 9. We have just 12 deliveries remaining, and England will feel really comfortable in that they really have been able to restrict the West Indies batting lineup to a score just above 200 runs.
Yeah, and they will be happy, especially to the fact that a number of key wicket takers in the West Indies lineup have been rested. You have the likes of Pollard, he has been rested. Bell, who bowled well. This one down the leg side. Wide signaled. So another wide to the total. You have Vital Laws, who, has been really impressive. He has been given a rest. And so it means that the bowlers here now for the West Indies will have to work hard to make sure that they try to defend.
Yeah, Vital Laws in particular, crucial to the West Indies bowling.
This one is high in the air, the fielder coming around, catch not taken, the ball goes into the ropes. I really should have done better here. The fielder coming around and not taking that catch cleanly. And Albert will be disappointed that he couldn't hold on. Really did some good work to try and find the trajectory of the ball, and just wasn't settled.
Yeah, would have misjudged it a bit. I think that ball stayed in there quite a while and really had time to get wrong. But just failed to get his hands to it, and it actually went through his hand. He will be disappointed.
Well, Ratcha will be happy. He still continues to fight. He's on 30. Some 10 balls remaining. Surveys his field. Hans, we're looking to get another wicket here. Slower deliveries, pumped down the ground. Take the easy single ratcher. He moves on to 31. James now has to negotiate the guile and skill of Hans. We've seen Hans use a lot of slower deliveries. His economy rate doesn't really suggest that he's bowled well, but I know that he has certainly used the art of deception very well.
Yeah. A bit on the expensive side in his 10th over so far has gone for 58 runs. But as we have seen him bowl before, does have the ability to really use a lot of variation, a lot of guile, taking off pace. But have been roughly treated in this spell. Just picking up one for 58. 2 deliveries to complete his 10th over.
211 for 9, West Indies. This one is pushed to the man at extra cover. Pick up the quick single, so score moves on to 212. And if they were to get up to 220 again, that would be even more psychological for them.
Yeah, but England would not mind they pick up the singles. They have done well to have them at 212 for 9 in 49 overs. Has been a really strong comeback. And they would want to keep him under 220 with the final over about to start. But generally, they will be pleased with their bowling performance in this game.
Yeah, a lot to be pleased about. They were able to really, the middle overs, control the game from there. As we continue to say, the West Indies, they had a good start. Ball was swinging, they were getting the ball to move around the Englishmen. And still, for me, they didn't really use the condition well enough. The length in which they were bowling very early, I just feel they could have brought up the ball a bit more, focused the batters on the drive. This one is just played down to the man there at third man. Picking up another single. But yeah, I think they really should have been asking the batters to drive, maybe set 2 slips, maybe a gully and look to work them out that way. Despite the fact that the pitch had some early bounce, you could use the bounce as a bit of deception just the same.
Yeah, you're right. They should have made the batsman play a lot more. And too many deliveries was allowed to pass. No need to play. And there was quite a number of wides because of the amount of swing they was getting. I think that really would not have put any pressure on the batters, and really wasn't because they was not forced to play. It really should have been in an arc where the batsman had to play.
And this one is cut, and the man at third man taking a very sharp catch. It went to him quickly, but he was always in control. And so the innings of the West Indies on the 19 comes to an end. They are bowled out for 213. Good job, England.
Yeah, shortest delivery there, and James really, Russia trying to hit to that point region, and really you're looking to take every effort and every opportunity to score, and that one went to third man rather quickly, short third man, but they feel that they taken that catch rather easily, and West Indies would have finished in 213. And it's a sort of score that England will be happy about. And we really should feel confident to chase down that score.
Yeah, certainly they will be confident. They will be confident that the batting lineup that they have can chase this. And they just have to come out, play sensible cricket. But they've really done well to allow, you know, the West Indians only to get to 213 from the good start from Bain, who went for 36 from 46 deliveries, and Fontaine, they really started the innings well. Fontaine, he went for 39 of 85, and between him, the other two scorers with really good significant figures would be Shamar Apple, a quick fire 31 from 26, and you have Racha scoring 31 from 46 deliveries. These are your main scores. Really and truly, you expected the likes of Don and maybe Van Lang to stick around and show what they've showed us throughout the series. You know, they have stick-to-it ability. It didn't happen today, hence the total that we have. But certainly you can't take anything away from the bowling of Alex French, who 8.2 overs went for 21 and picking up 3 wickets. Again, Fahad Ahmed in amongst the wicket. And he has really been impressive, Ahmed. He has gotten wickets in every match except for match number 2. He has picked up wickets throughout except for match number 2. And so he continues to do well. Lukan's a bit expensive, but you saw some guile, you saw some trickery coming from him. Ralphie Albert again in amongst the wicket. He picked up 2 for 35. Falconer, who we saw for the first time bowling, he picked up 1 for 18 of 3 overs. So a good, really good all-round bowling performance. And one hopes that the batters will be able to defend.
So as we prepare for an exciting second half of this final game between the West Indies under 19, England under 19. England is required to get 214 for victory. And as we prepare for that final session, we expect that we will be back in the next 30 minutes. So we want to encourage you to continue to join us as we come down to the end of this series. Please feel free to be with us in just about 30 minutes time.
Well, welcome back to the National Stadium here in St. George, Grenada. And we are here for the final session, or the final end to what has been a really interesting series between the West Indies under-19s and the English under-19s. And we're here for the chase. And again, West Indies chasing, they will be defending 213, which was set earlier. Good bowling by the English has restricted the West Indians to 213. Rafael, how do you see the West Indies defending this total?
Yeah, it would be difficult. I think what would be necessary, they would want to pick up early wickets. England has shown that they have batting depth, and therefore will try to keep things as tight as possible and put them on the back foot by forcing them, avoiding them to score quickly. And what would be really good for them is to pick up two early wickets.
Yeah, they would love to get some early wickets here, as Deshaun James is entrusted with the new ball and has certainly started well on a good line, getting a bit of movement away from the right-hander. That's important. 2 slips waiting. Have the third man in place. Man at point. Have the cover. And the man at wide mid-off. All on the offside. Good delivery, good line, good length. Ball carrying through nicely. On the leg side, you have the long off. Long on, you have the shot mid-wicket. And the man down on the fine leg fence. So they're looking to keep things tight. Maybe just ensure that they put the ball in the areas where the scoring will be difficult.
Yeah, and what they are doing well, and they are starting well because they are attacking. They're starting with 2 slips. This is important because you want to pick up wickets. Dawkins, as we know, is as one of the players who has really been doing well for England, the leading run scorer for England. And that's a wicket. Really, they want to see the back of Dawkins as early as possible. Well, so they are doing the right thing to start attacking.
Well, we've seen Dawkins and Mohammed open the innings quite frequently. Means that they understand each other well. They've shown that they can, put on good opening partnerships. And certainly they will need them here, maybe just to make a solid statement that we have lost the series, but we have, pride, and we're going to really defend this total well and make sure that the scoreline reads 4-3 instead of 5-2.
Yeah, we have seen Mohammed probably the more attacking of both players. He would have played a good innings in the previous game, and thus really shows that if he stays in for any length of time, he could really turn things around, and that's the sort of player he is. And England would be looking to this pair to give them a really good start.
James bowling, getting this one just to shape back in to Mohammed, not giving him any room. Just seem a bit uncomfortable there, Mohammed. So the over comes to the end. It's 1 without loss.
Yeah, good over by James. Seeing him for the first time. Really, it's good line and length bowler, not trying to do too much. But again, has the ability to move the ball away from the right hander. And that last delivery just came back into the left hander. Just stayed down a bit. And he was able to get back onto it. But good over first up by James.
Well, we had the sunlight with us for a good portion of the West Indies innings. It didn't start with bright, brilliant sunlight, but it got better as the day progressed. Here right now we have a bit of cloud cover. Again to the start of the English innings. So just may assist the bowlers in terms of a bit of swing. As this one is stroked nicely through the mid-wicket region. They could only cross for one as Racha comes into the bowling attack. And he will want to settle in really and accompany James in terms of starting well and putting pressure. The total is just 213.
Yeah, just as 1 run scored in the first over by James. And what was good about his bowling is that the batsman had to play at each delivery. And Russia will want to continue in that vein and try to keep scoring down. The long leg is now being pulled up to short fine leg.
Yeah, Mohammed flays at this one and the catch is taken, early wicket. That's the breakthrough, early breakthrough for the West Indies. And so certainly Mohammed goes. He was never in control of that shot. A big wicket here for West Indies.
Yeah, and we have seen it for the second time in the series. Ball just outside the off stump with a little lift and a little room. And he looking to go the aerial gap down to third man. This is the second time we have seen him being dismissed, caught in third man. And again, just seemed to favor that shot. Went straight down to the man who was feeling on the third man wrong. He accepted, simple catch. And Mohammed had to depart very early. And this is start West Indies wanted, just to pick up wickets very early.
Yes, certainly that's the kind of start that you want when you're defending a low or modest total. You don't want the opening partnership, as we saw from the West Indies. They started slow, but they did put on a good stand. That just throwing the hands at that one, really, the feet nowhere in position.
Yeah, he was nowhere close to that delivery. He saw it short, outside the off stump. He had the room, the ball lifting there and just slashed at it. And unfortunately for him, it just went straight down to the fielder, third man.
Yeah, and this is what you do not want your youngsters to be looking at as an example. You got to get the feet across if you really want to cut that ball and cut it well. You have to be in control, and he was never in control there.
Yeah, you will be disappointed. As I said, the second time he had been caught, third man, very early in his inning.
Well, that brings Ben Myers to the crease. Racha with his tail up, just looking to really extract some movement and a bit of pace from the surface. Looks very workmanlike so far.
Yeah, good breakthrough for the West Indies. They continue the two slips really attacking.
Yeah, that one comes off the face of the bat. Mayer's looking to leave the delivery, but certainly Racha coming through a bit faster than anticipated.
Yeah, and that ball coming off the edge and just dropping and going down to the first slip position. It looked really dangerous. It just happened to get on top of it, and it just rolled down to first slip.
Again, getting that bit of shape away from the right-hander. Not throwing the batsman in. Mayer's just opting to leave. Yeah. Seen Dawkins, he's there. Has really played some good innings throughout the series, Dawkins.
England will be hoping that he continued to play as he has been playing, and would want him to bat maybe right through as long as possible.
Yeah. Mayer's just playing that one a bit awkwardly, but certainly Dawkins remaining out there. I think a lot will depend on him.
We would have seen that Dawkins and Mohammed really would have had probably the biggest partnership of the series, 158.
Oh my goodness, look at this. Another one goes. And Racha picking up another wicket in his overs. Just strangling Ben Myers down the leg side. He played the earlier lifting delivery on his body. Rather not really well. But this time, he was able to get a fine edge. And you can see the disappointment as he walks.
Yeah, you does not feel good when they get caught down the leg side. Ball lifting a bit, probably just about waist height, and he looked to turn it and was really turned it too fine. And the keeper coming across and taking a simple catch. And England losing the second. But here, you will be disappointed. You don't want to do, probably were looking to play that a little bit squarer, but got it fine. But again, good bowling by Larcher there. Pitching on the wicket and the ball moving further down the leg side.
But certainly you look at the few deliveries that he faced previously, he didn't seem comfortable with that ball coming in just around the ribcage area. And so the bowler was able to see that and persist in terms of getting the ball to come back in at him. And so that's really good bowling from Racha.
So really this is a start where Windies would have wanted. Pick up all the wickets, and we are only into the second over. And we have seen two of the English batsmen having to return to the dressing room. So a lot would depend on Dawkins. Benison, we haven't seen much of him yet, and this is an opportunity for him to really stay with Dawkins.
So James continues from the Darbo end on the line of the stump, just turned. They go for two. Well run there by Dawkins. They field on the fine leg boundary. Was just a bit slow in terms of responding to that ball. And they comfortably run two. Will want to remain sharp, the fielders. You don't want, to give away easy runs. You want to make the batters work for every run because you don't have much to play with.
Yeah, it'd be very important for West Indies to keep the pressure on. Bowlers need to continue to bowl straight. Don't give much away. Cut down on the extras.
Yeah, Lord appeal again. As Dawkins just takes one just a little bit high on the pad. Yeah, and really going over the stump. You don't expect the umpire to give that one out.
Yeah, going down the leg side and also, as you said, rising. So I would have missed the leg stump and really the height. Umpire really was not interested. But West Indies on the toes, picked up two and looking for the third one.
Again, James just looking to keep it straight. If the field supporting the straighter bowling, just on the stump, and whatever little swing that you get would take it away from the stump.
And this is a good thing we are seeing about James. He's not straying. He's making a batsman play every delivery. And this is so important now, where England would have lost 2 wickets under a bit of pressure. Wouldn't look to take much chances, but still have to play every delivery that he bowls.
Oh, here he is again. This one is stroked. It beats the fielder at mid-off. They go for one. They come for the second. Will they look for 3? And they settle for 2. But again, nicely played. Really well played. Came across. Presented the full feast. Picking up 2.
Yeah, over pitch delivery. And Dawkins stroke it down to middle of the middle fielder. Just having to dive was not able to get his hand to it, and picked up 2 runs. But you could see him carefully pushing that ball, really not looking to take chances. He will need to bat as long as possible for England.
Yeah, Ben Dawkins needs to stay there. Good, powerful lad. It's pretty tall. And it makes his reach a little bit different to that of Mares. And he comes forward, he would be a lot closer to the delivery.
Dawkins came very close, getting 100. Going for 97. So another very good over bowled by James. And, you know, it's good to see him, his line, being very consistent in terms of how he bowled. And just going for 5 in 2 overs. But despite not picking up a wicket, but he really is keeping things really tight from this northern end.
Yeah, really good start by James. No, he's not had the success of a wicket in the wickets column, but certainly his line and length and the fact that they're bowling to a plan, he has stuck to that plan really nicely. It's going to be Ratchet to continue from the river end or the road end. And this one surely will be signal wide. Just losing a bit of rhythm there, Acha. Wants to get back. He will be happy with the start of his day's work. Did very well with the bat. And coming and picking up quick wickets already. So his day.
Yeah. Once again, you see he really hustling Bill Benson there as that ball is moving into the right-hander. And he had to come down on this one rather quickly and push it out to mid-wicket. But he will have a lot of confidence. Played a good inning of 31 and picking up 2 wickets in his first over. So really, he would have all the confidence that's required. And you see him running in, really putting everything into it, looking to break the back of the England batting.
Yeah, he will certainly want to break the back of the England batting. He's picked up 2 and will be eager to get some more. Has 10 overs to do so. He got 2 in the first over, so it means that he has 9 overs to pick up more. This one is cut, or punched rather, the fielder quickly behind it. And there's no run, no even thought of a run there. So three deliveries remaining. Only the wide to come from is over. This one is lifted and that's gone for 6. Easy pick up there. Really looked comfortable in terms of the getting inside the line and lifting for 6.
Yeah, it's a very good shot, and it's shortish in length. And that also looked as a slower delivery. You could see he had to wait slightly and picked it up nicely, getting into good position, getting inside that delivery and hit it over that square leg position for 6. It's a very good shot play there.
Yeah, so Benison off the mark with a 6. Good way to get off the mark. It's not a 6 that really had much risk to it. All he needed to do was to get across and lift it, use the pace of the bowler. Good comeback delivery there by Racha. You can see the difference in terms of this ball and the previous ball, just slightly down the leg side a bit. And he was able to latch onto it really quickly, Benison. This time, much straighter. He had no choice but to come. So it's important to stick to the right line.
Yeah, and what was good is that Benson got into a real good position to play that hook shot for 6. And even that's delivery that followed up, he had to be really in good position. And you see him covering, you see really good technique as he defended that ball after that delivery hit for 6. He does look a good player.
Yeah, Benison has shown glimpses of brilliance. Not really the sort of series that he wanted. But certainly I think the English on the 19 management will know the type of player that they have and will be backing him to get better as he progresses.
Yeah, England probably a little disappointed with the overall batting. You know, despite Dawkins, we had Mohammed to a lesser extent. Really haven't, even though we have seen, as you said, glimpses of the other players, but nobody really stood up consistently.
And this one is just turned. Fielder at backward square, just a forward square rather, running to backward square and picking up. I quite agree with you. So many times the opportunities were there for them to build partnerships and, you know, really take the game away from the West Indies. But they just seem to have lost wickets at key times when they shouldn't. Could be down to the bowling, but at the same time, some of the shots that we saw were not called for, really uncalled for. And so you had these moments where they should have progressed and didn't.
Yeah, there was periods where they looked good, seemed to take charge. The batting of Jomo, and one could remember himself and Dawkins very early on in really good position. But after, you know, they would have suddenly sort of given it away and the rest fell away. And that would have happened on about 3 occasions where England was really in good position and just was not able to carry on. Losing wickets at really crucial stages.
Well,
again was due to bad shots being played.
Yeah, James is carrying on. He's bowling well, bowling tightly. Again, getting that bit of movement away from the bat. That one was quite prodigious.
Yeah, really good line. Hard ball swinging away from the right-handed Benson. And those 2 slips, they're just waiting. And a delivery that could have easily taken the edge. But continues to be very consistent in terms of his line.
Yeah, as we said before, it does give you that Malcolm Marshall kind of look. Very short, not much height. As this one is just clipped. They go for one, they think of the second, the return will come in. And they will get it easily. 2 runs to Benison. He continues to score well. Moves on to 6.
Yeah, just a bit too straight in this one. And Benson into good position. Just played it smoothly through the mid-wicket region. They were between the mid-on and the mid-wicket and pick up 2 runs. But really look good so far. Playing that beautiful shot for 6 and good timing as he pushed it through mid-on.
Again, James right back on the money. That's the line and length that he wants to focus on. Has experimented there, really not needing to.
But I like the look of Benson. We have not seen him long, you know, but the few deliveries he has faced, he really looked the part.
Yes, he will need to stay with Dawkins and maybe build a decent partnership from here. This one is cut nicely, punched nicely rather. Fielder doing well there in the backward point region.
Yeah, good stop by the backward point there. That ball was driven really well, timed it really sweetly. Just wasn't able to pick the gap, but it really came out the bat nicely. And England would hope that he would stay really with Dawkins. This pair would be hoping to consolidate the position and really try to get up to that point where they can feel comfortable to chase that total of 214, which is required for victory. 17 for 2 after 5 overs.
Yes, 17 from 2. No, the Yorkshire fans will be supporting the young Yorkshire prodigy here. Good shot this time. It's going to run close to the boundary and will be pulled in now. But certainly a good shot there by Dawkins. Just getting on top of that one. He was always in control, Dawkins.
Yeah, it was well played. It was a good length delivery, not a bad delivery. And drove it square on the offside, picked up 2, getting close to the delivery. So he was on top of it. No danger. Pick up another 2.
So Racha in from the... Ooh, this one going past the edge. He drew Dawkins into that shot. Dawkins just pushing at it slightly.
Well, it was a superb delivery. And that one straightened. Probably just with the angle, just seemed to go the other way. We see Russia bringing the ball more into the batsman. And this one just going the other way. And Ben Dawkins comprehensively beaten.
So skipper Don at slip. This one is just guided. Third man is there. He will come in. So Dawkins soldiers on. It's 9 from 14 deliveries.
And a good adjustment by Dawkins there. As that one again leaving him. And you could see him just adjusting an angle in the bat. And keeping it down away from the first slip. And the third man had to come off the boundary.
Yeah, that one just a little too short there. Oh. Would have loved to get that ball just a little closer up to the batter and try to ensure that he doesn't have that ability to guide it past. What is noticeable though is that Racha is getting quite a bit of bounce from that end. Again, good delivery. Has Benison committed to play in the shot?
Yeah, good delivery. Benison having to reach for that delivery. And was fortunate, got it from the middle of the bat and went to cover. But I don't think Russia will be too perturbed seeing Benson there reaching for that delivery.
The final delivery to go. Looking to cut. And for a moment there, I thought he was gone. A really good fielding.
Yeah, well, again, good shot. We have seen him play that shot in the previous over. Really hitting it square and really beautiful. He looks really beautiful playing that shot firmly. But good stop by the point fielder. And that really completes another over. But good battle taking place out there. We see the batsman playing their shots.
Yeah, batsman playing shots, the bowlers putting it in good areas, and a lot happening within the overs. It's not anything excessive, it's just good bat and ball contest here. James continues to bowl straight at Benison. There just seemed to be something that they may have understood about Benison. And the attack so far has been just on the stump. And you notice now Van Lang coming in tighter into that short mid-wicket region. Maybe just hoping that he will fall over slightly and get it aerial.
Yeah, just trying to keep the pressure on. And just 2 feelers out.
Nicely fielded there to his own bowling. But certainly they're not giving any room to Benison in this over.
Yeah, and it's good to see that they are not straying, not wide down the leg side or outside the off stump. But almost every delivery the batter has to play at it. Not very often you see the opening bowlers that the batters are called upon to play each delivery. That's happening now.
Yeah, again, ball straight. Cannons into the pad, but seem to have come off the inside edge. So no signal by the umpire. So you look at that one here. Yeah, just coming off the edge and hitting the pad. You can see that big deflection. But that's good bowling from James. James has really been impressive at this stage in the England bowling innings. They have already bowled 6 extras. The West Indies, on the other hand, have only bowled 2. This one is lifted and he's out. He's out, caught. Oh my goodness. Benison goes looking to be attacking. Could only hold out to the man at long on.
Yeah, that's a poor shot play there by Benison. Really looking for the pull shot there. And ball was not short enough. And bouncing a little bit more. And just loft down to the fielder at mid-on. And really will be really disappointed. Looking so good, play some beautiful shot. Was really timing that ball sweetly. But again, the consistency of the bowling of James. And he deserved that wicket because he was very consistent, not giving much away, being very tight, caused the batters to play against each of the delivery bowl. This one was just a little shortish in length, but bounced a bit more. And Benison looking to pull, only succeeded in pulling it down to mid-on.
Yeah, for a short man, he got some serious bounce there. And really the pace and the bounce had Benison in trouble. He really didn't handle it well. Again, the positioning to play the pull shot, he didn't have time to really get across as he may have wanted. And so it forced him to pull from right in front of him without the arms being extended. Playing that pull shot, you want to make sure that you get the arms extended, that you could get through the ball and get it around. So James will be happy. He's worked hard and he has reward for his hard work. Still 2 deliveries remaining in his over. And that brings Caleb Falconer to the crease. Again, James just attacking that stump. Falconer equal to the task, not allowing James to dictate the pace out there.
Yeah, and that ball pitched up again on good length, cutting into the right-handed Falconer and played it down to long leg. Bowler's hands were in the air. Probably was hoping that he missed that delivery.
So final delivery from James. Again, just attacking middle stump, middle and off. Van Lang there in support with the fielding. So
Yeah, have been a good start. Good spell by James. In his 4 overs, just going for 10, picking up 1 for 10. Really seeming to strangle the England batter, not being able to get off. And he has really been consistent in terms of his line, attacking the stumps and forcing the batsman to play. Russia, on the other hand, picking up the wickets, 2 wickets. So it has been a good start for the West Indies.
yeah, certainly a dream start. You're defending a low total, a modest total, and to have picked up 3 early wickets, certainly a plus. Raja just causing a bit of discomfort out there. A lot of appeal, but really Falconer not playing the delivery. So Falconer, age 19, and he plays for Middlesex second 11. As we've seen, a good hard-hitting batter. And, today we recognize his bowling ability. He really hasn't bowled in the series except today. And he did very well in terms of helping to control the West Indies batting. Again, good delivery. Racha just gets in the ball to bounce off a good length.
And I think what's good about the West Indies bowling is the line they have been bowling. This one was just outside the off stump, bounce a bit. You could see him, probably taking off a little bit of pace and out of going through, but they consistently is bowling on a good line.
Oh, here he goes again to Falconer. Falconer just looking to angle and get it down to third man. What the West Indies have done well is that they're looking to pick up wickets and be aggressive. So you see the gully in play. So 1 slip, man at gully. Backward point. And that is driven. And they will get 2. Driven through the cover region and picking up 2 is Falconer. So he moves to 3. And showing his worth. Falconer just needs to assess the conditions and play accordingly. The total is not a big one. It's not a total where you need to panic, though you've lost 3 wickets. Nicely in behind this one.
Yeah, confidently behind this one. And Faulkner will really want to get some runs to his name. He only went for 16 in the previous game, and despite the first game when he really looked good, got some runs. He haven't got the sort of runs that I think that the England team would have wanted. This is a good opportunity for him. Get some runs under his belt.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you. A good opportunity, and you want to take opportunities like these just to show your character, show the fact that you deserve to be where you are.
Yeah, and at the end of the over, looks very tight in defense. Well, this is what we saw from Bennison also. Really look organized and tight in his defense after playing 2 really good shots. being able to just being able to hit one to mid-on to be out caught. But good signs from Faulkner, trying to get behind every delivery, play delivery on merit.
Yeah, certainly you need to. 8 overs completed, it's 24 for 3. So a lot of time to get this 213. Again, just tucked off the hip by Dawkins, and they cross over for a single, giving Falconer the strike. Certainly the sun is back with us, so quite humid conditions outside. James 1 for 11 into his 5th over. Let's see how he goes. Again, attacking that same line, this time just slightly wider. Batsman able to just drop the hands, drop it down, and allow the third man to come into play.
Yeah, well played by Falconer. Stayed down to third man. Not been given much room to play any aggressive shots.
Again, James just sliding down the leg side slightly. And we notice with the field set, anything slightly off the line that the captain is asking, it tends to get worked pretty easily for the ones and twos.
Yeah, just a bit too straight. Probably just angling down the leg side. And Dawkins played neatly with the tie. The fielder on the boundary, having to come in. But really no danger there. Was in really good position.
James going down the leg side. It seems like the batter would have gotten some bat onto that one. Keeper making some really good movements, but unable to come up with the catch.
But I don't think he wanted it to be so fine. Again, it was down the leg side. One of the few deliveries we have seen from James going down the leg side. And he glanced it and just to the away from the outstretched glove of the keeper. I think when he looked back, he really had was probably in his hand. It was really close to the keeper. A long leg boundary. It's free. Fielder was in a wide position, and he went down to the boundary for 4.
James just looking to complete his 5th. That boundary brought his 4.5 overs to 17. Picking up the lone wicket.
It's not very easy to bowl 5, 6 overs just on one line all the time consistently. It's not so easy to do. And we see for the first time, James just trained a little bit down the leg side, being glanced for 4. But he has completed a really good spell, 5 overs, and picking up 1 for 17. Has really been a very good spell. Probably with the exception of this last over, just 2 deliveries slanting down the leg side. But has really kept things really quiet for the West Indies. And really put some doubt in the minds of the batsmen.
Yeah, certainly has bowled well, James. Kept it rather tight onto that off stump. Batters having to really negotiate well in terms of getting behind these deliveries. So is it that we're going to see a change from the road end or the river end? It's going to be Van Lang, Jonathan Van Lang taking up the attack.
Yeah, what have been good about the West Indies pair opening bowlers is that they has cut down on the extras. The 9 overs bowlers just 2 wides. And that's an indication in terms of how tight they were in terms of the line that they bowl. So that's a good start. Just 2 wides being bowled. 31 for 3, 9 overs completed. So they would want to keep that scoring rate very, very tight. The current rate is 3.44. And if they could keep it just around the 3, just above the 3 runs, and be able to pick up wickets, you know, they would continue to put really pressure on the England batters.
Yeah, really, they will be able to put some pressure. Just needs to cut off the easy singles and keep the field up a bit, force them to maybe go over the top. And depending on how well they execute that, then you retreat. But you want to keep attacking as much as possible.
So a heavily packed offside field for Van Lang, and just 3 players on the leg side. He will continue to focus just on the off stump, just outside the off stump.
Again, starting well. Van Lang, we saw him coming in match 6, and he bowled a really good spell, Van Lang. Picking up some key wickets. He got, I think, 2 wickets in that match there, but the spell that he bowled was a really good one to help to keep the pressure on the English batters. Really trying to make sure that his field is meticulously set. And this one, he drifts onto the pad, and nicely played there by, that's Falconer. Picks up 2. Didn't try to overhit that one, but certainly placed it well. And picked up 2 with the loads of acreage there. He did very well to get it into the space.
Yeah, loads of space on the leg side, with just 3 players. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and a backward square. And Van Lang just slightly angling down the leg side, and was really placed smoothly through that onside field by Falconer, who quickly goes up to double figures on 10. But good looking shot there, play there.
Yeah, certainly Falconer, a good striker of the cricket ball, who really plays with good timing. Don't think I've really seen him try to overhit deliveries. As I say that, he goes hard at this one, and just moving away slightly. And so Van Lang will be happy that he's beaten the bat.
Yeah, well, we see it in previous game, Van Lang did bowl well, pick up 4 for 17 in just about 4.5 overs. So do have a knack of picking up wickets. And I really want to pick up one here.
Yeah, certainly would want to pick up one here very early. This one is stroked neatly by Falconer. It's going to run close to the boundary. It goes over the ropes now. And so again, 4 really good looking runs. That was just a push.
Yes, that's a superb shot. All about timing as he came forward, and they just choked it back. Not much power, but more the timing. And that went down to the long on boundary for 4.
Yeah, Falconer looking really good. I could imagine how good he's feeling out there. He looks as he's set to take the responsibility of scoring this 213 runs. Playing and missing.
Yeah, looking to pick that gap between the cover and the point fielder there, and making no contact. But does look pretty confident as he got into position there, and just missing out on that one.
Yeah, he always looks positive, Falconer. Again, good delivery by Van Lang, just looking to draw him out and cause him to play a bit away from the body. He doesn't really fall victim. And so at the end of over number 10, 38-for-3, England in reply to West Indies 213.
England would be hoping that this pair really stick around for some time. Ben Dawkins is on 14, and he has been there for 22 deliveries. It's about 51 minutes, and joined by Falconer, who is also on 14 from 16 deliveries. And this pair would really want to give England the sort of platform really that they need to get up to that score. But both players are looking pretty good, and we are really in for exciting afternoon as the sun comes back here at National Stadium brightly. The battle continues. Stevenson, welcome back.
Yeah, they need 176 more runs at the required run rate of 4.4. So it may not be too challenging with the run rate as to whether they can get the total with those 7 wickets intact. That's the important thing.
So Miller it is, pitched up and driven down to cover. And Ben Dawkins. Beautiful condition, sun really shining brightly.
It's probably the best in the day for the day so far. It's been.
Yeah, I agree. It has been a busy day for you so far.
It has been. It has been. It's been quite a few things I had to address from very early this morning. There was a bit of traffic congestion in St. George's this morning. That was challenging too.
And that ball is played down to the man at long leg. Coming across, chops the catch. What a miss there. That one was helped down to that long leg position. And the fielder coming across there got both hands hit and was not able to hold on. So bad miss there.
Yes, had sufficient time to get underneath it. And just looked at Miller. Miller was not happy. Stood there, arms akimbo. You could see him crestfallen. You know, you've got to be supporting your bowlers, especially when they're working hard and they're trying to bring victory. Got to take catches.
40 for 3 over number 11. And Dawkins played that one nicely, just over the keeper head. The third man fielder, who is fine, was able to come across here and make the stop. But good thinking there, just teared it over the keeper head. Probably we are fine for slip would be.
Yeah, it was a deliberate shot, knowing that no first slip was there and had just the kind of bounce. And then the third man was not fine. Well played, I thought.
Good delivery. It's right up there. And Falconer looking to pick the gap between that square cover and cover. And ball sort of moving away from him slightly. Made no contact.
Well, the partnership so far, Rafael, is 20. This is an important one, a good one too. They won't want to lose a wicket here though.
Pitched up and again driven down to cover. And the amble another single. And you can see the focus is just outside the off stump with the ball just moving away a bit. Right up. Miller. Still seem to be showing sign of a little frustration. Catch being dropped.
Yes, but it's about putting those things, those negative vibes behind your back and looking forward with greater optimism as the over comes to an end. 42 for 3. Yeah, those things would happen, Raphael, in the game of cricket. Players, fielders are going to drop your catches. It will happen. And even you, when you're the victim as a bowler, you're going to drop some catches too.
Well, it's part of the game, and you know, if you take all the catches that come to you, you know what will happen. But yeah, there are sometimes things are up with you, and sometimes things are done. Things happen. But that's what makes the game so interesting.
You also wonder, because the area down there at third man, I think the shadow from the south stand has begun to encroach on the field.
This was pulled down to mid-wicket. They're going to go close to the boundary. Goes over the ropes for 4. Good shot. Short delivery, and Falconer once more in its positive frame of mind, hitting it well all along the ground and through mid-wicket for 4.
Fine shot, really fine shot. Got on top of it, got into line very quickly and hit it in front of square. It was well placed and well struck too. Went quickly across the turf.
Push back to the bowler. 46 for 3. Faulkner scoring almost a runner ball. 20 from 21 deliveries. Ben Dawkins, who opened the innings, 16 from 25.
Yeah, these two, they've got a great responsibility on their shoulder.
This year really would want to bat on. I think this is a key partnership for England.
It is very much. Both are capable, good players. And this is where your ability would be proven. When you take your country, your team out of a precarious position from danger and bring your team to an area of safety. Now, even if you don't bring the team home to safety, but bring your team to an area of safety where even if you meet your demise, those who come after, they have a platform to work with.
Once again, just steer to the slips. This pair has so far put on 25.
Now, both of Falconer, both batsmen, of course, and Dawkins must be aware of how important this stand is.
Once again, covers up and push it back. Look very organized, that last delivery. That complete that over. 12 overs completed. England 46 for 3.
And primarily, this pair must be playing for their team. Yes, there must be a quest to get landmarks, which is so very important, to statistics, but you've got to go beyond this and say, this is for my team, this is for my country. I need to do something special just to take us out from the rut that we find ourselves in the morass of trouble that we found ourselves in. And the good players will do that and do that effectively.
So Miller continues. Some of the 5-4 field. Ball played to backward point. There's a third man on the boundary, backward point, cover mid-off. There's also a sweeper, fielder on the cover boundary. Miller will want to continue his line. Just outside the off stump, just 4 fielders on the leg side, mid-on, mid-wicket. A long leg and a backward square. And this is driven.
Oh, by the way, Rafael, Virat Kohli got a scintillating century yesterday, South Africa against England. And it was nice to see him back in the fray, right?
Yeah, I was not able to follow that, but it's good to see him back in the fray.
Batted well, really well.
Yeah, it's good to hear that he's back and is making runs.
Well, South Africa, India, I think, got about 349, and South Africa at one stage were 100 and something for 5. They got to 300, over 302. So it turned out to be an interesting game. South Africa has been playing very good cricket in recent times.
Stroke down to mid-on and an easy single. And South Africa seem to be dominating in this series against India.
Yeah, they're probably playing the best cricket in a lot of years. Bavuma has been leading the team from the front. And the guys have been batting well, and the bowling has been quite outstanding too. That's good, because South Africa hasn't, since the return to international cricket, they have not had many titles, which really is a shame.
Yeah, only just ball is driven straight to cover. One remembers the opportunity of the World Cup. But they have been producing really top-class bowlers, really good bowlers over the years.
Yes, they have. Great bowlers, Dale Steyn, Kai and Teeny. All of these outstanding Proteas, they've done well and served their country well over the years.
Yeah, Miller continues on good line. Batsman only had to defend Ben Dawkins, 17. Falcon at 21, 48 for 3. 13th over completed.
Yes. Match where you can't tell where it's going to go. Still 166 needed. And with 48 for 3, this is a bit of a recovery, but they're not out of the pit as yet. These two, who have a partnership of 27, they want to double that and secure the wicket. This is a very important match, especially for England A.
Ball stayed down to third man. And another single. Yeah, quite a long way to go. Requiring 214 for victory. 165 runs still to get. West Indies need to get 7 wickets.
Yeah, whenever I look at Van Lang, his approach to the wicket, I forever remember Ravi Rampal.
Yeah, you're so right.
Although he
You're
does
so
have a
right.
little bit of a stop, a little stutter really, before he delivers. But it's just some similarities there.
Yeah, I think you're so right. Once again, played on the third man. It's shortish in length, and the batsman Falconer getting on top of Dawkins, rather getting on top of it, chain it down to third man. Yeah, no danger. There's no need to hurry. Quite a lot of overs remaining. Cut. This one will go. Once again, the third man fielder is calling into play. I don't think he got hold of that as he intended. Not picking up another single. Yeah, Van Lang really workman-like.
You obviously can't fault him for trying. Van Lang gives it his best. He has got a good work ethic. And that's the thing, Raphael, about players. If they're going to push on to get to the higher level, there's some players that are naturally gifted, naturally talented. They were practically born to play cricket. And there were others who probably were not born to play cricket, but loved the sport and dedicate themselves to work hard.
Stroke nicely down the ground for 4. That's a beautiful shot as he came forward, slightly over pitch, and Dawkins just timed that, just timing, and played it really beautifully back past the bowler for 4.
Yes, straight bat. It was all timing, no brute force attached to it. Just came forward, got it at the meat of the bat, 5 inches from the base, and led with the top forearm. And it was a beautiful shot all along the ground, back past the bowler.
Yeah, that will give any batsman confidence. It was really well played. 55 as Van Lang concluded this third over, went for 18.
Bit expensive is Van Lang.
Falconer looking very organized. He pushes that ball, short cover. Miller in his third over. England will be hoping that this partnership go on. It's now 34. Stroke down to mid-wicket. And they looking to come back for a second run. And the fielder just getting back there in the non-strikers end. Rather close, but good work by the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary.
Falconer had to turn and then dive his way back home. The return came in. It was a good one, but just managed to get back there. Maybe has a little bit of a bruise, but that's how important your wicket is. Yeah, he really dove. Sacrificing the body, putting his body in the firing line, so to speak.
Well, India is short of the mid-on fielder. Let's see. The batsman is down. See what happened there. Did he get struck with the ball? Stevenson, I don't know if you saw now the fielder is going around him.
No, I
See what happened.
I don't know if he was struck with the ball, but he just seemed to get his feet a little tangled. Now let's see if we can pick this up. No, he didn't quite get that, but just seemed to have lost his footing a bit. I'm not sure, but he didn't look very smooth in going for that second run.
Yeah, ball just seemed to have struck him.
Might have struck him too. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's why he sort of lost his
probably
footing.
not painful part by the knee. Yeah. What he was making a point that, yeah, it just seemed to be hit somewhere by the knees. Well, the feature is out there. I'm just looking to give him some assistance. You're just making a point there. Yeah, the inside of the knee probably. And you know, when you get knocked there, what happens? You're just making a point in terms of the batsman putting their body on the line. And I think you would know quite a lot about body on the line.
Yeah, it's important. And
Yeah.
and that is when you prize your wicket, when you believe that your wicket is so important to you that sometimes you may end up with an injury, some bruises, some abrasions, scratches, pain in the end overnight, present pain. All of those things would happen when you're on the field of play because you've got to play this game hard. Cricket is a tough game for gentlemen and ladies, but not for the faint-hearted.
Yeah, it is tough, and we would know when you bat without tie pads and the quality of bowling. You spoke about Will Griffith earlier. I mean, one of the I still believe that the quickest set of bowling I face is from Will Griffith.
Yes.
With all that out of face, you know, and you would go home with lashes on your knees and your thigh and the ball marks and so forth. I used this sort of thing where you take a lot of blows, but again, because of the love and because of the passion you show for it, you are prepared to do that. The love of the game.
Yes. And whenever you're in any profession, be it sport or otherwise, be prepared to face some difficulties and be prepared for pain. And the pain may not always come physically. Sometimes they come emotionally and otherwise, but prepare because life is not a flowery bed of ease. It's got twists and turns, pains and miseries and troubles and difficult circumstances. But the individuals who really make it and turn out to have success stories are those who did not quit in adversity and those who were willing and ready to stay on their crosses until it is finished. Never come down prematurely.
So we're about to resume here at England 57 for 3. Just a little break in play. And we are about to restart. Caleb Falconer has probably been hit maybe on the inside of the knee.
But we didn't see him limping, so probably all is well that ends well.
He's back up and look well. Plays this nicely to square cover.
Yeah, he was right up on the toes with that shot rising on, as if the bowler wanted to test his mettle.
He means on 24. Once again, played it nicely down to backward point. Just forward point, just more squarish cover. But you see him standing on his toes and really timing it well. has been striking the ball really good in this inning.
Yes, I love the way that he got right up in order to get this sort of height to be able to punch that ball. Had to get up on the toes to do that.
And Dawkins playing this one. They stayed down a bit on the offside. And that complete another over from Miller. So far about 3 overs. Just going for 9. 58 for 3. England trying to get to 214.
Yeah, but it's been a good recovery, a partnership of 37 between these two. I think neither of them has to be reminded as to how important this partnership is, how important they are for a victory for England. So they need to carry this challenge and carry this challenge deep into the innings.
Yes, and the boat looks set and comfortable. So they will really need to go on. As you see, spin for the first time in this innings, Martin. Israel Martin. Left arm spin from the southern end and ball pushed back on the onside. We have seen quite a number of wickets fall into spin from that southern end.
Yes.
So you bowl into one slip. Captain Don had slipped. And there's a point, cover. There's a cover fielder on the boundary. There's a long off, long on, mid wicket. It's about 3/4 way to the boundary. Short mid on, short fine leg.
Yeah, Don is the lone slipper, but I dare say if Zachary Carter were playing in this game, he would have been in that slip area.
Yeah, that seemed to be his position.
Yes.
For slip or mid wicket, a short mid wicket. And he's playing nicely down to cover. Cover fielder has some running to do. So there's a lot of time to pick up 2 runs. Shortish in length. And Faulkner was on the back foot. Just beating the short cover. Field on the sweeper position. Also the long off. Had some running to do. Down the track. Where this will go down to long on. And Faulkner continued to be positive.
Yeah, but he didn't hit that well. He was down the track. I believe he wanted to hit that straighter, but got it to long on. The ball dropping before it got to the fielder.
Yeah, 61 for 3. Really interesting battle with bat and ball. Ball played to the short cover. Not a bad over. First over by Martin. Just going for 3 in the over. 61 for 3 after 16 overs.
Yeah, well bowled. Bowled very well. And the match is at a very nice position here. I think both teams would be reasonably happy as to where they are. Maybe less so on the part of England, who is 61 for 3. But West Indies did not have a big total, 213.
So we spin from both end. The right arm leg spinner Mackenzie picks up the attack from this commentary boot end or northern end. Mackenzie who ball stroked down to long on, and the fielder comes off the boundary. Miller. So
Yeah, he too has a very interesting movement to the wicket or preparation for that. Tends to spread its legs apart, not as pronounced as Ahmed does.
Dawkins on top of this one with getting a bit of bounce played down to a deep cover. Mackenzie played his first game, which was the previous game, at 10 overs, took 1 for 45. All day, Keeler. Falconer looking to swing some way down to back at square, and once again he's down.
Well, the keeper is down. I seem to be all right now.
Keeper, rather. I think that ball would have probably struck him. .63 for 3. It's a really crucial period. Mackenzie's shot, ball hit to cover. Probably would have been disappointed there. Did make better use of that short delivery. Mackenzie doing quite a lot before he delivers.
Yes, all those players, they've got their own style, idiosyncrasies, the way they go about doing things.
Once again, looking to pull, and that ball turning away. You could see the batsman Falconer making a lot of adjustment, looking to make use of that big gap on the leg side. Just having to reach for that delivery. It turned away and just play to mid wicket where he pick up a single. That completes the first over, bowled by Micah Mackenzie, just going for 3 in the over. The score moves to 64 after 17 overs.
England shouldn't panic here. They really shouldn't. I think this pair has done a very good job. Partnership of 43 without much risk.
Ball stroke down to long on. Once again, Falconer really good timing. Using his feet a bit, getting to the pitch. And then pushing it down to that long on region. 65 for 3. Dawkins picking up the singles rather easily. The fielder from the cover boundary have to come in. Dawkins 38 deliveries. He had been there for 78 minutes. Hit 1-4. He's had about 19 dot balls in this inning. Another single as ball goes on to short fine leg. So doing it in singles, there's no need to rush.
And that's fine. It's not always about boundaries. And yes, I do understand how valuable boundaries are from the context of the game. But if you hit 1-4 per over, you know, and 4 dot balls or 5 dot balls, and you got 5 singles in an over, in contrast, you know that the 5 singles would be less flamboyant, but more effective.
Yeah. 5 singles in the over so far. 5 deliveries bowled, 5 singles. Ball hit down to long on. And we will pick up yet another single. So that completes a second over by Morton. And that going for 6 runs, all singles. England moves to 69 for 3. And this pair really doing it well, picking up the singles. Getting themselves into a good position. Partnership of 49, just one short of the 50. Still need 144 needed. 192 deliveries. As Mackenzie picks up the attack, he's into his second over. And ball looking to stay down to that third man, made no contact. Ben Dawkins on 27. Batting for just about 80 minutes. A good delivery, just staying down a bit, just passing outside the off stump. One thought maybe should have been forward instead of back there.
As seen by several of the West Indian players who lost the wicket.
Yeah, good line, caught at slip. Lovely delivery. This is the one that joined forward. And Dawkins is looking to push on the offside. Ideal leg spinner delivery, taking the edge and taking and slip. And that's really a big breakthrough there for the West Indies.
We were just talking about how important that partnership was, just broken, but it was a beautifully pitched delivery. The classical leg spinner pitched just about right, and that's important because if you pitch it too wide, you push at it, it can go further away. But where you really have to play and the ball taking that outer edge and going to slip, the ideal classical leg spinner's dismissal.
Yeah, really a good delivery. He had to play. Just had to reach for it a bit. And he really turned away. And well taken in the slips by Don. So West Indies who have got the breakthrough they really was looking for, and the important wicket of Dawkins. So once again, that the advantage has turned. 70 for 4, 18.3 overs. And the captain will be called upon to play a big inning. Ahmed.
It's got to play a captain's knock today.
But really, as you said, that classical leg spinners dismissal. Ball pitch on good length. You have to play it turned away, take the edge. And well taken out slip. 70 for 4.
That puts the match even more balanced.
Yeah. You would think that West Indies slightly ahead?
Yes, I would say so. Just nosed ahead a little bit. Just nosed.
Yeah, they would have picked up some big wickets. Ball played wide up mid-on and Ahmed off the mark. His first run. $71 for 4. England still requiring 143 runs. West Indies need 6 wickets. And that completed another over. Successful over by Mackenzie. And in his 2 overs, he had picked up 1 for 4.
Yeah, the required run rate, 4.61. that would not be the main concern now. Rather, it will be whether England can keep going along and allow the pair out there to take them out of this little rut that they found themselves in. Can they do it? Well, we'll have to wait and see, but they've got the capability to do that. Ahmed is, I would suspect, prepared to play captain's knocker here.
Ball play to backward point. No attempt of a run. Score remains 71 for 4 over number 20. Ahmed is hitting this one down to the cover fielder. And ambles under the single. We continue to see all these matches where there have been really good competitive periods. England would want to come out of this situation, and I mean they're looking to go down the track there, and really had to come down on this one and pick up a single in the process.
There's been a pattern, Refill.
Rather.
Sorry,
Yeah.
been a pattern where partnerships beginning to mount, and you sense that they're going to go on to something bigger. Just as they get into the 30s, 40s, it's happened through this match. Just falls away.
Push to cover. Yeah, you would have expected with the start West Indies had that you were looking at a big score.
Yes.
It didn't happen. England lost some early wickets, and then good partnership developing, and now they lost another one. Sort of swing the pendulum a little bit.
Yeah, it's slightly in the West Indies direction now.
So it's possible it might still turn back. It's just 73 for 4. And quite a bit of overs to go. 30 overs remaining. So quite a long way to go. 141 runs needed. And they have just about 180 balls to get to that score. So over number 21. Conditions continue to be really bright. Ball played down to backward square position. Probably a little bad run in there. Really should have been 2 there. The fielder had to do some running back. Just about halfway to the backward square leg boundary. Just a single taken.
Yes, a lot depends on how quickly you run your first run. Give you sufficient time to make a decision as to whether you should go for the second.
Online. Mackenzie. I picked up 1 wicket in the previous game. Again, it was another beauty. Batsman out, caught behind. See, Ahmed using his feet to the leg spinner. Stroking it just to the left of the bowler. Look a little dangerous there. They would have been able to get back onto it. Play to mid wicket. This time they're going to come back for 2. Had to really stretch out with Ahmed.
Yeah, the West Indies got to be careful here. They don't want to be slack in the field. Now, this is a very warm period of the day. Just about 3 o'clock. We're told that the hottest part of the day usually is around 2 in the afternoon, not midday as many people feel or think.
Yeah, Mackenzie continues to bowl good length. Not giving much away. Seemingly have a great deal of control.
A nice shot. Just reached to it and drove it to short extra cover.
Another good over, just going for 3 in that over. So he has bowled 3 overs, picked up 1 for 7. England continues to fight on. 76 for 4. West Indies should be looking to make further inroads.
Yes, while the West Indies got that up their sleeve, in fact, their ideal wish will be to have another wicket fall before the 100 run. So if they're at 100 for 5, means that there will be another 113 runs to go and the lower half would be batting then. That they would want one more.
Yeah, England up against it. We really would need a big partnership. Probably probably a 70-run stand, 80-run stand.
And that's why these two have got to play very sensible. No undue, not unnecessary risk.
Short deliveries. That goes down to cover again. Bouncing down to cover. One felt that really that should have been hit probably a bit squarer. Just to be the cover feeler. Falcon pick up another single. Play to mid-wicket. Ambler another single. 78 for 4.
I think that these young West Indies squad when selected should be able to give a good showing in the World Cup, Rafael.
Yeah, I am impressed by a couple of the players. I think they should be able to give a good showing. The likes of Don and Van Lang, they are 2 key players in the bowling of Laws. I think they should be able to give a good showing. We have seen glimpses of the other players. The thing about this team that they just seem to have some depth. When called upon, they are able to dig in the middle, the lower half of the batting. All again push to that point position, and that complete another over by Morton. It's gone for 14 in 4 overs. West Indies really continue to just keep a check on the England scoring. 79 for 4 after 22 overs.
Yeah, 79 for 4 from 22. Morton has bowled well. Not for 14 or 4. Welcome back, Clyde.
Yes, thank you.
You enjoyed your lunch, did you?
Yes, it was good lunch.
Ball badly directed and just helped on his way down to backward square. Brings up a boundary. Welcome boundary too. So Falconer continues to push on. This is a fine innings by him here so far. 41 of 53.
Yeah, really.
Well, he is batting.
Really good batting here. He has really played the situation well. came in just in a time when his team was in trouble, but he was positive.
Yeah, scored more than half the percentage for runs. Off the back foot. And hits that through mid wicket. Gets a single.
And all of his Middlesex second 11 will be happy to see him out there soldiering for his country.
Yeah, great Middlesex. Hope there are a lot of folk from Middlesex listening. This is slog swept. It's just sort of lost sight of the ball for a moment.
It did travel rather quickly down to Van Lang.
Yeah, so they got a single. It went very quickly too. This time push down to long on. And they trot a single. Middlesex has produced some outstanding players, great contributors to the game of cricket and for England over the years. Oh, the catch taken. He was coming down the track, looking to hit that inside out, had to sort of reach for it, and the catch taken there at extra cover. And so England, they've lost another wicket, little advancement, and sort of reached for the ball. And it turned out to be a pretty simple catch.
Yeah, really well deceived there, Ahmed. He was looking to come down. I think the bowler in Mackenzie saw his movement and he pitched it. It went further away from him and he was already committed to the shot. All he could do is to reach that man there at short cover.
Fontaine.
A really good catch.
Yes, so just when we were talking about how important this wicket, this partnership rather is just being broken. And Ahmed would not be happy about that. He is gone. And Falconer remains there on 43. But now it looks even more challenging with England on the 1986 for 5 of 22.5.
Yeah, really not the sort of position that they would like to be in at this stage. 22.5 overs. I mean, you're looking at a scoring rate of 3.77, a required rate of just over 4.5 will now begin to move. Really, you don't have the wickets in hand to say that you can go carefree. Has to be a cautious, well-planned, well-staged road from here on in.
Yes, it won't be easy. So Joe Morris has come out to join Falconer, who is 43. And the West Indies must be very proud, rather. Mackenzie 2 for 14. This is the last delivery in his fourth over. Will move in to bowl to Moores. This is turning out to be a very, very interesting encounter.
Yeah, very much interesting.
Nicely played. Just got inside the line and looked to turn it out on the onside.
I don't think anyone would have envisioned that a chase of 213 would be so tight on a good surface that is playing through and the batters can really get, runs under their belts.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that, Clyde, I think it started with the opening bowlers making the batsmen play. They weren't spraying it all over the place, making them play until they made mistakes. So credit must be given for the opening fast bowlers who put the pressure on rather early.
Yeah, I quite agree with you there. The opening stand was really good. They brought the pressure, took early wickets, and that early fall of the wickets really set the England batting back a bit.
Falconer, though, is on 44. Looking for a half century. Morton to Moores. Comes forward and plays it out to mid-wicket.
Yeah, Falconer has really looked good this innings. He's been positive, putting away the bad ones, you know, just playing on merit.
Moores gets his first run. Just got inside the line, pushed it through forward square. So Clyde. It's a bit early, but the match coming to a close, just closing in. Still another 26 or so overs to go. There's a bit of mix-up there, and having to go back. But my tenure in the com box is meandering to a close.
Yeah, really. And not, I know you have served a great deal of time. 35 years is not joke years. But in my view, I'm not ready to see you go as yet.
Yes, so just to let viewers and listeners know that this should mark the last stint of cricket commentary. I know there are people who had gone into retirement and came out of retirement. Muhammad Ali did it. I think one of the most spectacular comeback was Sugar Ray Leonard coming up against marvelous Marvin Hagler. Down the leg side and gets inside and turns it down to fine leg. They're going to come back for the second, and they get two quite comfortably. Albeit maybe the comparisons or the analogy may not be the best to give. The great Sugar Ray came back and won against marvelous Marvin Hagler, one of the great boxing bouts that you remember.
Yeah, I know you always followed your boxing.
Yeah, I did. It's not a sport that I would have participated in at all. I think it's just so dangerous. So much hit in the head. A lot of these boxers after sometimes suffer different ailments. Short of the back foot, gets inside and tucks the ball down to deep mid wicket. They get a single.
Yeah, so certainly quite a lot to learn from you still. So while the stint may have come to an end, I'm sure you will be around to help give some guidance.
Yes, absolutely. I believe in passing on knowledge and using your experience to help empower younger individuals. But it's been a fantastic experience, one that I would not trade for all the tea in China, as the old people would say, older people would say, rather. Ball push down to mid-off and gets a single. Feel that extra cover, may have just gotten a hand to it and parried it down to long off. Moores comes in to strike. He's 5. Just 6 deliveries he has faced for his 5 runs. Off the back foot he gets and cuts the ball down to squarish cover and gets a single. Yeah, but it was such a great experience when started back in 1991, right here at which was called the Queen's Park ground. Of course, there was an old-fashioned wooden commentary box that was to the southeast area of the ground, and I would think maybe about 50 or 60 steps to get right up into the commentary booth. And it was very creaky and very unnerving to go into that commentary booth that was precariously perched along the main, just alongside, adjacent to the main pavilion. That pavilion was built in 1926. So it was quite a sight to see commentators climbing into the commentary booth back then. Boy, it could have been a scary experience for people who were short of nerves.
Yeah, I do have some memories of that pavilion.
Yes.
Never went in, but I remember being there and looking at the gentlemen as they went up the steps.
It was quite an experience. And at times it became very windy up there. And from a height, I would think, of about 50 feet up, in a wooden com box. Gosh, it could have been intimidating at times. But I think we weathered whatever challenges there were. Primitive as it was a training ground. Here's Moores facing up to Martin. Martin brings him forward, pushes it back along the turf, and bowler picks up on his follow through. Yeah, the great old days they were.
Yeah, there seemed to be something about the commentary box.
Faster delivery, but pushed down to long on for a single. Yes, and the scorer was a gentleman called Ox Johnson, who was probably Grenada's finest off spinner. And after his playing days were over, 96 for 5, 26 gone. After his playing days were over, got into scoring and became Grenada's best scorer for many years. Had a wonderful handwriting for an elderly gentleman. There are so many great stories, memorable ones in the com box. Off the back foot goes Moores and cuts the ball in front of square, gets a single. So much would depend on these two. And Falconer, who's 46 of 61, and Moores, who's more than capable. He's a fine player. Let alone outside the off stump. I'll give you a story as to how how I started and how I got to do my first stint of cricket commentary. I always felt that I had the ability to do cricket commentary, so I started off doing cricket commentary in the local village. And there was shot that, whoa, lovely shot. That was a rank long hop, and he gets his 50. Falconer, shot onto the back foot he rocked, and he pulled it well in front of square, powerfully struck, and it went all the way through mid-wicket for 4. Fine shot that, and it brings up not only his 50, but brings up the 100 for England.
Yeah, really bad delivery, way too short. And though it might have been a bit faster, but Falconer was quickly onto it, and he placed it very well to pick up his 50.
In 64 deliveries. This time he drives it back to the bowler, who gets a good accommodating bounce. So the 100 also coming up. 2 landmarks for England, 1 personal and 1 for the team. Well bowled, well played. Equal to the task. So I did listen to the greats back then: Tony Cozier, Rex Pereira, Dickie Rutnagar, Bill Lawry, Don Mosley, number of great voices, Alan McGilvray of New Zealand, Henry Brofield, England, of course, and felt that I wanted to do this. And I remember one morning called Ray Roberts, and I must say thanks to Ray Roberts, who was, I think, the sports director at the national radio station at the time, and told him that I had interest. I had interest in doing cricket commentary, and I would like to be given an opportunity. And at first, I don't think that he was so keen on doing that, especially that there was no media training on my part, but invited me to come down to the Queen's Park, a match between St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada. And I came down, went up into the shaking commentary booth. He invited me in. Carl Bristol, the late Carl Bristol, was one of the chief commentators then. Nice shot, opens the face of the black bat and glides down to third man. Is Joe Moores and gets a single. Yes, and so Ray Roberts was also there in the commentary booth, and Leslie Sion, the late Leslie Sion. I'll tell you something that happened after I was given my first stint, not to do ball-by-ball commentary, but to do comments, and my hands were on the desk. Soon when I lifted my hands, I realized that all 10 fingers were printed. On the desk, I was sweating profusely. It was all nerves. But I'll give you the story behind it. Afterwards, I had completed the day, and by the end of the day, I was asked to... Nice shot there by Falconer, turns it out on the onside and gets a single. But I was asked to do the commentary sometime later in the day, which I gleefully embraced, accepted it. And boy, I sought to do the best of my ability. And the next day I was called to do the ball by ball. And then the late Carl Bristol did not turn up to do the commentary thereafter. And that's where I remain from then till now.
I'm guessing he was just waiting for someone to come along that he thinks is qualified enough to replace him.
Well, the story is a bit more complex, and I prefer not to say the story. But it was interesting that some people know what the story was. Down the leg side, gets inside, just swivels that, and gets it down to the fine leg area. So the total pushes on to 104 for 5. And since then, it's been a wonderful journey, a great learning experience, and to sit among some of the wonderful commentators. I think the one that I probably remember most was to have sat with Tony Cozier, Rex Pereira, and Henry Bropel in St. Lucia. That was very special. Indeed it was. And after getting my first stint, Henry Bropel came and tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Well done, young man, well done." That was rather pleasing.
Yes, it has to be pleasing when you're sitting among these great names. Gentlemen that have called the game of cricket around the world.
Sure, right. Miller to Moores. Outside the off stump. Cuts. And cuts well. There's a sweeper down there. Protection given there. But they get a single as Brand comes off the boundary. Field will change over to accommodate the right-handed Falconer. But that's why I'm never hesitant at all to contribute to the game called cricket, because it brought me all over the region, proudly doing cricket commentary, with the exception of Nevis and Montserrat. All the other countries in the Windward Islands and Leeward Islands, Guyana, Jamaica, St. Martin, all of those places. It was such an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, the game has evolved a lot from then. The commentary, we have a lot of commentators throughout the region now. So it doesn't seem necessary to fly persons around as before.
That's correct. Turn down to fine leg, gets a single. And the other thing is that it has changed. The emphasis on radio commentary has dropped remarkably. And they use more of former international cricketers to do commentary now. There are pros and cons about that. There's an appeal. He's gone. Well, the appeal went up, and Falconer doesn't seem to be very happy about that. He's walking back to the pavilion, but let's see it here. Pitch on about maybe the middle and leg stump, and he was looking to turn that through the onside, didn't make contact. The appeal went up, and umpire said that was out. That would hit the wicket. Leg before, it looked pretty good from here.
Yeah, just pitching just on about the leg stump and turning back at him, turning across him, and definitely the fact that he played across the line of the delivery, across the turn, made the decision even easier as we look at it here. Let's look at where it pitches on and hits him in front.
Yes.
And certainly that's a big wicket there for the West Indies.
Yes, looking to play against the tide. Probably should have just stood up straight and pushed the ball out on the offside. But he was looking to work that ball on the onside, missed it. And that's one of the dangers, of course, of playing across the line. The appeal went up leg before, and so the set batter in Falconer has gone. And it was a good delivery by Mackenzie. The fact that he had him seeking to play through the onside means that it was a teasing, tantalizing delivery. And his figures now 3 for 27 of 6.2.
Yeah, really good bowling there, bowled in good areas and really Falconer have been playing pretty steady before this, and he was just deceived there in playing the wrong shot.
107 now for 6 as Ralphie Albert comes in to join Chomors. Micah McKenzie has pulled very well. Moves in. Pitches that one just a little outside the off stump. Ralphie's equal to the task. And push that out to just behind square on the offside. 107 needed. Of 109 deliveries, the West Indies would feel that they've nosed ahead here.
Yeah, we'll give them an edge here now. And what they need to do is just sustain pressure. Try to keep them from scoring at will. And allow the dot balls to pile up as we see the run rate beginning to rise.
Yes, quite noticeably. And that's what happens when wickets keep falling and there are a number of dot balls, and the combination of both really can put a team on the back foot, as England is now.
And having the new batter always means that he has to take a little time to settle in, assess what the condition is like before he can really have the confidence to stroke it as he would like to.
He has really been pitching the ball well. And his control has been good. For a leg spinner, done well.
Yeah, certainly is bowling well, Mackenzie. Since he came in to the 6th ODI, he's been showing that he has very good control. He's able to dictate where he wants the ball to drop. Really picked up 2 beautiful wickets. Having the normal leg spinner just leave the batter and having them committed to playing and picking up some good sharp catches. Carter took a beautiful one and Don taking another. The classic leg spinner's delivery.
Yes. I don't think he is going to be satisfied. He'd like to have another one. Get a 4 for. 3 for 28 of 8. Short delivery and looking to pull, doesn't get the kind of control. Didn't quite get into that one as Miller dropped it short. And Albert tried to get inside the line. Didn't handle it particularly well. Fielder down at long leg, came in, ball dropping way in front. Moores comes in to strike. He's 12 of 19. Oh, that may have carried, but it was a real diving effort there on the part of the keeper. He really went after it and wasn't able to pull the catch off. It would have been an absolute stunner.
Yeah, I quite agree with you. It would have been a stunner, but it's good to see Miller can get the edge. Just get that one to keep its line.
Yes. Here is Miller again, this time to Albert. So the West Indies could be very pleased with their performance. They've done very well in this game. Not very happy, of course, with their batting, but their bowling has come to their rescue. Apple really had to dive for that one there to turn it into a catch, but missed it. Wide signal by the umpire. That was a slow one.
Yeah, it certainly was a slow delivery, looking to roll the fingers around it and not pitching it where he really would have liked. Wants to keep that slower one on the stump, that in the event you deceive the batter, still have an opportunity for the LBW shout.
Just Apple, of course, was showing good glove work. And you've got Francis also. So we've got a few of the guys who can keep wicket. So that should not be a bother, so to speak, for the selectors. Should it?
No, it should not. Fontaine does do a bit of glove work.
Ball taking the outer portion of the bat, looking to drive. That's not where he wanted it to go, maybe through extra cover. And peel off the outer edge, going down to third man. Brings Moores into strike.
He has batted well, Moores. He has battled hard. 13 from 20.
Coming forward and turning it behind square. So 113 for 6. 30 overs gone. So 20 remaining, still 101 runs needed. And the required run rate has now gone up to just over 5.05. They don't want it to get up to 7, that's for sure.
Certainly don't want it to get close to 6. Means that you need to score a run a ball. That would be pretty dangerous.
Yes, it would be. That's why it's important to do like what the opening pair of the West Indies did, to rotate, take the singles, gather the twos, get the odd boundaries, pull down to mid-wicket. As Brian is stationed down there, single resulted. Brings the right-handed Albert into strike. Much cooler afternoon than it was maybe about 40 minutes ago.
Yeah. You in the outfield here now, you will enjoy this period of play.
Oh yes, you would. You should. Flatter. Just pulling away outside the leg stump and looking to cut.
And it has nothing to do with lighting or anything, but just the cool of the afternoon. A bit of cloud just blocking the sun a little bit.
Yes, I used to look forward to that period. It could be brutal out there in the sun for such a long time, especially if you have to chase balls all around the ground. Had to be fit. Mackenzie. Driven up to the sweeper position. Brian comes off the boundary and gets a single. So here's the final delivery coming up. Just 2 runs coming in this over so far. He's bowled well though, really well. Final delivery to complete his 8th. I think he's going to bowl all 10. Why shouldn't he?
Yeah, he's certainly bowled well. And you would want him to continue and take every opportunity to get as much wickets as possible in the remaining overs that he has.
31 overs gone. It's 116 for 6.
Yeah, 116 for 6. Really not what England would have envisioned at the start of their batting innings, but you have to give credit to the bowlers from the West Indies. They did very well, and certainly they brought out some, I would say, in judicious shots from the English batters.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be very disappointed, the Englishmen. But let's see whether they can show them mettle. The lower half of the batting order, Miller, outside the off stump, let alone by Moores.
Yeah, Morris does pack a punch. I think once he's there, he will be looking just to, by this time, pounce on anything loose and really belt it around when he does get the bad one.
Nicely poised this match. They will go for a single. There were thoughts about coming back for the second. Decided against it. Joe Moore seemed to want it, but Albert was not interested. Could see him darting for the first run quickly.
Yeah, using the right approach, just looking to get in there and get out quickly. Hope up for misfield.
Takes that from outside the off stump and tugs it around down to backward square. Gets a single. Albert, who now goes to 5 of 13. Well, it's been, I would think, a very good tour for England, good learning experience for these youngsters playing in different conditions.
Yeah, certainly would. I think it's a pretty interesting tour for them also. Just trying to get acclimatized to the sort of hot conditions that they may face within the World Cup. And so it will certainly showcase, you know, who are the guys that are able to really handle the conditions well. Pitches that are nice and even for batting and for bowling.
Yes. Did they get an opportunity, I would think, to move across the island, a bit of sightseeing, tours?
Yeah, I'm not too certain what they did on their off days, but I do know that they had some stuff down to do on the off days.
Yeah, you can't come to the Spice Island, remain in your hotel for the duration of time that you're here. That doesn't make much sense at all, does it?
No, not at all. Not with so much to see and do.
Sure, right. So those of you who are in England now and you've never visited the Spice Isle where your youngsters are playing, they will come back with great reports, I can tell you that, of a wonderful experience here in Grenada, where they enjoy themselves, sample the local cuisine and culture. And if you want to experience something similar to what they have experienced, you can trust the testimonials of these youngsters and come visit us here. 118 for 6. This is over number 33 being bowled by Mackenzie. Ball just dapped down to third man and gets a single. You've never been to England, have you?
Well, not to move around.
Oh, okay.
But I did a transition. Spent maybe about 3 hours.
In England?
Yes.
Oh.
Would have done that on 2 occasions.
Well, I went there on 2 occasions. One of them, I spent an entire day, well, day and night, on my way to Kenya, and I didn't get to see the place. It was beastly cold and it was snowing. Oh,
Yeah, when I got there, it was the coldest day recorded. It was November the 24th. And that was recorded as the coldest day in that year. I was on my way to China. Spent a couple hours in the embassy. Just waiting for the flight to connect to China.
right. You did touch down on the soil, though, didn't you?
Yes, I did get, that was my first Wendy's experience.
Turned up in front of square on the leg side there by Moores and results in a single. So Moores is 18 of 31. Ralphie Albert, the right-hander, facing up to Mackenzie. Just 2 runs coming in the over so far, off the back foot and hits it out there to mid-wicket. Can't score.
So every dot ball here will cause the run rate to go up slightly. It's now at 5.48.
94 needed for 103 balls. Off the back foot. Oh, this camper a single. Ball was hit down just behind square. So sort of shortest third man. Wasn't fielded well. But the single resulted. So that completes the over. 9 overs bowled by Mackenzie. Bit of a drinks break here with England. 121 for 6. 33 overs gone.
Yeah, really, it's been a struggle for them. Kudos to the young West Indians. They really fought hard, defended that 214 really well. And they're not home as yet. But with that sort of effort, if they continue, then certainly victory will be in sight.
Yes, the match is nicely poised with some 17 overs to go. And England would want to be careful here not to panic. They can't panic and allow another wicket to fall. That's important that these two remain there and bat. No, 33 overs gone, and they would want to bat, I would think, for the next 7 overs without losing a wicket.
Yeah, you have to really, as we continue to say, put small bits together in terms of a plan. And as fast as you achieve them, you tick them off, and you can really push your way towards the overhaul in that total.
There's no suggestion that it's going to be a simple target. It's going to be a challenging proposition there. But if there is the use of their skill and if they play intelligently, they can bring home an exciting victory here. Of course, the West Indies on the 19 would have different plans up their sleeves and different intentions.
Yeah, certainly. It's good to see that the West Indies on the 19, though winning the series, they have come out in this mode to defend what will be a really low total by the standards that we've seen throughout the series.
Yeah, and by the way, the West Indies senior team would be playing against New Zealand tomorrow.
Yeah, very, very interesting. The England-New Zealand series.
Don't know whether they would seek to, I suspect, but Roach did not bowl particularly well in the warm-up game. He went for over 5 runs per over. That's a little bit uncharacteristic of him. but he is 38, I think. So doesn't have the pace as yesteryear, but he's got experience.
Certainly experience with that level of support from the fielders can bring him through. We've seen him to be quite unlucky in recent times, a number of catches being dropped off his efforts. And it's not easy to be 38 running in hard and having these catches dropped. Just makes really the thing look as if it's hard work.
Yeah. Well, he has to use the skill and experience that he's got and pass that on to the younger players, younger bowlers. And if the youngsters are apt to learn, it's going to augur well for them. It's nothing like experience, Clyde, is there?
There's nothing like experience. Experience makes things easier, gives you insight as to what possibly could go wrong, and it does open you up to new ideas as to what could happen new.
Joshua Dawn after the break. Short delivery, tugs that down to the mid-wicket area. A single. Albert just going onto the back foot and using a horizontal bat, spanked it down to mid-wicket. Brings the left-handed Moors now into strike. Dawn having his first bowling this match. Didn't come good with the bat.
Yeah, really not getting off today. We will be hoping to come and maybe wrap up the England tail.
He's so cool, really.
Yeah, he is. Just always seem to be this calm, collected character.
Yeah. Sort of easygoing guy. We don't know him, or just basically saying what we have observed over the 7 matches that he's been involved in.
Yeah, really having the opportunity to speak to him. He seems to be that calm, you know, always prepared kind of guy.
But it has nothing to do with confidence, because he's got that. Can't beat the backward point fielder. It's been a good over so far. Just a 1 run coming off his bowling. This is the final delivery coming up. He'll want to keep that tight. Tight enough for Joe Morse to push it out to mid-wicket and preventing a single. So it's a good, quiet over bowled there by Joshua Dawn. His first 122 for 6, 36 overs gone. And the run rate has gone up to 5.75. 92 needed of 96 deliveries.
Yeah, and this is what England do not want to have happen. Only 1 run coming from that Joshua Dawn over. It means that pressure has now been placed back on the pair out there. And so they will look to be inventive. They will have to look to maybe try a few new things just to see how they can get the scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, was it the 5th match that I thought they handled it very well and won it? Was it the 5th one? Yeah.
Yes. It
And
really came down to the wire.
came right down to the wire. Kept the nerves well. Micah McKenzie. It's off the back foot. Let's get a single. But they would need more than that. The odd boundaries would be welcome. But keep rotating the strike. That's important. And the field is rather spread. So there are opportunities for the singles and twos, as the case may be.
Yeah, lots of acreage. Just needs to get the right delivery and get it into the right spot.
I'm sure that Moores will try to work that ball on the onside. And I'm saying that because there's a mid-off, there's a short extra cover, and there's a sweeper. So the offside is pretty much protected. Would he try to get inside the line and work it? Yes, gets inside and pulls that ball down to the deep backward square boundary and gets a single though. You could see that there is some attempt there to work the ball through the onside.
Yes, there is. And once this is a good ploy from the West Indies fielding team, because it means that you're asking him to go against the turn of the ball to try to get down to the leg side there. And that could spell an LBW opportunity.
Yes. Lone shot in fielder on the onside for Joe Moores at mid-wicket. Full toss that is hit down to Van Lang, who's feeling there at wideish long off, and they get a single.
Yeah, so 4 runs coming off this over so far. They need more than 4 for over from here on in.
Well, you would want to end well, Mackenzie. Well, with the catch taken, it was outside the off stump onto the back foot, and he pulled. And it looks as though a smart catch was taken there at mid-wicket. Good, sharp, diving catch. So another wicket goes.
Yeah, certainly not what you want happen at this stage. And you can see Albert is walking dejectedly back. But the West Indies, they are happy to have gotten the wicket of Albert. It means that a new batter has to come in.
Yes, he took that from outside the off stump and was looking to go against the tide. There's some dangers involved there. Now, there's the option of getting onto the back foot and cutting, or you can, if it's short enough, you can pull, and decided that he wanted to pull that one and brought about his demise. So Mackenzie has picked up a 4-for. He would want 5.
Certainly he will want 5. And this opportunity will be there. He has a couple more deliveries. This is his final over, so he will want to make use of these final few deliveries. So, oh, well, that's the end of his spell, rather. His 10 overs, 4 for 38. Michael Mackenzie, a good day out. Really bowled well. Was economical. He was on target. Really tried to make life difficult for the batters. And so picking up 4 wickets in this match. Job well done. It's going to be Don to continue. We're in over number 36. And Don from the river end. Oh, what an attempt there by the man, shot in. And they're looking for 2. The throw comes in. And the umpire finger remains down. So well run there by Moores. Was able to get back quickly for 2. I think Luke Hans did well by backing him up there. Cutting well. Slight, almost a collision. They did well to get past each other, to evade each other.
Well, it was quite obvious that they were looking at the ball and actually collided. this happened?
And he
Batters collide.
certainly stopped what could have been disastrous for them. They are quick enough to evade each other. Dawn continues. Looking to go hard. Picks up the single, but I think they understand the urgency. The run rate 5.73 required, and they're actually scoring at just about 3.8 thereabout. Well, 3.69 right now. So it's going to be important for this pair. Moore's known to be a good striker of the ball. Will need to strike some boundary shortly. As Hans plays out to the offside. And again, the field on the offside just getting a little tighter, hoping to cut off the single, asking for the big shot to be played. Yeah, fielder just slow to get around there. Really needed someone that could dart in and get a throw back to the keeper.
Yelling at him.
So again, Don just looking to ensure that he tightens the field. Asking Morse. Yeah, asking Morse to do just that, get Hans back on strike.
Yes, there are lots of spaces there to get singles. So they should do that. No all-out attack as yet is needed when still there are further 84 balls to be bowled. So play sensibly because you've got only 3 wickets intact.
Yeah, you really have to play sensibly here as we see a change from the Dabo Hills end. And Racha is going to be bowling from this end. And this will be his first. Oh, it's James returning rather. He started here at this end and has opted to continue. Can he keep it tight as he did earlier, James? This one wide outside the off stump and just stroked by Moores through the offside, and they pick up a single. 80 from 83 deliveries. And really, who would have thought that we would have gotten to this stage? It tells you something about these two teams and their willingness to fight and fight to make sure that they get the job done.
Yeah, you're right. And it's a good learning experience for both teams.
Here on in is who can control the pace, who has the ability to really dictate what happens. This one is crunched into the gap. They run hard for the first one. And Hans does have some batting ability. Seen him play a good hand in one of the earlier games. Didn't score plenty, but his ability to stick around and to rotate the strike did prove an asset for his team.
Sure, right. I think all of these players can bat even the lower order on both teams. They've got talent. Batting talent, that is.
Yeah, I quite agree with you there. There's quite a bit of batting talent around these two teams. Both teams really will want to harness, you know, that talent and ensure that you can see these youngsters in the near future.
Well, you want to see them at a higher level.
At a higher level.
And the highest level, in fact.
Yeah, you want to see them at that level with that same good work ethic, good ability to read the situations and read the game. I think West Indies have done it. England have done it at times. West Indies may have done it more often than England, but they have done it, and that's important. And James just getting back to that length that he started with, the line that he started with, not really giving room to batters to free the arms that they can really get some power into the strokes. And this is what you want. The run rate begins to move closer to 6. 79 from 80 deliveries.
It's been a good over so far from Deshaun James. Another dot ball.
And really well supported there by the man at short cover. But as this, I call the score, and what is it? 79 from 79. Just came to mind Tanti Mull in the Oval.
What a bit of folklore.
Got the opportunity to listen as the quick single is taken through the keeper's end. I got the opportunity recently just to listen a bit of the Tanti Mull in the Oval again. And boy,
Paul Keynes Douglas.
Paul Keynes Douglas.
Storyteller. And I'm sure that there are listeners who might be mystified as to what really the reference is to. It was Tanti Mull at the Oval. It was an exciting match with Trinidad and Tobago against Combined Islands back then, and story told thereafter by probably the best storyteller in the region, Paul Keynes Douglas. And Tanti Mull being the main character in the story that went to the Queen's Park with her basket all prepared, as was done in those days when you went to a cricket match. You went there with your basket, with your lunch, with your juices, your food, get up early in the morning and prepared to go to cricket, which you know is going to be the entire day. You didn't go to the bar and drink anything. You walked with your food.
Yeah, that's the traditional way. Come into the ground with the coolers and the baskets.
Yes, back then it was a real festive occasion for cricket fans, lovers in the region.
Yeah, really long to see this sort of atmosphere return to our grounds.
Yeah, the conch shell blowers.
You get
Those
to the
who had the bottles and pans, and there was a sound of music from with any bit of material that would make noises. The crowds back then, primitive as they were, created rhythm.
and very vocal.
And there was always a character back then.
Yeah, the ARG, and one would remember Gravy.
Yes, Gravy. Oh boy. flew forward the conch shell blower. Then you had King Dial of Barbados.
Barbados.
As the over comes to then Joshua Dawn. Not for 9 of 2, of 3. Yeah, all of these territories had individual characters, you see. And there were people who came to look at the game, but also came to be entertained by these characters.
Yeah,
Creevy and Mayfield, they were a duel.
Yeah, really added life to the atmosphere at the cricket ground, these characters.
Yeah, they did.
One that I enjoyed at the games would have been the Nutsmen, when they would come and they would test their arms to throw up into the crowd and then catch their monies later on.
Oh, yes. And they didn't miss, you see. Was accuracy. Sometimes right up to the top tier.
Yep.
Great experience.
I think we started seeing a bit of it in that Australia-West Indies game here at St. George's. So many persons were coming in with their baskets and their coolers only to turn around and go back because the game was ended.
Oh my golly.
That's certainly, it's wonderful. The memories of yesteryear of cricket in the Caribbean. Yes, good bowling by James. Really has been impressive this afternoon, James. Really on the money. Has not really given away anything. And with this sort of bowling, certainly it means that the West Indies will fancy their chances of pulling off a victory here this afternoon.
Yes, very much. With some 76 needed of 69 deliveries. The run rate gone up to 6.61 now. It's going to be very challenging for England here. They certainly can do this, huh? Don't take it away from them. But they've got to be careful not to put themselves in a rut and then have to be frantic of trying to get out of it.
Yeah, I think they are pretty close to getting into the rut. Once the runs needed has become more than the balls available, means that you need to be thinking of how to get more than a runner ball. And more than 6 and over is really not an easy ask.
Hit out to behind square on the leg side. He was looking to play that much straighter. But they get a single. So the over comes to an end. James has bowled 7 overs and has captured 1 for 22. And after some 39 overs gone, England 139 for 7.
Yeah, so it seems like there's one more ball
one
in
more
the
to
over.
go. Missed that. I'm sorry, Clyde.
Yeah, stroke down.
So I apologize to you, and I apologize to viewers, wherever you are.
Yeah, so another over being completed there. England on the 19, 140 for 7. Morris, he quietly moves on to 31. And the partnership of 14 between himself and Luke Hans, looking to just steer England home to victory. It will be a memorable victory if they can get there.
Yeah, you want to end up with 20 runs short and still have 3 wickets intact. So England's got to assess this well. Thought about coming back for the second. I think from here on, you will see them maybe seeking to get after the bowling. Don into his 4th, then none for 10.
Yeah, the West Indians just wanting to take every opportunity available.
Nicely bowled. Could do no more than push that back adjacent to the track for the bowler to pick up on his follow through. Interestingly poised, this.
Certainly is. Sands comes down the track looking to beat Don to his right. Well fielded by Don to his own bowling.
And he did so nonchalantly too.
Certainly did. Oh, a bit of scampering happening.
Well, that's interesting. I can tell you, there was an appeal for caught behind. Here it is. So Apple took what should have been the catch, threw it up in the air, and the umpire said not out, and they took the opportunity to run for the single. Can't remember if I've seen this before.
Yeah, pretty strange.
Threw the ball in the air, claiming the catch. Umpire said not out, and the batsman saw the opportunity for the single. Van Lang caught the ball and threw at the non-striker's end. They got the single. Oh my golly.
So 71 from 60 deliveries. That's the equation, 7.1 per over. It's getting a bit dicey out there.
What would Apple learn from that?
Hold on to the ball as long as he can. When it's very important that he does so, because he claimed the catch, he threw up the ball. So again, not out means that the ball should have died. They'll have to go through and make sure what the rule says concerning that, but one would expect that
but
it should have been a dead ball.
But he threw the ball up before there was the not out. So it would not have been dead as yet.
Right.
I would think the single was legitimate.
Yes, based on the timing of the call.
Yes.
I quite agree. Once the call of not out is after, it means that the ball is in play.
So that's the danger. Celebrating too early. You throw that ball in the air when you're mighty sure that it was a catch.
Short delivery just turned. And so Rachakan takes over from James. He's bowling from the Dabo Hill end. This is his first bowl from this end. And so he's looking to just keep it a bit tight. 70 needed, 59 deliveries. Again, pitched up. And hands just pushing back on the offside. Again, don't want to leave it too late. We know that mathematically, you know, a couple of sixes can help to fix the situation, but you don't want to have to rely on too much on that as the single is being taken. So 144 for 7. Over number 41. 70, 58 deliveries. Sriracha runs away. And Morris goes hard at this one. Really was hoping to get good connection, maybe pierce that gap. Doesn't go in his favor. And certainly you can see his intention here now. He is going to look to put Willow to leather. Try to get the scoring rate back into one that is controllable.
Yeah, they've got to be much more intent now. 69 needed of 56. Not panic nor reckless, just be intent. More than ones. They have to think about the boundary here and there.
Yeah, certainly need to get maybe early boundaries, and then you can always pick up the ones and twos. That will help quite a lot.
But Ratcha has kept it tight so far. Just 3 runs coming off this over so far. Wide though signal.
Yeah, and that's the first extra in a very long time. And for the most part, they were stuck on 2 extras. And I think this one will bring them their 3rd extra. Extras up to 5. Again, coming off a thick outside edge. And going down to 3rd man. So that's a single brought up.
So 148 for 7. 41 overs gone. 66 needed, 54 deliveries. The required run rate has gone past 7 now. In fact, it's 7.33. So, 3 wickets intact. I think now the young English team would want to become a bit more expansive, just a wee bit more aggressive, but certainly not rash or reckless.
I agree with that there. They don't want to be reckless, don't want to lose any further wickets.
Moores has played very well. Lucans has supported. Off the back foot goes hands and spanks the ball down to the deep cover area. Moore's facing up, giving himself room, gets a single. So they're going rather sedately. As we did mention, Rayford, how much there's the need for boundaries now. Push back along the track for the bowler.
Yeah, they will need boundaries. Still requiring at 150, 64 from 51.
Catch taken. So a wicket goes, looking to clear the boundary. And so the West Indies have struck again and struck a very important blow as they're beginning to sense victory. He was looking to lift that one, didn't quite get it on the half volley length, and the catch taken quite comfortably, simply.
Yeah, what was necessary, he had to use his feet if he would have able to hit this over the ropes. I think he had to reach for it, stretch for it. Luke Hans was not able to connect as he would have liked and hold out at the mid-wicket boundary. But they have reached a stage now where they have to look to push on. The singles no, not going to do it, but they need to push on a bit. Having lost now 8 wickets, I think they're really up against it. West Indies seem to be just closing in.
Yeah, 64 needed. And 49 balls. So it's quite a task for the Englishman here. And that required run rate has pushed up to 7.84. So it's going to take quite a bit of asking to get over that victory line.
Yeah, we need to see probably some excellent batting by Joe Morse, who's on 36 from 57. And really, he want to up that rate. He has been there for quite a while, 57 deliveries, just 36. And to get there, really, he would want to up his scoring rate. But a lot will depend on Joe Moore in the next few overs.
Chasing. Take strike. Dawn has picked up one for 13. He's into his 5th final delivery. That is turned down to a leg slip area as the over comes to an end. Don't think that Moores was interested in the single. So Don has bowled 5 overs, 1 for 13. He's been economical. 42 overs completed, and England on the 19, 150 for 8.
Yeah, West Indies has certainly struck back really hard. England have been up against it, didn't get a sort of start that they wanted. They lost the first 3 wickets at 21. And I think since then they have been up against it. Now they still require 64 runs. With just 2 wickets remaining, really Joe Moores will really have to step up if they're going to get anywhere close. So over number 43 is going to begin. England 150 for 8. Really up against it. Russia, who had a really good spell, he's going to continue. He has 2 for 19 and 5 overs. And he will continue 6 overs. Field widely spread. As I think that the West Indies will prepare to give the single. Flashing outside the off stump, past the keeper, and goes down to that fine third man position. 2 by signal. So 2 more to the score. 152. So there's a long off, right back on the boundary, and an extra cover on the boundary. 1 field line cover on the boundary. There's a third man. So you see offside field really widely spread. So the single is on off. On the leg side, short fine leg, mid wicket, mid on, and deep mid wicket. So Russia, this ball driven down to that fielder in wide long off. And the amble a single. 153. England certainly will need to be picking up more than singles, but probably will need a couple of boundaries. Maybe one big over that probably just turn the tide a bit. But with 8 wickets down, they really is up against it.
Yeah, this is where they've got to take the charge. They've got to do it now. Not recklessly, I must say again, but it is important to accelerate at this time.
So Singh in to strike. Ball is stroked straight to point. And they come through for a single. Singh is off the mark. West Indies on the 19 have been doing it well, keeping things really tight. England was not allowed to get off to any big start. $154 for 8. Lofted in the air. Now the cover is going to come in. Settles on that. Takes a easy catch. And Joe Moore goes, and I think it will be it for England. Caught in the cover. And really didn't have much of a chance, but really were looking to step up.
Simple catch for Fontaine coming in. Much to the delight of the rest of his teammates. Simple, easy catch. And England staring defeat here. The 154 for 9.
Yeah. Joe Moore was the last of the recognized batter. And really looking to change gear. Not getting hold of that shot. And being easily taken at deep cover. England 154 for 9. Really has been a tremendous comeback. I think after West Indies get just 213, one would have felt that with the England batting, it would have been challenging for the West Indies team, but they have done well. And they have kept things really tight, picking up wickets, early wickets, which was important. Pick up those first 3 wickets. And England has been on the back foot since.
Yes, they never seem to recover at all from those 3 early blows that were struck England. And the West Indies kept the pressure on, played as tight as possible. And it looks very much that they would run away with this victory. 60 needed of 44. And the final 2 are in. And with Joe Moore's going, the chances look slimmer and slimmer.
Russia picked up this 3rd wicket into his 6th over. 3 for 21. Had a good spell. West Indies really came back. It's come back really strongly. Full toss again. Just play to the short cover. And no chance of a run. That which completes another over. Russia's 6th over. No maidens, 21 on 3 wickets. England 154 for 9.
Yes, 154 for 9. Suggesting that the West Indies are in a very strong position with the required run rate verging on 9. It's about 5.5 now. Unless these two can pull a miracle out of the bag, the West Indies under 19 very much on course here for a significant victory to go one step further up in the series.
And the captain, Joshua Dunn, in a good spell. Just 13 picking up 1 wicket into his 6th over. Again, big drive, loud appeal there, and the fielders are about to go up. The umpire, Gregory Buffett, on move. Jason looking to drive, making no contact. He played to cover. So one close in fielder and first slip, Van Lang. Windies looking to take 5-2. Win this series 5-2. Ball again push straight to short cover.
It was a good series. Competitive, though the West Indies won 5-2. But the series was well fought. It was great spirit and great competition.
And so again he's coming forward, hit on the pad. And again the umpire Gregory Buffett on move. That completes the over. Don finishing his 6th over. 6th over. And 1 for 13. 154 for 9. And we have 44 overs completed.
Yes, 44. The required run rate into the double digits. Exactly 10 now needed put over. And the run rate really dipped over the last few overs. But with Jay Singh, 1 of 8, French, not of 2. It's not expected for them to do anything special.
Driven in the air, the mid-off comes around, takes the catch, and West Indies complete another really big victory, coming back from 213 to bowl England for 154. There has been a really tremendous bowling performance by the West Indies.
James taking the catch.
And deservedly winning this game by some 60 runs. We're coming off with a 5-2 victory in the series.
Yes, winning by 60 runs with 36 balls to spare. Very good victory. And all in all, it was a remarkable victory by the West Indies. And they've won by a pretty big margin. You know, winning by 60 runs, that's a huge margin in one-day cricket.
Yes, and after scoring just 213, they would have really done well to come back and pull off this victory. The bowling attack has been very good, and for the first time, we have seen James and Russia opening the bowling. I thought that they did a tremendous job. They didn't stray. They really was straight. They forced the batsman to play, and I think the pressure really started with the opening pair.
Yes, you're right. I think the entire team and management, coaching staff, everyone should feel very pleased by the performance of this young West Indies team. Very talented indeed, no question about that. And this series, now they're able to really look and see these players and what they can do, their strengths, weaknesses, and gives them a very good opportunity now to select the right squad, just the perfect squad to participate, of course, in the upcoming World Cup. I think that they've got some really good players there that can play alongside all those other countries across the globe in this very, very important competition. And let's see what the squad is going to be like. But they really should applaud themselves for work well done, having won the series 5-2. And we saw brilliance. In fact, the 100 by Dawn was one of the capital features of this series here. Batted so very well. And indeed, he also bowled very well in the tournament. It's been a good all-round performance. And then his leadership skill has been quite admirable.
Yeah, I agree. He did a tremendous job. His last 2 games, and he did have a long spell bowling and really bowled well. But just to give you a quick rundown of the scorecard, Ben Dawkins was caught by Don, bowled Mackenzie 27. Isaac Mohammed caught Miller, bowled Russia. He didn't score. Mez caught Apple, bowled Russia, no score. Benison looked really good. He was caught by Brian, bowled James for 8. Falconer, LBW, bowled Mackenzie 52, having top scored. Ahmed caught Fontaine, bowled Mackenzie 6. You also had Jomo, got 37. Albert caught Tilakani, bowled Mackenzie 10. Lucans caught Brian, bowled Don 6. Jason not out 1. Alex Friends caught James, bowled Russia, no score. It's a bowling. We had Russia 6 overs, 4 for 21. Really a good spell. Van Lang 3 overs, none for 18. Miller 6 overs, none for 21. Morton 6 overs, none for 17. Mackenzie 10 overs, and he had 4 for 38. Joshua Dunn in his 6 over, picking up 1 for 13. Really all-round bowling performance. And I really thought that the bowlers did well. West Indies deservingly winning this game by, I make it 59 runs. And coming out victors in this 7-match series, winning 5 games and losing 2. Management really would feel very happy with the performance of the West Indies team. As we saw some really good performances when one looked at what has transpired in this series. There is hope that we still have some young players that are doing very well and can represent the West Indies and look to take our cricket to our next level. But it has been really a solid all-around performance. As we look at the West Indies team and we look at the players who would have excelled, Captain Don created a tremendous impact. You know, the calmness, the sort of maturity in how we control the team. I think that was outstanding. We saw his batting, having scored the most runs of the tournament. Started off with a score of 90, which enabled West Indies to pull off, win the first match. Went on to scores of 80. And the only century in this series, getting 102. So all in all, his batting really was of high class. And as I said before, it gives one hope that there are still good players, you know, in the regions, good young players that one can look to going forward. Despite Don, we also saw Van Lang, who made some 350s in the tournament. Again, he has shown some good ability and scores of 57. He also had a score of 80. Again, added to the depth of West Indies batting, we would have seen where they would have lost all the wickets and really have to come back. They had to dig in. And I think the middle of the West Indies batting would have stood up really well to make sure that they did not fall for scores lower than they did. But a lot of credit have to go to these 2 players that kept things going at the middle. The bowling of Laws was, again, outstanding. The sort of bowler that we don't see often, Chinaman and googly bowler. He again did very well, pick up the most wickets in the tournament. It's fair to say that these 2 players has been vital in the West Indies performances. But one cannot take away anything from the rest of the players, as we would have seen in this particular match. All the bowlers would have held their own. They went out there with a plan and actually stuck to the plan, and really did well, and deservedly come out victors of this game. So congratulations to the West Indies team, the management. I think they would have really kept the players, in tune, having them to understand what they were supposed to do, and really did it well. England, on the other hand, I think will be disappointed. For we saw some brilliance. We saw some players that really showed tremendous ability. And despite the batting of Dawkins, who would have scored the most runs for the England under-19 team, I do believe they was expecting people like Joe Moore and Mohammed to do a lot more than they did. Mohammed getting 150, Joe Moore also got a 50, and they were expecting the batsmen to go on. So I think when they look back, they probably would see where they would have faulted in terms of the batting. It's fair to say the bowling did hold its own, but I think that they really would have faltered in the batting. Well, we are now getting ready for the presentation. As we see, the team is just gathering. The president of the Grenada Cricket Association, Norman Gilbert, Dwayne Gill, also there, and fellow commentators on the ground. Stevenson Worm, who really has done his final stint in this area, he's also on the ground. And pretty soon we'll be heading down to Clyde John as the England team also take up their position on the field. But it has been a very good series, and even though West Indies were 1-5-2, it was competitive. I think it's a team that was stronger, that were taking the advantage when they were in the advantageous position. So we now go down to Clyde John on the field. Over to you, Clyde.
Okay, well, welcome back to the post-match, post-series presentation. And we are here. We are joined by Mr. Norman Gilbert, President of the Grenada Cricket Association, and Mr. Dwayne Gill, the high-performance manager at Cricket West Indies. And we are at the end of what we will describe as a tough series, a hard-fought series. And we are here to make some presentations. We want to present first and foremost the man of the match for today's match. And we've seen a really interesting match today, a low-scoring encounter. And the man of the match for today is none other than Adrian Racha. And we want him to come forward and accept his award. A really good performance, scoring some 31 runs and picking up 4 wickets in the process of his bowling. We want to move on to the Player of the Series award, and for his leadership, for his ability to score some 3+ half centuries, and the only century in the tournament, Joshua Dawn is the man of the series. We want to invite the captain of the England under-19s, Farhan Ahmed, to come, and we're going to have a little discussion with him just to hear his views on the series. Farhan, you came to Grenada, lots of sunshine, a bit of rain. Tell us, what has your time here has been like?
Yeah, it's been a very good experience for us all. Obviously, thankful that we played in some tough games and come on the wrong side of it this series, but it will hold us in good stead for the World Cup.
Okay, the conditions, how did you assess the conditions? What's your thoughts on the conditions, the outfield, the wickets that you played on?
Obviously, wickets were quite slow and helpful for the spinners. conditions were quite hot as well, so it was quite tough first few games. But as soon as we got used to it, we understood what we were and just come on the wrong side of it.
Okay, well, we saw you put in some really good bowling for performances, picking up some 12 wickets in the series. What has it been like bowling on this wicket?
No, yeah, it's been very helpful for me, especially as a spinner, spinning quite a bit, and then obviously the bounce that I've got here has helped me quite a bit here.
All right, well, we want to wish you all the best as you guys prepare for the World Cup. I know this experience will certainly add to your team selection and your team preparation, so good luck to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so there we had it, ladies and gentlemen. That was Farhan Ahmed, the English under-19 captain for this series. We are going to present the winning trophy to the winners of the series, and I want to ask the captain, Joshua Dunn, to come again and to receive. All right, Joshua, just come. Let's have a few words. I must ask your feeling. The series has been won. Tell me about the series.
Well, obviously we won the series 5-2, so we're really happy about that. We spoke about, being ruthless in the series, and we managed to do that today, so feel really good.
All right. Series in the Caribbean, you started with Sri Lanka. You had a hard-fought one. You came through. Coming to Grenada, tell us about the wickets and the outfield and everything that led you to this victory.
Well, I thought all who took part in making this series a success, did a really good job. Grenada Cricket Association, the umpires, the groundsmen, and what's not, and our amazing staff. So yeah, everybody who took part, obviously team as well. So yeah, everybody who took part did a really good job.
All right. Well, we've seen quite a number of persons put their hand up throughout the series at different points. What would you say would have been the real defining moment or the defining game for you?
Well, I won't really count it down to one game. I would say all the games actually, and most importantly this one, because they expect us to slacken off a bit after winning 4-2 in the previous game, but we came out and we were ruthless, and we managed to finish 5-2.
All right, so congratulations to you, and Mr. Gill is going to present you with the trophy for the winning of the series. All right, well, just to have a wrap on today's match and the series, we want to have a chat with Stevenson Worm. He has officially decided that he's going to retire from commentary, and I mean, we must have him here. We must be able to speak with him. Stevenson, give us your view on the series. I mean, you would want to say, I guess, a goodbye for now?
Yeah, it was a well-fought series between the West Indies under-19 and the English under-19, although the West Indies, of course, won 5-2. Quite a remarkable performance on their part, but I'm sure it was a learning experience for both teams, young, preparing for the World Cup, and this sort of exposure to the actual game of play would suit them very well for what they have to face in the World Cup.
All right. Your assessment of the matches, what would you say is or who are the players that really impressed you?
Well, I think we've got a bunch of players here on both teams who are very good players. One of the things I find rather prevalent on both teams is the fact that they've got so many all-rounders on the team. In the case of the West Indies, practically all the guys can bat and bowl. I think we're seeing something similar also with the English under-19 team. These two teams got tremendous ability, and I would not be surprised if in the next 3-4 years they will go to the other level and probably represent the senior team at the highest level.
All right, so basically you're coming to the end of 35 years of being in cricket commentary. I mean, tell us about leaving.
I mean, it was 35 glorious years of cricket commentary, and I don't regret one day of it. But I think you have to know when your tenure has come to an end. I don't want to do like some politicians who would remain later than they really should. And I think I've given service, not just to local cricket, but regional cricket and international cricket. To me, it was a privilege being able to do test match cricket commentary involving all the test countries, with the exception of Afghanistan. That to me is a prime accomplishment, and I was just happy to be able to serve a sport that has meant a lot to me and has brought tremendous benefit to me over the years.
All right. Well, we're certainly sad to see you go. I know that we have a lot to learn from you, and so I know definitely you will be back. But certainly, ladies and gentlemen, I think this has really brought us to the end of a really well-played series. Really some good defining moments within there. We saw the maturity, we saw the strength of a lot of these players. And so from us here, the production team, at TNR Communication, Rafael, Stevenson, myself, the Grenada Cricket Association, and everyone involved, we say thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Clyde. We have come to the end of what has been a tremendous series, England versus West Indies under 19. And we certainly have seen brilliance from both teams. And we expect that we're going to see a number of players coming out of this under 19 squad to be representing their territories at the highest level. We do want to thank you wherever you are following us from. It has been a pleasure to bring these games to you, and we're really happy that we have been able to have even good weather, and that series being so competitive. So thank you for being with us, and here from the Grenada National Stadium, we say a good evening or good night wherever you are. Thanks for being with us.